It's episode 285 of The Platformers, a show about games and nerd culture, and I am your host, Brian Barnett. And this week, I am joined by Will Borger.
Yo, what it is?
I'm joined by Lucas White.
What it do?
And I'm joined by the beautiful, delightful, furry Torgal in the building, Laugh.
What's up?
Excellently done. Exquisitely done. Everybody knows Will. He's been bumping around here for a while. Lucas, did you want to remind people where you are from? I know you've been on a couple of times, but I wanted to give you the opportunity if you did.
Sure, real quick. Shack News, previously Prima Games, Game Crate, something else I'm probably forgetting.
All around
the internet.
Yes.
The internet. Okay, and Torgal, how would you like to introduce yourself to the people? And then please, after that, let them know how they might know you.
Well, my name is Timo. I'm relatively new to this space, so I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. All of the people here are my peers, basically, and eventually I hope to be there where they are. And yeah, I'm mostly the Final Fantasy XIV weirdo for ESDNN. I also do some guide work there and news and whatever. Shout out to David.
He is a true sicko, Timo, and we love him.
It's true.
Thank you.
Also, he's fun to have on commentary.
He's very fun to have on commentary.
Go watch Golden Weeklies. So if you're watching this on Twitch, you can go back and look. The VOD is still live. You can also check it out at my YouTube channel, which is at Ribnax, Ribnax. And you can check out the weekly fighting game tournaments that we are running with other people in the games industry space.
Me, I am running.
It is. I stream them. I was going to shout you out if you give me a fucking second. The TO is Will Borger, and he's doing a great job. He did a great job naming it, even though that name will mean nothing to literally anyone who's not in the tournament. But wait a second. Hold on. Wait. Hold the phone. Lucas, I just noticed something.
Uh-oh.
How is one of your glasses frames square and the other one is round?
That's right.
Lucas came out and said, block this overhead, and Brian didn't even realize he'd gotten hit by it until about 5 minutes later.
Nope. That is godlike.
Thank you.
That is incredible. I mean, yeah.
So many people get tripped up by it. It's so funny.
It's great.
I just thought I was having a stroke. Sorry.
I mean, you probably are, but he's also got different frame shapes. So there you go.
Yeah, I just assumed that I'm having a stroke. It's good. Or I'm drunk, right? I've had too much.
Yeah. Which, I mean, we're definitely going to be getting into that, but... Anyways. This week's episode is going to be a little bit different from the many others because this is not just an episode of The Platformers. This is a Platformers deep dive. So, if you have not finished Final Fantasy XVI, or you care anything about spoilers, you should probably dip out really soon. I think that we're going to go around and kind of give our overall final reviews. I know that we've all finished it except for Will. Will did not have the opportunity to finish, but he still wanted to be on this episode because a big part of the reason why we're doing this episode is because there is a conversation surrounding this game and the greater Final Fantasy series that I wanted to have with Will in particular because he and I feel very similarly on a bunch of different things that have to do with the series.
We are simpatico.
Yeah. But I want to go around and have everybody say what they think of the game, whether they would recommend it, just kind of overall high-level thoughts. Doesn't have to be super brief, but let's keep in mind that we do have a lot of stuff to get to in the beat by beat. I will leave Will for last since he's not actually finished it yet. So let's start with Lucas. What did you think about Final Fantasy XVI, and would you recommend it to PS5 owners?
Yeah, I believe officially I gave it a 8. And I've been thinking about that like more than I thought I would, but I think I stand by it. There's definitely like a lot of weird problems. Like the problems I had with it are really weird. Like pieces of the game feeling kind of like bolted together in odd ways, and the story doing weird stuff. But I think like in terms of like the stuff I really like personally about games, like character interaction, and of course the action, and like the just sort of like the flow of it. I really enjoyed it. Like I sat there and only played that until I was done, which is very rare for me. So yeah, I think I'd recommend it.
Cool. And I'm pretty sure that both Timo and Will have this. I just added you in the thing. I have a full beat-by-beat breakdown document. So I just shared that with you, Lucas, so you can hop into that as we go through, because there's a lot of stuff in here.
Beautiful.
So, Timo, what do you think about Final Fantasy 16?
So, as someone who's a certified creative business unit free believer, this was kind of like the game we wanted them to make, a big single player Final Fantasy. But at the same time, you know how Final Fantasy 14 has like developed this cult following over the time.
Yeah.
The thing is, the team that made this happen aren't the people that are on 16. It's like more of the old guard. There's a lot of people who have been with Square Enix for like 20 plus years, have been around since like Final Fantasy 9. I believe I think the battle director from Final Fantasy 5 is on the game as well. So it
Combat
feels more like,
is great.
hey, here's the quote unquote B team, and I know that sounds derogatory, but I don't want to say that, but I don't mean it like that. They never really got a chance to make a mainline Final Fantasy. 12 had a very troubled development. Then they were supposed to go on with Last Remnant. That was just a throwaway project to get used to the Unreal Engine. Then they were supposed to make another single player game that never came out because Final Fantasy XIV happened. And then after Heaven's Sword got so popular and was very successful, they got this opportunity. So I think 16 comes together really nicely as like, okay, here's like the new Final Fantasy for a new era. But I think if you're a fan of the older stuff, you know that there's a lot more this franchise can give, and 16 doesn't reach these heights yet. But combat is excellent. I would even argue it is probably one of the best action games I've ever played. Clive's moveset is probably my favorite amongst all characters. Unless we're talking about Dante from Devil May Cry 5 or Devil May Cry 4, because who compares to Dante? No one. Visually, the game is amazing. The music is picture perfect. But the story kind of has its problems, but it gets carried by well-rounded characters and some very, very good voice acting across the board. In Japanese, I played it in German. German voice cast is amazing. The English voice cast is fantastic. And yeah, that's basically it.
Did you see that like Twitter post or social media post where the German Clive voice actor was cosplaying as Clive, and he looks fucking just like him? That was awesome.
It was really funny announcing that when the announcement came out that he was going to voice Clive, because he also voices Joseph Joestar in German. So it was an interesting turnaround. Sorry, not Joseph, Jonathan Joestar. No, part one. Jonathan Joestar. The valiant hero. And now he had this like fallen...
I've never...
Purple Kinshiro.
I'm gonna out myself as an anime poser. I've never seen JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Good stuff.
You should. It will change your life.
Even though I did, here's the thing. It would change my life, but I feel like I would be like the dean in Community. Like, this better not awaken anything in me,
It will happen. You just have to let it happen.
It's fair. That's fair. You know what? I'll get through what I'm doing now, and then we'll see what happens. I do need to get caught up on. I'm way behind on One Punch Man. I got to take care of my beloved first. All right. I'm gonna jump in now, and then we'll switch to Will. I think Final Fantasy 16 is really, really good. My first line, Will commented on this earlier. He said he looked at the first line of my breakdown document, and the first line is just 3 words: fun freaking stuff. And I stand by that. I think that start to finish, some comparisons have already been made to Devil May Cry, and I don't think that that's out of order. I think that it lacks some of the polish and depth and some quality of life things that I think make Devil May Cry like really exceptional. And I'm actually one person, Timo, who prefers Nero in DMC4 to Dante.
So do I, actually.
Hell yeah, bro.
That's why I was so happy that the combat designer was the guy who designed Nero.
Yeah.
And you notice it in the little details as well.
And clearly, like we'll get into this later, because that's I guess technically that could be considered a mechanical spoiler. But yeah, you can tell. But yeah, I think it's good. What it lacks for, I think, in the kind of action depth and I don't want to use the word consistency, because I think that Final Fantasy 16 is actually pretty consistent from a combat standpoint. But I think that the consistent depth and engagement of combat, I think Devil May Cry slightly edges it out, and I think that your options in 16 are way more broad. I think that it's one thing that we've talked about, every time that and I know Will's going to give me shit for this because I'm bringing these games up yet again. But one of the reasons why my 2 favorite games of all time are Super Metroid and Baldur's Gate 2 is because one drills down into very few things, but just really explores them. Like atmosphere, pure gameplay, feel, that sort of a thing. And Baldur's Gate is it may have problems, but it's also trying to do like 1,000 different things, and it's doing them really well. And I think that is kind of the difference between a lesser distinction between Devil May Cry and Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 16, through its combat, is doing more than Devil May Cry is, but what Devil May Cry is doing, it's doing way more focused, and it's doing it, to a heightened degree. And I think that the fact that Final Fantasy 16 is even able to approach that level is really laudable. And because there are so many avenues for you to kind of direct your progression and kind of express yourself, I think that it's really cool and really easy to recommend, because regardless of whether you want to be kind of a tankier character, or you want to be really, really fast, or you want to focus on spells or melee or like whatever, like there are ways for you to kind of express yourself in this game. And I think that that's pretty awesome. And whether you want to just blitz the story or you want to just get lost in this world and do tons of side quests, like there's a lot that's here for you, so you can kind of engage with it on your own terms. And I think that, yeah, like what Timo said is like the characters are good. I think that there are maybe 1 or 2 characters from this that can like enter the pantheon of characters. I think that overall, like some of that character work is a bit weaker. But I do think that, considering the breadth of things that Final Fantasy 16 was trying to do while reaching into like a new genre, I'm pretty impressed with what they did.
I think what's interesting, especially leading up to 16's release, is everyone was just, oh, this isn't Final Fantasy anymore. This isn't Final Fantasy anymore. From the moment the game starts, it is Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is not, oh, it is an RPG. It is certain story beats, it's crystals, it's this and that. It's this just maximum approach to game design of, oh, this game doesn't just focus on gameplay. It has great gameplay. The like story is very thought out. The visuals are amazing. The music is just a full scale. And the problem that you run with games like these, especially with 16, I think you see it gets exhaustive, because everything is just tuned to 11, and there's a lot of noise that kind of starts to drown each other out, especially towards the end, I think.
Yeah. So, Will, what did you think about Final Fantasy XVI as far as you've gotten?
So I'm pretty close to the end. I would say I'm fairly... I mean, based on what you guys have told me, I'm pretty close to the end. My time with it is equal parts like, this fucking rules, and equal parts like, some of these decisions really frustrate me.
Yeah.
And I think the combat is fantastic. I would also like it if it gave you your kit before the end of the game and lets you actually play with it, instead of like being like,
we are definitely going to talk about that.
like, you're going to do basic bitch-ass combat for most of this game because you just don't have your kit. In the same way, I think that, like, the conceit of it is really cool. A lot of people are like, oh, it's just Game of Thrones. And it's like, no, kind of, a little bit, but not really.
Yeah.
And I like the bits that they borrowed, and I like, you know, the idea of dominance. I like the idea of, like, what the world is and how the characters interact with each other. I really like this cast. I wish that this game treated its women better than it does. It has a substantial problem with that, and I'll get into that later. But I liked it quite a bit. I think it suffers in a lot of ways from trying to be like a big budget video game and all of the things that come with being a big budget video game now, where it's like, oh, we have to have all these side quests and they're all garbage. Or we have to, you know, have all this stuff that you can walk around and interact with and none of it matters. And it's just like, that's
crafting.
Yeah, crafting. Like, we have to have a crafting system. It's garbage. It does nothing. Like, you could have spent these resources on something else. I feel like
wish, there's so many crafting opportunities where it's literally just like a time tax. It's like, dude, just make the boss drop the sword. Don't make me go and craft, like, take the one item that's required to make this sword and take it to a blacksmith. Just have the boss drop the sword. It's easy.
Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff like that where it's... Timo, do you want to say something?
I was gonna say at some point it just feels like a lot of the item drops you get are just there to get you to read the lore text.
Yeah. And
which is a FromSoft thing, and something that, like, their games are built around that, and this game is not built around that.
No. And the other thing is, like, I think a lot of what makes 16 work as a video game is that it's really not scared of, like, what the Final Fantasy fan base will think of it, in a good way, in the best possible way. It does not care.
Yeah.
And I am team, like, your fans are important and you should listen to them when they tell you why you don't like something, but you should never let them tell you what to do, because they're not going to like... They will not know that they like something until you give it to them.
100%.
And 16 understands that. So it has a lot of like, system things that I wish were different. It has a lot of writing things that I wish were different. But I'm also, like, super compelled by it, and I would rather be really compelled by a game that I think has flaws than come out of a game being like, yeah, that was really cool, but they focus tested all the neat shit out of it. So I don't know. I think it's good. I'm not going to score it, obviously, because I'm not done with it yet, but I do, like, based on where I am right now, would I recommend it? Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of things about it that frustrate me, but I haven't loved it. I unabashedly loved a Final Fantasy game in 20 years. So I like this one. That's a step up. Like, let's keep going.
Big difference.
The last time you loved a Final Fantasy game was 3 console generations ago.
It was Lost Odyssey, actually, but we'll get to that. No, it wasn't. Just because it was FF10. I'll go on record for it. I think the series has been on doing that really weird thing that like long-running series do, where, like, at some point you're the peak of your genre and then you're just not anymore, and they're like, oh god, what do we do, right? Because the expectation is your Final Fantasy, right? Like, you do numbers, like, this is an event, and it still is. It's just not on the same level anymore. Like, it's not at the top of the mountain, and I think that scares the shit out of Square Enix, and they don't know how to deal with it, and so they've tried a billion things to try to fix that, and none of it has worked really. So,
except 14,
which I don't even think
worked in let me clarify, which worked and saved it monetarily. because it's a subscription game and all that sort of thing. But like, still, that game had a huge optics problem at first, and it took them a while to turn the ship around.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, like, let's call it what it is, right? It's not an optics problem. The game didn't work. Like, functionally, it did not work. I know people who bought the
fair, yes,
who bought the collector's edition of that game, the original version of FF14, when it came out, and the data on the discs were corrupted, and it would not finish installing. That's fucked up.
I was there.
It was bad. Like, there are game releases, there are bad, and then there is Final Fantasy XIV. Let's not get it twisted.
But
I
want to give that
skull.
extra context there. I think with 14, especially 1.0 version, it was bad. It was a broken mess, but it had like this like little tinges of gold beneath all the like trash, which made it so special. I think
they fixed it, right? Like, it is maybe the greatest comeback story in the industry. I think it actually probably is the greatest single, like, not from like installment to installment, right? Because that's probably like Devil May Cry 3 or Street Fighter 2 or something like that. But like, from a, oh my god, this shit is a disaster, to, wow, this is universally beloved and has made a shitload of money. Like, there's nothing else like that, right? Like, WoW is a success out of the gate. Most games don't survive long enough if they're not successful to have something like that. Like, you look at Anthem, right? Anthem is a game that could have done that. And had a lot of cool ideas. And EA was like, we're going to do that. And then they looked at, I think what happened was they looked at the cost of what it would have taken to fix that game. And they're like, nope. Not to. Listen, Madden prints money. FIFA prints money. These people are fiending for card packs with fake virtual players. Like, we don't have to do shit. Fuck this game. But Square, like, being Square, was like, actually, no, like, Final Fantasy is important. It can't be this way. So props to them. But I think, like, there is something to be said for the fact that the series has largely been on like an empire in decline, right? Where it's still like, you can see fragments of what it used to be, right? And it still has like those high moments every now and then, but like, largely it is an empire in decline. And 16 is maybe kind of the first time in 2 decades besides 14 where they kind of can be like, yeah, we're doing this actually.
Yeah.
I think what really helped 16
and 7 remake,
is just...
And 7R.
Yeah, it's the existence of 7 remake.
But 7R doesn't count because 7R is being handed like, I don't know, man.
It's easy mode, yeah.
It's being handed the text of Moby Dick and a finished script and like an all-time great director and saying shoot a movie.
Yeah.
And unlimited budget, right? Like, that's what it is. And that's, again, not to disparage anybody who worked on 7R or what 7R accomplished. Dropped a ring. But
because even
7R,
given all of that, 7R still could have been way worse than it is.
Yeah,
like, even considering all of that, yeah.
There's plenty of remakes, and there's plenty of FF7 spin-offs that are bad, right? Like, we don't talk about Dirge of Cerberus for a reason.
I really enjoyed that game.
And also...
And they drew from it with the 7R DLC, which I thought was cool.
They did. And I'm... this is a topic for another conversation, but all of you have been gaslit into thinking Crisis Core is a good game, and it is not. So, like... That wasn't by any stretch like a home run. It is not. A game that uses slot machines for an attack system is not a good video game.
The ending, though. But the ending, though.
I am Crisis Core agnostic. Thank you very much.
I appreciate Lucas's take on this. The ending is good, right? But like, I kind of view it as like, a great ending does not save all the stuff before it. And like, it's the same thing with Mass Effect 3, right? Like, if you spend all this time climbing a mountain and it's shit mountain, like, being on shit mountain sucks.
Yeah.
But at least the journey to shit mountain was cool.
Yeah. And I'm a Crisis Core apologist, but that's because that's the game where I got enough character development to make me like Zack, to where I'm like, oh, fuck Cloud. Zack is the dude. Like, Zack is the real, is the freaking bro. But anyways, that's a conversation for another time.
And this is not to say, like, Crisis Core is a disaster. Like, I think it's just perfectly, like, fine, whatever. But Final Fantasy has been in a weird place for a really long time. And even if, 16 is flawed, and I think it is, and we'll talk about it, right? Because we're going to talk about the whole thing. I think you come out of it being like, no, this is cool, actually. Right? And, like, that was one of the things that Final Fantasy always had going for it for a very long time, was you come out of it and be like, this was cool, actually. Like, even if it doesn't always work, right? And at some point, they lost the this was cool, actually part.
I feel like, all that being said, you really have to take into consideration how dramatically, like, the industry changed around the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the audience has changed, like, the entire way, like, HD happened. You had a bunch of people, over in the West who couldn't decide if they wanted to just make fun of Japanese games for being weird or not. Japanese people themselves just stopped playing video games.
Yeah.
And so they had to, like, scramble to figure out a target that seemed to be constantly moving. And, like, not to brown nose corporation, but, like, I feel like when I think about it, it's a miracle that they were able to, like, continue treating that series with, like, AAA, resources and stuff, because, like, every other Japanese dev went.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is not please understand, anybody who's listening, this is like, wow, you're being really mean to Square. Like, I want Square to succeed more than just about anybody. Like, I'm the sicko who's sitting here like, remake Xenogears. Okay.
Yeah.
Please understand that that's where I'm coming from. So, like, that's all true. And it's not their fault. And the fact that they, like, have been trying to figure out, like, what is Final Fantasy in a modern context, right? Because a lot of the guys that made that series are not there anymore. The industry, like you said, has shifted dramatically. The audience has shifted dramatically. What our expectations are for a AAA game has shifted dramatically.
Yeah.
So, like,
AAA games Final Fantasy used to be, like, the definition of AAA games. And now that is, like, the Sony formula, which is, like, third person, action based, like, action story based, like, this supremely high visual, fidelity and stuff like that, which, like, we would get impressively during the Final Fantasy cutscenes. But, like, we talked about, and Will and I are very similar. This is another way that Will and I are copacetic. Golden Era Square was my favorite developer. Like, full stop.
Up there.
Like,
yeah, when we talk about, like, the all-time, like, runs, right? Like, we have to, we talk about Nintendo because obviously we talk about Capcom, we talk about Konami. You talk about, like, Blizzard's run.
Yeah.
You have to talk about Square because everything they did for a good, probably 15-year period was gold.
From like what, like 94 to like 2002?
Yeah.
Yeah. And honestly, I would even go back before 94. Like, where they were like, because FF1 is what year? It's not 94, is it?
When did FF2 come out on the Super Nintendo in the States? Because it was since then.
92.
So 92 for 10 years, they made fucking just non-stop bangers.
Right,
It's
and it
nuts.
wasn't just like, we make this one series, right? It was like, no. We make a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
It's not like we just make Final Fantasy. It's, no, we make a ton of things. They're very different. And a lot of, they're all JRPGs, if you want to argue about the use of that term. When I say JRPG, I mean turn-based game where the player character does not tend to influence the way the story plays out, right? The characters are the characters.
They did all of the all-time great Final Fantasies, including 4 and 6 and 7 and 9 and 10. And I love 8, but people don't want to hear that. And they did Final Fantasy Tactics, which is in my top 5 of all time. And they did, for those sickos out there, they did Vagrant Story, and they did Xenogears, and they did Secret of Mana, and they did, like, the list is fucking endless. They did Saga Frontier. Like, the list is fucking ridiculous.
They did.
It's crazy.
They did. Lucas, you can. I want to say they did Valkyrie Profile, right? That's a Square game.
Yes.
No. The first one was Enix. Sorry.
Oh, okay. All right. So see, that's why I asked. But yeah, but even like they did Parasite Eve, right? Like Parasite Eve rules.
Yeah.
So like there's a long period of like they were just like everything was a hit. So I think when you have something like that, it tends to like skew people's perception of like what's possible. And it doesn't matter how many talented people you assemble, right? Like, every artist is going to produce bad art. Like, it is an inevitability that no matter how hard you try, like, eventually something is just not going to come together, right? Yeah. And that's not like you're terrible, right? Like, it's just, that is the reality, right? And so, like, Square went through that period, and now they've come out of it, and they've gotten onto this. And I think this is going to be cool to talk about, because I think if we look at, like, 14, and Timo can be our expert there, and I think if we look at this, if we look at 16, and really just, like, every game since 12, like, you can see them going in a direction, and I think they're finally starting to hit that point where it's like, oh, it's working now, right? Mm-hmm. Like, where you could see, like, stuff from 13 would go into, like, the later games and be like, I don't particularly care for 13, but this is a cool idea, and they believed in it, and they iterated on it, right? And then 15, they iterated on it, and 16 is like, oh, I see how we got here. Okay. And that's pretty cool, because I don't feel like you see that very much in the AAA space anymore.
You don't, and this is something that I wanted to talk about, because I think that is one of the reasons why I really hate it when developers, and it's so hard, because chasing the AAA prestige game,
the graphical unicorn, baby.
Yes, you should not do that. You should not do that. What you need to do is you need to play things reserved. You need to focus on gameplay first. You need to have a kernel of something awesome, and then you need to iterate on it. This is like Baldur's Gate 3 is in the zeitgeist right now, and Larian has been honing this craft for years. And so now they finally they hit that critical mass with Divinity Original Sin 2, and now they went for big air with this. And it's like Arc System Works. They've been doing their thing, and now they're reaping the benefits. But a lot of times, people will throw all their eggs in the graphical basket. They will make, some game, and they go for big air, and they whiff it, and they can't afford to continue. And that breaks my heart, because so much of what makes the best games, like, name one studio that made their first game and it was godlike. Like, there's not hardly any. There are some, but there's not hardly any. Like, I think id.
The only one I can think of is id.
But that's it.
But id is also a unique case, because id was basically a super team.
Yeah.
Like, that was not like that was like Romero had worked on a bunch of stuff, Carmack had worked on a bunch of stuff, Tom Hall had worked on a bunch of stuff, Adrian Carmack, like,
they got together that wasn't their first game.
No, it was just their first game together. But like that was a really talented group of people that, you probably couldn't put that together today in the same way.
But you get what I'm saying? Like, it's the ability to say, okay, we did something cool. There was a bunch of stuff that didn't work. Let's get rid of that, and let's really capitalize and lean into what did work. And this being the first step in the real-time action-based thing. Like, we had kind of a half step in 7R of this, and then this is taking it a step further, and then I really want to see what comes next, because I feel like if Final Fantasy XVII is like a further refinement of this, we really could be in store for something awesome.
Right.
I honestly hope they don't do exactly that type of action game again, because I think Final Fantasy, the biggest strength of the series and why it has been around so long, is just how it managed to reinvent itself over and over and over again. Like, just compare the MMOs, for example. Final Fantasy XI is probably the closest we'll ever get to multiplayer Final Fantasy 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
And compared to that, Final Fantasy XIV, well, you can make the argument, it's kind of like World of Warcraft, but not really. There is a certain pace to it and a very distinct Final Fantasy styling to it. So now they have made the action game. So what is the next Final Fantasy going to be? What if we get a modern take on the tactics genre?
Oh my god!
What if it is a Mosu game? I was kind of disappointed.
I can only get so hard. Okay.
Wow.
I was kind of disappointed that 16 never had sequences where you played one of the icons and just be on the battlefield.
Yeah, that would be cool. But, like, credit to Square. I think about this a lot, but like,
and I swear, listeners at home and viewers, we are going to get to the beat by beat soon.
Yeah, I just want to make one more point, and then I have nothing more to say until we get to like the actual story. But I think like the thing that makes Square work, and I think the thing that like makes the great studios work, right, is they have like a design philosophy. They don't have like a we want to like chase this trend. We want like they have a thing that they want to do, right? I always go back to there's a very famous interview with Jimmy Griesmeyer, who worked on Halo 1 at Bungie, and he talks about like their philosophy was like 30 seconds of fun, right? The whole thing was like, if you can nail those 30 seconds, you can make a whole game. And when you think about Halo's combat design, you're like, oh, I see it.
Yeah.
Right?
The gameplay loop. It's all about that.
Loop, right? And like, I think that Square and like other studios, like Blizzard, id, whatever, they have that philosophy of maybe not necessarily 30 seconds of fun, but they know what they want to accomplish, right? They are like, we're going to do this thing. This is our thing. This is what we do. And they don't care what the rest of the industry does to an extent. Like Square has, acknowledged that like it's really hard for us to make a AAA like big budget turn-based game. We love those games, but like we just the economic math just doesn't math.
Yeah.
But they've also not looked at it and be like, oh, we have to trend chase, right? Like FF16 is a weird game, by any stretch of like what a AAA game is, and you don't make a game like that unless you have a very specific like philosophy of this is what we do, this is how we're going to do it, we don't care what anybody else thinks, we're going to make our game. And like, say whatever else you want about Square, they've always had that, and I respect the hell out of it. Like that's not easy to do.
And also I think an extension of that is like, we've compared FF16 to Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry are critically very well received. They don't sell gangbusters like
they do now.
Yeah, I mean 5, sure.
5 sold like what, 6-7 million? It did real well.
Something like that. But like traditionally, you know what I mean? Like those sorts of action, like intense action games, like they're popular, but they're still relatively niche. And for something like Final Fantasy that's been mainstream ever since 7, niche sometimes just isn't good enough. And so the fact that they still lean into that, I think, is laudable. Like there's a lot laudable about the game, and we're going to get into that. Were there any final spoiler-free thoughts that we wanted to get out before we dived into the beat by beat? Because I'm ready. I'm rearing to go.
Let's do it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
One little thing. If you just enjoyed tiny bits of Final Fantasy XVI, even a bit, go back and play Final Fantasy Tactics. Play Tactics Ogre. Basically play anything Yasugami Matsuno ever touched, because he's a genius. That's all.
I don't know if I can fully get behind that, but
I mean, you should play Final Fantasy Tactics for sure.
Yes. That part I agree with. I don't know if I can get past the rest of it, but I agree. Go play FF Tactics.
Yeah. All right. Well, here we go. Everybody, we are about to begin spoilers, so if you have not played through the entirety of Final Fantasy XVI, or you're just not interested in hearing this, why are you here? This is what this episode is all about. If you don't care about spoilers, stick around. It's an interesting game, and we're gonna get into a lot of cool stuff. But we're gonna go beat by beat and spoil literally the entire game, apart from like some side quests, I'm assuming. But yeah, so we're going to begin with spoilers now. So one of the things I think is really interesting, they leaned a lot into this in the marketing materials. And Will and I, of course, saw this when we were at PAX. They had this enormous wall and everybody was freaking out about, is how central Ifrit and the Phoenix are to the whole story. And this story is really all about Clive and Joshua. It's about other people as well, but it is just the story of them. And they put out kind of some vibes in the marketing materials that it was going to be antagonistic between Ifrit and Phoenix.
Really? And
that is not at all what happens in the game. I mean, it is for like a moment, but then that is like kind of the fulcrum on which the entire rest of the game kind of pivots.
I don't know if you remember the lead up to the release where everyone was worrying, oh, they showed way too much in the trailers. They already spoiled the entire plot. And I know a lot of people who are from the 14 space who were like, okay, we know how they do this. You've seen nothing yet. They've maybe shown like the first 10% of the game, and that's it. That's basically what happened.
I was definitely of that mind where, because like I was not interested. I mean, I didn't know if I was going to get to review the game, which like happily I did get to. I haven't scored it or anything yet because I kind of want to wait until the end of this discussion to see like where it kind of like shakes out for me. But that is definitely something that I was worried about because it was everywhere. It was everywhere. And they were showing so many things and they were showing so many of the Eikon fights and things. And I was like, dude, I don't want to see this because there's this disease in Hollywood where they have to show like all the good jokes. What's the best joke in the movie? Put it in the trailer. No, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Please stop fucking doing that. Please don't show the dramatic moment where one character says to the other character the thing and you know exactly how everything's going to play out. Like it is a curse. And thankfully Square dodged that one this time. Because then I would have been really dissatisfied, but this game swerves fucking hard like on you and just becomes about something totally different and about like 3 or 4 things totally different than what it seems like it's going to be.
It's one of those things where it's like, this is not going to go the way that you think it is. And it's, sometimes like, you just see a trailer and it's like, it's the, Ellie, we really are the Last of Us thing, right? And it's like, Joshua, really are the Final Fantasy XVI. But this doesn't do that. Admittedly, Square did some weird marketing shit with this game, and I feel like they could have been like, hey, you know what? What they should have started with was, hey, look, medieval-like Europe. Also, you get to turn into a giant fucking dog monster from Evangelion and beat the shit out of the other icons. That's where they should have started. Yeah, like, we are doing knock-down, drag-out, slobber-knocker fist fights, and that's where they should have started, because it's one of the best parts of the game.
Are you a furry who also wants to role play as Brad Pitt from Snatch? Have we got the game for you?
Jesus Christ.
That's a very specific pitch that I feel like only appeals to 3 people, but,
Yeah. Are you one of them, though?
Maybe 4.
I mean, I'm not a furry, but I do like getting into the big monster, and I do like Brad Pitt from Snatch, so I don't know, maybe like 2/3 of the way there.
There we go. Hey, 2/3 ain't bad.
It almost feels like there was like this kind of weird bait and switch thing going on with the whole prologue. Yeah. I didn't really pay much attention to the marketing at all, but you just kind of explaining it made me think about like how much it's almost a total vibe change after that prologue. Like there's still like little bits and pieces that are still kind of like gravelly and edgy and like we're adults now kind of thing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it felt like they really like got that out of their systems in the beginning. Almost like they were trying to like, gotcha, motherfucker, now you're in Final Fantasy kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. And it's, the funny part of it is it's like, it doesn't feel tonally jarring to me, which is weird because it is like very different tonally by the end of the game, or at least where I am, right? And I'll point that out when we get there. I don't want to spoil, where I am, I guess. For those of you who haven't left yet,
spoiler wall is totally down. Like everything's gravy. So where are you?
I just finished the second. I guess the first fight takes place in the cutscene where you fight Barnabas at the bottom of the ocean.
Okay.
And he just kind of beats your ass, and you're like,
"Yep,
yeah, that's fair." So I'm doing like. I did like the few cutscenes after that where it's like, we're going to Ash, we're going to fuck some shit up. And it's like, yes, let's do that. Yeah. But I think like people talk about tone, right? A lot. And like games are tonally jarring or whatever. But I think what they miss the point of is like tone is not like this, right? Tone does this.
Yeah.
It changes, like even like very dark films have jokes, right? Like it's not like because if it was this, you'd be bored.
Yeah.
And I think people like kind of thought like, oh, they're showing us this like kind of Game of Thrones, like very medieval, like power play, noble houses stuff.
Yeah.
And like, oh, that's going to be the way the game is the whole time. And it's like, well, I mean, maybe it's possible, but I think what was smart about the way they did it was they used that as setup, right? It's literally just a setup. Like, here's what's going on, and here's how it's going to get us to where we need to be. And this is still important, by the way. Like, all that stuff comes back later in major ways. But, you get, like, maybe 5 hours past the prologue, and you're like, oh, this is very different. And then you get past the second time skip, and you're like, this is very different.
Very different.
Yeah.
It's substantial. So it's not, and the weird part is, like, I don't know how you market that, which is, I think, part of the reason, like, the game, like, initially people were like, I don't know if I want to play this, because I looked at it and I was like, I don't know if I want to play it. Like,
yeah,
combat looks sick, but this also looks a little bit, I don't know, you know what I mean? But, like, how do you do that? How do you market, like, hey, we're, like, following this character through, like, several major periods in their lives over a long period of time, and it's going to be dramatically different by the end. And then you can't, because you don't want to, like, tell people, like, this is the story, right? Like, you want people to be, like, teased and intrigued and, like, come here, let me tell you this.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but I do think
it's like a lesser. Yeah, I think it's like a lesser version of the problem that Bloodborne had, where it's like, you can't really tell people what this game is about because you're going to ruin the turn. And I think that that's less of a problem here, because I think that the difference between Bloodborne and Final Fantasy XVI is that there isn't a pivot as to, I mean, I guess there's a pivot as to what the game is about, but it's more of a pivot in of severity, where it's like, you think it's going to be 1 degree of, like, really screwed up that you're trying to recover from, and it's like 5 degrees of that. Like, the stakes just keep raising and things keep getting worse, which is in and of itself like a very Game of Thrones thing, where it's like, you feel like it's going to be a very surface level, we're just going to go down, we're going to negotiate. Oh shit, they killed our entire family. What are we going to do? Oh, now we're going to go to war. Oh, we're betrayed by our neighbors when we were about to go to war, and now even more of our troops are dead. Now we are totally fucked. What are we going to, and it's just, that is a lot of what is going on with Clive. Like, a lot of it goes from bad to worse, and then worse to horrific, and then horrific to, like, existential, and, like, all of that sort of stuff. And the thing that stinks is that I feel like, and I might be wrong, I feel like the stuff that you still have left to experience, Will, is going to be stuff you're going to be really into. And so, I mean, I don't know if you want to dip out when we get to that point, like when we get to the point where we're going to start spoiling stuff, or whether you even care about spoilers at all. Who knows? But
the funny thing about me is I have the ability to forget anything that I don't want to remember, and it's very useful.
Wow, so that sounds like an amazing skill. Holy shit!
Incredible.
Like, I can read spoilers for a movie and then, like, go to sleep. I'm gonna go see it the next day and wake up and I'm like, I remember I spoiled myself. I don't want to remember what it was about. Wow. And then I'll get to the movie and, like, the thing will happen. I'll be like, oh yeah, it was that.
Yeah. I'm the exact opposite, where, like, somebody will make some offhand comment. Like, this happened with my wife. We were reading one of a Agatha Christie mystery, and she made an offhand comment that didn't even spoil it, but I read into it and figured out what happened in the story. And no matter how much I tried to forget it, I remembered it, and I couldn't stop remembering it. And then we watched it, and of course I, like, saw it coming from 10,000 miles away. It's infuriating. It really sucks.
The secret is to just not think about it.
It's true. It's true.
That is not even, like, not try to think about it.
Yeah.
Like, try not to think about it. Right? Just be like, not even think about it.
This is a skill I'm going to have to exercise, because I do not have that power.
So there's a whole thing about spoilers, like, enhancing stories that I don't think we have time to get into. It's really interesting. There's, like, a study that I really latched onto.
I agree. Spoiler culture is a disease, actually.
Yes,
like, sure.
100%.
Yeah.
It is. You can know how something is going to go and still have an emotional reaction to it, and still, because it doesn't matter, like, the event, right? It doesn't matter that, like, I'm going to spoil Fight Club. I guess if you haven't seen it. It doesn't matter that Tyler and Jack are the same guy. It matters how you get to that point, and then you get there and you're like, oh shit, I see it now.
Yeah.
Right?
And then basically you're just watching the film for the second time for the first time.
First time.
Which is, like, it's fine.
And every time I watch that movie, I see a new little detail. I'm like, that's so clever.
Yeah.
Like, and it
You
doesn't.
just don't get the, like, dopamine rush from being surprised, I guess.
Yeah, but then you appreciate it from a different perspective, and you get that
Exactly, yeah.
So stop worrying about spoilers.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Luke.
But
oh, sorry, please go on.
Okay, I just wanted to like remark on the tone thing again real quick. I think for me, with tone, it's like there's even when it like will go up and down, there's like a certain kind of like consistency to it. And I think Game of Thrones is a really good example because throughout that show, it's consistent in how it portrays like the rules and the boundaries and the limits and stuff, and it's like, oh, blood and guts and incests and blah blah blah, and it's consistent in the whole thing, right? And something like Dragon Quest is that has a lot of emotional ups and downs. Things get really serious, but it's still like it's Dragon Quest, and like I'm gonna be hitting cute looking animals and blah blah blah.
Slimes with smiley faces on them.
Exactly. But in this game, like the start is like Game of Thrones, blood, my throat is spilling, and then like it really backs off of that for most of the rest of the game.
Yeah.
I think
at the end it gets back.
The reason why they started the game out like this, maybe to get like more into the game story as well, it's just that the game tries to get you into Clive's headspace. Like you get at the start, you get this flashback, which was also in the demo. That's a demo that's like 2 hours long. It's just that once we're back in like the current timeline with Clive, I think we're supposed to feel like, oh, this is how fresh this still is in his mind. It's the only thing that keeps him alive. He says that, right? And I know some people have complained that there's like a long period of time where we don't get to see Clive and we don't get to like see his descent. But I think it's more interesting that we remain in his headspace, so to speak. We don't get the time to think about why is he reacting this way? Why is he thinking this way? Why isn't he doing something else with his life?
Yeah.
Yeah, if this was like a Disney thing, you'd get the show that's like the intercool that explains like where his pecs came from. Yeah. Like Han Solo's jacket.
Yeah. And I agree with that. And I think that one of the things that makes that possible is that Clive throughout the game is effectively the same person. He just for a while. So the beginning of the game starts, and he is codename Wyvern, and he's going on an operation in, I think, Dalmekia, and they're trying to take out the dominant of Shiva, right? But you don't actually get to see that, and other dominants show up. The icon of Shiva does show up, and I actually thought at first that was Benedikta, but it's not. And then we also see Titan, who is displayed. Chef's kiss. I love Titan. When he shows up, it's like, oh shit, okay. Things are serious, and this is the scale that we're operating at? All right, awesome. So that's great. But then there's Titan screws everything up, earthquakes, falling boulders, all this sort of stuff. And then we have a cut, and it goes all the way back to when he was a kid. And it is when he is training. He's been knocked down by his trainer. He has been, I don't remember them saying how long he's been blessed by the Phoenix, but his little brother Joshua has red hair and is the dominant of Phoenix. And he has been blessed by the Phoenix, which means that he has some abilities that he can use that channel the icon of Phoenix, which is important because he is the shield of Joshua. He's the first shield, which means that he is the last line of defense against potential attackers, invaders, all these sorts of things. The basic idea in this world is that there are people who are born who have inherited the power of the icons, and they can channel and they can do something called priming, which means that they can turn into this icon themselves. And we will find out later on that this has a cost to their body. Like there is fuel that goes into this. But if they die, there will be a number of years and then another one will surface. But there will be a dominant of the different icons. And I believe they said there was 8.
Yep.
So there's Ifrit, Shiva, Garuda, Ramu.
Whoa, hold up. Ifrit's actually kind of a surprise.
Ifrit is a surprise. Ifrit is a surprise.
There's Leviathan, but he's lost.
He's on the box. It's fine.
Yeah,
He's on the box.
Also, the spoiler wall is totally down. Like I'm describing the world for people. This is not. But Will is right to point out this has not been revealed to the player yet.
Right. So you've got Phoenix that you know about. You've got Bahamut, Odin, Ramu, Leviathan, Garuda, Titan, and
Shiva. So there's 8 that are known.
Yeah.
The secret 9th one is going to appear, but that's going to be a minute. And that is basically the linchpin for the entire story. Clive is perhaps, I'm not just going to say perhaps, Clive is the most important person who has ever lived in Valisthea.
Yeah.
And the reason will become very evident very quickly as you start going out on your adventure. But for now, he is just somebody who is there to guard his brother, who is going to ascend later and become the ruler of what is it?
Rosalia?
Rosalia, yeah. So they are the
Rosalia.
Rossfields. Joshua Rossfield is the dominant of Phoenix. Clive, his older brother, did not inherit the Phoenix, but is a great warrior, and so is going to defend his brother with his life, and has been blessed with a portion of the Phoenix's power in order to do so. One thing I really like about this is that it shows the ways in which I think very realistically that each culture is kind of steeped in the ideology of the Eikon. So the Phoenix is a god of rebirth and fire. And so all that they do, all of the soldiers, all of the, the kind of ideology is about rebirth, is about, the Phoenix will protect us, it will keep us sustained, under its wings, its fires will, all this sort of stuff. It's really interesting. I really like that. I always like when games take single ideas and stretch them out and see how they would play out in certain ways. I think that's a wonderful little thought experiment of like, if your god and your ruler were the same person and they were in charge of rebirth, like, why wouldn't you be brave in battle? Like, this person has the power to like bring back the dead. Why wouldn't you like give them your all and your devotion, stuff like that? And I think that they play in that space very well.
I think you accidentally hit the interesting dynamic between Joshua and Clive. Because Clive, we're getting introduced to Clive. He was supposed to be the Phoenix. He's not, but he's a great warrior. I never said, Joshua, he's weak, but he's the Phoenix. So Clive is everything people want him to be, but he isn't the one thing that they need him to be.
Yeah.
Joshua is the opposite.
And his mom hates him for this, which is really funny in hindsight. You're not special enough. Well,
yeah, I'm literally the most special, Mom. Yeah, and that is that comes back in a big way later, and it's fascinating, and I think that I always love it when characters who do the right thing are rewarded. I like that in the world too, go figure. But the fact that Clive, he's not worried about not being the Phoenix. That doesn't bother him. He's there to take care of his brother. He's there to take care of his family. He's there to take care of his kingdom. He cares about the right things. And I think that there is a bit of character growth as he goes on in the story. Like one criticism I saw on social media that I thought was very interesting before I played the game is like Final Fantasy XVI, so basic. It's about, oh, hey, this young man takes 30 years to discover that slavery is wrong. And I'm like, that's what like the first like fourth of the game is. Like, it's not about that for very long. Like
that's also like a very stupid reading of what the actual text says.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
like
I
if
think
you're
that's
actually sitting there like, Clive discovers slavery. He's like, no. Clive discovers he can do something about it. There's a difference.
Yeah. And I think that before you get to that point, it's like, oh, like this is the criticism of somebody who's played like 3 hours of this game. You know what I mean? Like, but it is so not about that. Like it is about that in the beginning, but very quickly the stakes go beyond. And I think that this you know, it's no secret that there are climate change corollaries in this game, and it is I think very appropriate that this is a game that is about, holy shit, bearers, which are people who are born with the ability to use magic, but who are cast out of society or who are enslaved as part of like their society's kind of ritualistic persecution of magic users. It is about, wow, it's really messed up how bearers and dominants are demonized and otherized and treated. And then it becomes about, holy shit, we are all going to die. And then it stops being about that and starts being about the imminent threat. Man, it would be nice if humanity could do the same thing and stop worrying about small potatoes and worry about the fact that it is record heat numbers of days in a row and like actually get off our ass and fix something. But anyways,
I want to offer my like initial reading of the game now, and
sure.
I hope where we discuss it, people, you guys can maybe like think about it. I think 16 is about the human ability to be awful to each other. Because the game goes to great lengths to show you these like systems of oppression that just push down. The nobles hate the common folk, the common folk hate the bearers and so on. But at the same time, this is just a consequence of being human, and the game makes a big deal out of like because we can hate each other, we can also love each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like quiet ways in which everything intersects, which is I think what makes some of those readings really frustrating. Like the one where it's like, oh, it's about climate change, but then it turns into nonsense. Because it's like, it's almost like a web. You have like class inequality and labor inequality, and that involves overusing and relying on certain resources, which then turns into like that's killing the planet, and like everything kind of like fits together in ways that I think don't get like spoken about or acknowledged.
And it's, and also to your point, it's also about the ways that our societies rely on and exploit people and rule over people with religion. It's also about that in a huge way. It's also about, you know, the ideas of God and God's role in humanity's life and how much right God has to do whatever it wants. And like it's also about human will and human consciousness. Like there's and the ways that all of those things, all of these religious systems and class systems and all of that can get in the way of addressing real problems.
Yep.
And 16 is about a lot. It's about a lot, and it's very interesting how it goes into all of these things, considering the modest beginnings. We literally are just starting with this guy's a warrior. He's brought up to do right by his family and defend his kingdom. That's about as boilerplate fantasy as you get. And then they use that springboard to slowly kind of grow into this grand statement about existence and consciousness. And I think, Timo, that is a very well observed point about it being about how bad humanity can be, particularly considering one of the last things that Clive says in the game. But we will get to that a ways down the road. But yeah, so it starts out, and there's, we're with young Clive. He is enjoying himself. He's proving himself in a battle against his trainer. His mom then comes into town, and everybody is surprised to see her. Jill is here, and Joshua is here. Jill, I thought was their sister. Apparently not. Just somebody that kind of visited them from time to time. I thought this was three siblings. It's not.
We also get our first glimpse of the bestest boy in the game.
Torgal!
Indeed. Torgal. So we have the interesting thing is, in this intro scene, we have most of the major players moving forward. Well, not most of the major players, but a huge number of them. Because Jill and Joshua and Clive and Torgal will become incredibly important moving forward, particularly Clive and Joshua.
Particularly Torgal. Get out of here.
Particularly Torgal. But we don't know it at this point, but all four of these characters have really powerful abilities that have not manifested yet, except for Joshua's. And even then, Joshua's abilities are not what they will be. Not that long from now. So we've got that. I think their mom's name is Annabella, right?
Something like that.
So she sucks, and she's one of the best written characters in this game. She's just the worst. She is, as they say, the bitch you love to hate.
Right.
But yeah, she gets the treatment that I wish they had given Benedikta. But we'll get to that when we get to that.
I had a hard time telling those two characters apart at first.
Yeah.
I was like, are we flashing forward to like her turning into like a political power, or and then I was like, oh, okay, they're two different people.
Yeah, they're two different people. This is the Final Fantasy XIV character model problem, where like it's a lot of the stuff just does not look great and does not really differentiate itself well enough to make it look really distinct. I never had a problem identifying the two of them from each other, but I definitely see it now that you've mentioned it. I'm like, oh yeah, they look very similar. You could be like, oh, she got a little bit more free with her wardrobe, and there we go.
Yeah. Also, just like for FYI, I guess she was like basically like a prisoner of war kind of thing. Like there was a conflict.
She's Theon Greyjoy.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
yeah. So she's living there as part of some kind of weird truce agreement between another territory because of the blight stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It was basically the kingdom of the duchy of Rosalia had war with the North, but the North then get just completely annihilated because they couldn't find an answer to the blight. So in order so they keep peaceful, Jill became part of the Rosarian royal family as a ward and was supposed to marry Clive. I think that was like clear from the beginning, if I remember correctly. And yeah, that's why she ends up there. But we only learn later how important she actually is.
Yeah, she's incredibly important. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is also, not early on, but she definitely becomes one of Clive's most stalwart and longstanding allies. But yeah.
Probably also the only character in the entire story that ever really gets Clive. Not even like Joshua, who they later have this like great disconnect of like their relationship. But Jill always seems to know what Clive is thinking, what he's about, because as we learn later, even if we go through some really, really serious bad shit, he's still the same guy, right?
Yeah. Yeah. He just is in survival mode for a while. But anyway, as his training is basically at its end, Clive is sent on a mission to a neighboring town that's been totally overrun by goblins as kind of his final exam. Take these two troops with you. One of them is Sir Wade, and I forget the other one's name. And they go out. And afterwards, they are going to meet at Phoenix Gate, where Joshua is going to go into the kind of traditional place that the dominant of Phoenix will go before major conflicts and wars and things like this. And he's going to kind of seek the wisdom of the ancients and then be able to kind of, I don't know whether the idea was he was going to call on Phoenix's power or he was just kind of going to get the blessing before the battle or something like that. But it is an important tradition. And so the idea is that Clive is going to go on this mission with his 2 soldiers, and then he's going to meet them at Phoenix Gate. They're going to do the thing, and then they're going to get on with their business. They go to the place. Clive totally proves himself. He kills a Marlboro, which is a really early game appearance of a Marlboro, which was a really fun fight. And this is the first big fight that we have in the game where I was like, all right, let's do it. Let's get it. I see what this is going to be, and I'm very much in.
I want to ask, what did you guys think about these like little quick time events they do within these fights?
I think they're fine.
I traditionally, I don't love quick time events, but I feel like the way that they do them totally works for me.
Yeah, I think it's like, it's a couple things, right? Like, they're very obvious when they're about to happen.
Yeah.
Like, the game does
slow
a very
down to
good
a stop, yeah.
Of, like, telling you before it even happens, right? Like, okay, we're in the middle of, like, the battle, we're going to a cutscene, you're probably going to have to press a button, and then it slows down time, it gives you a very generous window to press the button. Like, it never changes the button on you. R1 is always dodge, right? Like, if you have to press another thing, it's always the same. And the other nice thing about it is, like, they pace them really well. So it's like, oh, this is a natural point of the fight for this thing to happen. And then you, as the player, get to, like, take a breath for a second and watch Clive and whoever you're fighting against do something cool. And then you're like, all right, I'm back at it. So I think it works well.
Yeah, it's not like the old God of War games where you're just constantly pressing buttons to do, one thing. The timing of it is very thoughtful, like you said.
And not only that, but one of the problems with the way that the old God of War games did it is you couldn't actually enjoy the cutscene because you were so... your eyes were peeled for the button prompts because they would change and because they could show up all over the place and because they would happen without any slowdown. So I feel like they really, with 16, they nailed it. They really got like, all right, let's let you interact with these cutscenes, but let's not bog you down with them totally. So, Timo, what did you think of them?
I think they have this Yakuza / Like a Dragon quality where there's just, okay, they exist as a breather, but also just they're just cool for the sake of it. Yeah. Nothing looks cooler as like 2 characters staring each other off and like trying to punch each other and you're just hammering buttons. Makes you feel more engaged. Again, like the cinematic daughters in. Yeah, as long as you don't overdo it, of course.
There's definitely some later on where it's like, holy shit, like there's some wild stuff that happens.
Oh yeah. They really go like to similar. There's like, I really hate to say it, but like almost Gurren Lagann vibes of the way like it plays off of like super robot tropes.
I mean, as it should be, right?
Yeah.
I think we haven't had many games that just go big since, I guess, Azura's Wrath, and I don't know what the general consensus around that game is these days, but it's nice to play a video game for once.
Definitely.
I feel like we have been deprived of that.
Yeah, QTEs have had an interesting through line, I guess, throughout history. So it's almost weird to see them now at all, but at the same time, like they feel like they fit here.
And I don't think I can necessarily say that they've been solved, but I feel like as close as the classical QTEs are concerned, I feel like this is about as solved as they can be. Unless somebody comes across with like something else. Like one of the problems that I have with it is like, if my character gets to do something cool, I want to be the one to do it, and pressing just one button doesn't really feel like I got to do it. So I would rather, get like some really badass ability that I'm using in real time. But there are so many things that this game does in quick time events and cutscenes that like are just not possible, or at least not. I've not experienced them in a game that like I'm gonna let it slide. Like it's fine.
They're also kind of like indicators for like where you're at in the fight in a way.
Yeah.
Because you do get to do so much on your own. And, it's like, okay, I did this amount of damage and a cutscene hit, so that must mean I like got to the next
I'm 50%,
phase.
or something. Yeah, which is cool. So Clive does a great job here, and he goes and meets up. There's a celebration. Everybody's drinking. It's very clear, which you can tell, and I could definitely freaking tell what was going on when they're like, oh yeah, all the men, they love the ruler. They love this guy, Clive's dad and Joshua's dad. And they love Joshua and they love Clive, and everything's just going to be great forever.
I think what's really funny is that we all knew this was the moment where it happens, right? I think we need to commend Final Fantasy XVI for, within these 2 hours, I really got to care about Clive, his relationship to his brother, to his father, to these soldiers even. And it is really funny how this game goes. Okay, something bad is about to happen, but something really, really bad is about to happen.
Yeah.
We don't know how bad it's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So as the other shoe drops, Joshua goes out to talk to Clive, where he doesn't really celebrate with other people. He's just outside looking up at the moon, and you see the moon, and then you see this little red dot to the lower left of the moon. And I was like, that's going to come back. And it does. And it comes back about 100 hours later.
That's the thing with these red moons in creative business unit free games. They always come back.
Yeah.
Always
I was
come
ready.
back.
I was like, that looks really cool. That looks really striking. That definitely means something. So it's very interesting. And then of course, a caravan comes up, they're let in, the guards are killed, and they just start slaughtering everybody. And then it's about, holy crap, I'm Clive, I'm a soldier, I need to defend my family, let me work my way through here and survive. And he regroups with Sir Wade, who does a bang-up job. And he, regroups with his other guy who went out with him on the mission, who I freaking apologize to the voice actor and the people who wrote him because I forget what his name is. And they work their way back through, and they're fighting through troops and troops and troops. And then there is a boss fight with a dragoon, which was incredibly cool because dragoons are always cool. And he
does that pose.
He does. He does the classic
So cool.
Kane from Final Fantasy IV pose that all dragoons are legally mandated. They're contractually obligated to do. Look how freaking cool I am. And I thought that was a really fun boss fight. And then he helps, his father, finds his father, helps him out of the back, and it becomes very, very clear that there's way too many people, and they're going to need a distraction in order for Joshua and his father, the current ruler of Rosalia, to make their getaway. And so Clive and his trainer and the other people lock the back door and go back in. And I think this is actually where they fight the dragoon. And then they beat them, and or they beat the dragoon, and then it cuts to where Joshua is. And I think we actually play as Joshua for a while. This might have actually been before then. Where we play as Joshua as he's kind of like waking up in his room, making his way out. He reunites, he revives one of the people with the power of the Phoenix, gets out the back, and then Clive goes back in, fights the dragoon. Joshua goes with his father, hops on a chocobo, tries to escape, gets ambushed, and they kill Clive and Joshua's father. And they try to kill Joshua, and you do not fuck with a dominant. Because
the way they execute Joshua's father is just that's just merciless.
Yeah, it is brutal. It is a
hack a guy's head off and the blood just spills into Joshua's face. Yeah. That visual is just something else entirely.
Very striking, very traumatic, and I think that the trauma is probably part of the reason why Joshua just instantly primes. And turns into Phoenix, and all of the people who are attacking are instantly vaporized. Like, it is... the thing about being an icon of fire is you can't stand near them because you're going to get burnt. Hashtag Karlach from Baldur's Gate 3.
Very topical.
It is. And of course, the Phoenix... Joshua has not used this power before. It starts just rampaging, and Clive sees it, and he kind of understands what is happening.
Right.
And let me see where I'm at in the thing, because I actually have not been reading these. I've just been doing them from... Joshua goes wild, calling forth the Phoenix, but Clive thinks the Phoenix is holding Joshua captive, so he awakens to his own power of Ifrit or Ifrit.
That's not quite what happens. So what goes down is that suddenly Clive sees this hooded figure, just talks in a strange language.
That is true.
Suddenly he gets a headache, and then we get kind of pulled out of Clive's perspective, and suddenly Ifrit appears. We know now that that's Clive, but the way we presented this is
we know that because we've seen the trailers for Final Fantasy XVI.
Yeah, exactly. But before that, many people thought, oh, maybe they're like two Ifrits and they fight each other.
Well,
yeah. But I think it's really interesting. Sorry, please continue.
Oh no, I think one of the things that's cool about that sequence is it recontextualizes like the very opening, right, where you're playing as the Phoenix and you're fighting everyone. Yeah. You have no context for this.
Yeah.
It's just like big fire dog, big fire bird, smash your action figures together, right? Like big cool fight.
And I need a Ifrit. I need like a big Final Fantasy 16 Ifrit action figure and a little, some other ones, yeah.
I have the statue from the collector's edition somewhere, and part of me is like I should go get it and hold it up.
So you should go get it.
I don't
know after you're done saying what you're going to say.
I'll have to go see if it's out of the box. I might have to open the box. But, it's interesting as a cold open, right? Because, like, most cold opens, you don't really have context for what's going on. It's just like, you're Ifrit, or you're Phoenix, rather. Here's Ifrit. Go fight. And you're like, I have no context for this. I don't know why they're fighting. I don't know,
smashy.
Like, who these people are in relationship to each other.
I don't even know what the buttons do.
I don't know what the buttons do. I feel like I'm a zoning character playing a rushdown character, and it's not going to go well for me when he gets in. So it's really interesting because that happens so much earlier in the game. Like the prologue is several hours, right? It's a couple hours, 2-3 hours. And there was a study a while ago that was done about that found that basically when people don't have context, they tend to throw information out because they don't know what to do with it, right? And so I kind of forgot by the time that I got to that point. They're like, oh yeah, I fought. And then it's like, oh,
I totally forgot about that, yeah.
And you have this moment of like, oh fuck, this is, oh god, not like this, right? Because like, big fight, right? Smash your action figures together and you're like, oh no. So it's initially like during that cold open, I was like, why would you start here? And then when like you get to the emotion of like, oh, he's Ifrit, he's Phoenix. Shit. Okay. Yeah. My good boy is not like this, So it's a really cool moment that like they do that cold open well, and you don't understand it until you get to that point. And you're like, God damn.
And the interpretation that I had in that moment was, Clive sees Phoenix rampaging and thinks that Phoenix has taken control of Joshua's body and that Joshua is trapped. So he wants to free him. He wants to free his brother. And Joshua inside of Phoenix has no fucking clue what Ifrit is because there's no historical knowledge of this icon. Like, this is a completely new thing that's never been before. And so he's like, he is just trying to stop this rampaging fire beast that's going to destroy his home. So they're both working under false information, which is why they fight. And the problem is, by their fighting, they realize, each of them realize their own worst fear, which is one, by fighting, Ifrit and Phoenix, they destroy the capital, and also Joshua is seemingly killed. Which is a very sad moment.
As Lucas, a fellow sicko, will appreciate, a very blatant nod to a very specific scene in Evangelion, and I was just sitting there the whole time like, this shit is fucking Evangelion. And my wife who was watching me play it was like, well, this is Evangelion. I'm like, I know, babe, I get it. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Like, very much like a eat the thing, like in I think it's the very first episode, the very first angel fight. So which is really funny because it's actually kind of like telling you how the story is going to go, because there are a lot of, not like more specific like images like that moment, but there's a lot of like Evangelion in Final Fantasy 16, and if you know where to look, you'll see it, and you're like, I get it, yep. So in the immortal words of my friend Lucas White, get in the big monster, Clive, and he does, and bad shit happens.
Yeah.
Don't they kind of like try to make it a little ambiguous if it's actually Clive for like a little bit there? Yeah, because I feel like I remember, because like I was saying before, like I didn't really pay attention to marketing or anything.
Because Clive remembers this scene from outside himself.
Yeah, it's like portrayed like he's on the ground still almost. It's not until the punching happens that suddenly it's like, wait a second, we're first person now.
Yeah, it's framed in a very interesting way, because it's like he's talking while the fight is happening, right? So it's very clear that like his body is being borrowed by Ifrit, and he is not in control of what's going on.
He has to be like disassociating at this point.
Oh, definitely. He's having some kind of like, I don't know. It like with the hooded figure and everything. It kind of feels like the way he becomes Ifrit. Maybe it's because he's like breaking the rules technically. Mm-hmm. But they take a really long time to like establish that like more blatant physical link between the two.
Yeah, and it also breaks, like, Lucas's point, like it breaks the rules, right? Like icons don't summon their dominance and take over their bodies. It's the other way around. Yeah. Right? Like, Clive calls Ifrit, Joshua calls Phoenix, Jill calls Shiva, right? Like, it's not like, oh, suddenly I'm in your body and I can just do whatever I want. And so like,
it's not possession.
No, it's very much like a channeling, right? Like, I am channeling the power of this being that is super powerful.
But it is me doing all of the things that I am doing, just using the added power of this icon.
I'm borrowing the icon, right? And it becomes very funny later when like you're Ifrit and Clive is talking shit as Ifrit. And so you're just like, Ifrit is shit talking to the other icon.
It's great. It's great.
It's
Ifrit
amazing.
Clive's dialogue is incredible.
It is amazing. But it's also like a really well done moment, right? Because it's like a lot of this story is about how characters, which is a lot of most stories, being real, and Final Fantasy especially, is like how people process trauma and like what you do afterwards. Yeah. And 16 especially is very much a like, how do you recover, or how do you try to heal from like the bad stuff that happens to you? And so Clive like has been through just a really rough period in like a very short span of time, where like he's seen his dad murdered, Joshua killed like a bunch of people, some of whom were their friends, right? Like the leader of their guard gets vaporized.
Who was Clive's trainer and a close friend of the family, and I believe maybe the advisor to the king, if not a very close personal friend of the king.
Yeah. Actually, I think he might do it by being Brit. But anyway, he gets vaporized.
Yes.
And then he, turns into an icon that nobody until now knows exists, right? Like, it's not like, oh, that's Ifrit. Nobody knows who that is.
Yeah, there's not supposed to be more than one of the same, like, element. They say that a lot. Yeah.
The Phoenix is the icon of fire, right? There's not supposed to be another one. And so then he's watching this stuff happen to Joshua. He's watched his dad get killed. He's watched like a bunch of his friends get murdered, and now he's being basically body snatched by Ifrit, and he doesn't really understand what's going on, and so he like does what most people would do in this situation to like maintain his grip on reality, and is like, that's not me, even though he knows, and the game establishes this later on.
And another thing that I think is interesting is this happens in dreams. You know, when you're experiencing something in the moment, you're obviously in it. But when you're remembering it later, or when you're dreaming about it later, you can be in that situation from a third person perspective. Sometimes you're looking at your own self, like you're watching you in something. Like you can remember things from a perspective that you did not experience it from, because that's how our brains and our minds and our memories can be malleable. And so there is a degree of this scene where it's like, well, technically this isn't happening now. This is Clive in the current time, you know, passed out from his war injuries in Dhalmekia, thinking about when this happened. And there's a degree to which he can't dissociate, which is the very visceral moment when he is beating his brother to death. And he can't extricate himself from that part of it, but he can view it from outside for a lot of the rest of it. Which I think
if I recall, when the beating is happening, they still kind of do some stuff with the camera to make that, like, it's almost like he's trapped in a like a submarine or something, if I remember correctly. Isn't there like a weird filter?
Yeah, it's like it's kind of like Days of Our Lives, like kind of like, you know, very like cloudy, almost. There's like almost like a film over it. And obviously the voiceover is like, stop, like, what are you doing? Like, stop this. You know, he's very clearly the actions of Ifrit and the voice of Clive are very clearly at odds in this scene. Which comes back thematically later when like it becomes revealed like what Ifrit's larger part in the world's story is, and Clive reckoning with and struggling against that. But I think that is a good thing to seed here, is like what Ifrit is doing and what Ifrit is maybe supposed to do is not what Clive wants to do, and that's going to be a central point of tension for the story moving forward. So
correct.
Can we in this moment we quickly talk about the music that plays during that fight?
Sure. Yeah, I don't remember it. So refresh my memory.
I would remind you that we've been podcasting for an hour and a half, and we're
in the intro. Yeah.
I was just
I'll remind you, the Diablo 4 Spoilercast was 4.5 hours long. Hopefully this one won't be that long, but maybe it will. Who knows?
We're not on a great timeline right now.
We are not.
We're still setting things up. No, I just wanted to say that Away is probably one of the best songs in the entire soundtrack. Just the way it builds. And then you have this epic fight underground between these like pale pillars, and the music will like, there's this one moment when they break through the ceiling, right? The chorus just swells up, and the visual of Phoenix trying to like bite Ifrit while Ifrit is punching it. Dude, this video game is cinema. Like you can talk about like how the story has shortcomings or whatever, but some of the visuals and just these big moments it nails.
Listen, you had me at Evangelion reference.
And you said the song is called Away?
Away, exactly.
Okay, well, maybe I will layer that behind a little bit of this. Maybe I won't. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But so what happens afterwards is we've got all of these things. We've got all of these reveals. And this has all been a flashback as Clive has been passed out on the battlefields of Dhalmekia. And so he comes to, and then he and the rest of his squad, one of whom has been killed by Ifrit's rampage, move their way on, and their job is to kill the dominant of Shiva. So they go forward, they fight some of the kind of barbarian, oppressive troops who have their bearers and their dominants in chains, who think that they are just cursed, reprehensible, sinful creatures, which is going to be a recurring element. You know, the burden of dominance, the burden of bearers, particularly those who are forced to wield their powers to the detriment of their own bodies, which is going to come back later with, with like Martha's Rest stuff. But it is very quickly discovered that Jill is the dominant of Shiva. And at this point, Clive, they are able to defeat her and kind of knock her out and stop her from fighting them. There is a fight with her ice powers, which is a fun little fight.
It should be noticed that at this point, I'm unboxing the Ifrit. That's why I'm over here. Because you said go get it, so I'm getting it.
Yeah.
But it should be noted at this point that Shiva has just gotten her ass beat by Titan. So
yes,
everybody in that group is exhausted, bloodied, and especially Jill, who has just like been Shiva and has got her butt kicked and is now like being led around in chains. She's extremely tired.
And we don't know at this point, we don't understand, we have not been told that priming is a really demanding, very kind of extreme, almost last resort thing for dominants to do. But this is kind of our first hint at that.
Yeah.
What was really interesting in that scene going forward is just the moment Clive realizes Shiva is Jill, his entire system of priorities just changes. Suddenly he's like, oh shit, revenge is off the table now. I need to take care of this one person of my old life, the one person that matters at this point.
Yeah.
I think that's really interesting because the game tries to fool you into thinking that Clive is the edgelord protagonist that we've seen thousands and thousands of times before, but he immediately snaps out of it and is just like back to being the old person that he used to be. And suddenly you realize that his whole revenge stick was just a way of coping. It wasn't really just, oh, it's my reason to live.
And this mission that he's on is not his reason to live, but he has this tattoo across his face.
Yeah.
And this has been discussed previously in both the pre-flashback and post-flashback scenes of like, these are people who are bearers who have magical powers.
Who can use magic without crystals.
Which is incredibly important. We will get into more of the history of this world later when it becomes more relevant, but for right now, just know that these are special people, but also these are enslaved people, and they are enslaved by the Empire. The Empire, which took control and took command of Rosalia after they killed the royal family and after Ifrit and Phoenix basically destroyed the capital.
It's not the capital. They're
in the thing outside of Phoenix Gate. It wasn't actually the capital. That's right.
Yes.
So when you come back from the flashback, it immediately recontextualizes Clive's whole like outfit and everything.
Yes.
You're like, oh, that, once you come back, what the scar is, and then I think it doesn't take long for them to talk about how like Clive is basically like a thug for the Empire. It's like the force that killed his family, he has to now do dirty work for them.
Yeah, that is right, because actually before we come back to, I guess not even current day, but like almost current day, it is revealed at the very end of the cutscene after the Ifrit and Phoenix fight, Annabella comes in with some other people, and it is revealed that she is the one who betrayed his father to his death and all of that. And they are about to put Clive to death, and she said, he's actually supposed to be a really good soldier. Why not just put him to work? And so they brand him and then force him into servitude to be this mercenary Wyvern who is then sent out on all these suicide missions. They're not expected to come back from this. They're expected to kill the dominant and basically die in the attempt because their lives are expendable. And so there is a conflict here where one of their people has already died, but one of the other people there has said, well, we can't like abandon our mission because if we come back without having done this, they're just going to kill us. And if we run away, they're just going to kill us. So it is drilled home. It is driven home that the lives of bearers is not important to the Empire. It is not important to most people. But you know, and that is going to be a major point very early in the next few scenes, and in the next few chapters. But yeah, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this thing, Will.
That I spent way too much money on. Okay, so I don't know how well you can see it, but you've got Ifrit right here, right? And Phoenix is kind of on his arm up here, and they're standing on a big rock. And
as one does.
Yeah, and Phoenix is trying to kind of grab Ifrit's arm, and Ifrit is kind of trying to push Phoenix away, and he's got his other arm back here, like he's ready to kind of swipe it. So this is the statue, and this is the fight at the beginning of the game.
Yeah,
that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's
also the
actually,
logo, isn't it?
It's actually quite nice. Yeah, it's very detailed.
If you don't mind me asking, well, how much was that?
This is the like super special collector's edition of the game, and I want to say it costs around $400.
Okay. One thing I have been in Will's house. Will has a lot. Will and his wife Kira have a lot of very nice statues and very cool kind of merch from a wide variety of different games. So I think that's going to be a fine addition to your collection.
Yeah, we're kind of trying to figure out where to put it.
It looks very big.
I mean, if you don't put it next to Tifa, then what are you even doing?
Well, see, Tifa got moved. Tifa is now
Tifa got
on
moved? Okay.
Yeah, Tifa's in a different place now. So we have like a very big Tifa statue. So she's in a different place. But it's actually not that big. So like, I'll give you guys a reference for maybe some fellow sickos out here.
Hey, you know what you need to do? You know what you need to do? Forget Tifa. What you need to put him next to Sol because it's the three gods of fire. There you go.
Yeah. So, all right. So this is like a Moogle, right?
Yeah.
So he's a Moogle.
The Moogle is bigger than all of them. It's just like, yo, you guys thought you were tough. Watch me, bro. I got this one.
So if you have a stuffed Moogle, it's about the size of the stuffed Moogle. So it's pretty good size. It's probably like maybe.
Where's my Prinny? My Prinny's around here somewhere.
Food.
Got my little box Prinny.
We should start selling Moogles for size.
Yeah.
The nice thing about this, though, honestly, like, and then I'm gonna put it away and not talk about it anymore. Is that it's actually quite heavy. Like a lot of these statues are very light and very like easy to knock over. This is actually like fairly weighty.
Nice. I would definitely be worried about breaking Phoenix's arms off.
Yeah, it's actually pretty sturdy. I'm just gonna be very careful when I put him back in the box or put him wherever.
That's dope. I appreciate you cracking it out.
Yes.
So, at this point, Clive having resolved, I'm not going to betray Jill for you guys or for the Empire. I don't care what happens. He turns on the rest of his team and starts systematically wiping them out. And it is a lot. And then the army's reinforcements come to try to reclaim Jill because they are her icon, as poorly as they treat her. And who shows up? Will, who shows up?
The man.
The man, the myth, the most pleasant voice in video game voice acting, Ralph Ineson.
Indeed.
Actually, he may not be the most pleasant voice, but he's definitely top 5. But he's fantastic. He's so cool. This is Ralph Ineson is 100% has made an appearance in every one of the platformers deep dives so far. Will that trend continue? We'll see. That seems almost impossible, but good job, Ralph.
It seems almost impossible, but yeah, there you go. And you know what? He's going to get... Ralph Ineson got the... I'm just going to go ahead and just posthumously for the episode, not for Ralph, thankfully. Long may he reign. but after the fact, award him the best voice actor in Diablo 4 award. And is he going to get the best, voice actor work in Final Fantasy 16 award? I think that's a toss-up. I think Clive is pretty good. We're going to see.
Yeah, I think the thing that Sid has going for him, and we'll talk about this, I think, as we get a little bit deeper into the game, is that the game really wants you to form a relationship with this character very quickly, because Clive has to form a relationship with this character very quickly. And so he is at the center of a lot of what happens from here for the next several hours.
Yeah.
Right. Sometimes to the detriment of the other characters, like Jill. We'll talk about that, but yeah.
And he smokes.
He's so cool.
Yeah.
Which Benedikta did previously. Actually, we did not talk about this, but in one of the establishing shots in this thing, when Wyvern and company were coming in to fight the dominant of Shiva, and we had this fight before Titan takes the field, we see a room where Hugo Kupka, who we don't know who he is, I don't think yet. I think Benedikta may call out to him and say Hugo or Kupka or something like that, but we don't know really who he is. But Benedikta is introduced in this scene, who we don't know this yet, but she is the dominant of Garuda, and Hugo Kupka is the dominant of Titan. So two major players in the case of Titan, a supremely major player in this world and in this story moving forward. Are introduced in that scene. So the pieces are starting to come together.
So we have now met 5 of the 9 dominants?
Yes.
Pretty early, yeah.
Yeah. Actually,
6 actually. Barnabas is also in there, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in there briefly. I don't think we know that he is Odin yet.
Actually, no, then 7. No, because we've been introduced to Ifrit and Phoenix. We've been introduced to Shiva and Titan and Garuda, even though we don't know she's Garuda. And then we just got introduced to, if Barnabas is in it, we've been introduced to him, and then Sid comes into the scene.
Yeah.
So
really the only one we haven't met yet is Dion.
Yeah, Dion, and then Leviathan, who does not make an appearance in this game.
So not appearing in this film.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. I gotta write that down.
There's I think that scene really exemplifies one of the problems I have with the story.
Which scene specifically?
The one where you meet all the major players briefly. It's a little confusing at first. Who is who? Not only who are you the leader of or whatever, but what any of these other countries are, how they interact with each other. There's so much about the different regions or nations that just I feel is really absent, and it's really hard to care about any of these guys except for the ones that get more involved in the story.
Yeah.
But Barnabas, the whole game, I'm just who the hell is this guy? What? Why do I?
And honestly, even by the end of the game, you don't really know. I mean, you know about Barnabas, but you don't really know about his kingdom.
Yeah, exactly. There's this whole kingdom over there, and all you know is it's got vaguely Nordic location names. Yeah, and that's kind of it.
It's
a lot of 16 is offloading story beats into the lore text, especially just a lot of times you just need the context to what is happening. Sure, it works if you're just listening and paying attention. Okay, they have beef with each other, but you don't really understand why they have beef with each other, and if you don't read these active time lore bits, you're probably never gonna find out.
Yeah.
I don't even think a lot of the lore things really tell you that much. You really have to dig in if you want helpful context. At least in my opinion.
I would agree. I also think that it's very interesting, considering that one of Square's recent outings actually did this really well, which is Triangle Strategy.
Yeah.
Those 3 nations are incredibly well defined.
Yeah.
You know exactly what Hyzant is all about. You know exactly what Glenbrook is all about. I forget the third one, but
Yeah.
yeah,
No,
but
exactly.
but you know exactly what they're all about, and you know, this is not, we're dealing with more players in this one. Obviously, Final Fantasy XVI is a larger world. You know, it has a lot more players. It has a lot more nations. It has a lot more moving parts. And it's difficult because based on the way that the nation and Eikon links and the Mother Crystal things are happening, it feels like in order to represent all of the elements, you kind of have to do this, but it is a hard ask to get people invested in this many things. And I think that it probably would have been, it's hard for me to not Monday morning quarterback, even though I know that that's not like necessarily the most productive thing to do, but it feels like starting smaller and starting it with just the conflict between Rosalia and their little warring nation across the pond, where there was Shiva, like starting there and not bringing Titan in and not bringing Garuda in from the jump, and then having that, and then having Ifrit, and then like after you've been like some hours in, then introduce Titan, but then it's just about Titan. But the way that these characters move in and out of the foreground of the story, it feels like the thing that they're trying to do is just a really hard thing to nail. And
Yeah, that makes sense.
And because it has so many moving parts, it's like, it's even hard. Like they kind of made it harder for themselves to like really hit a home run with this than they could have if they stayed small and then slowly crept up to, you know, this whole thing. But even then, over the runtime of this game, like how long is this game if you just like kind of bullet train the story? It's like 30 hours, 35 hours, like 7 nations or like 7, you know, things. Like that's still a lot to ask for even in that time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't have a lot to say of like what they should have done other than like just, I guess, take it bit by bit, like have it more broken up by like acts or something to focus on strictly one kingdom or something. That might have helped, but they're looking for a more organic thing, and I think that the you know, the characters in the story kind of suffered because of that.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
So yeah, so Sid shows up, Torgal shows up also, which I thought was really, really cool. I don't know what I meant by this, but in my notes I wrote, I knew it, it was him. So might have been talking about Ralph, might have been talking about Sid, but thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening indeed. Yeah, so then we have, let's see, when was this? Who is Lady
Then we
Hannah?
go. That comes later. You skipped like, I think there's like an entire beat missing in them.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did I
You know,
miss?
yeah. We go to the Hideaway next, and Clive gets kind of introduced to what life as an outlaw kind of looks like.
That's right.
Yeah, because Sid is a revolutionary, right? And he's like, hey, we should make a world where the bearers are like treated like people and can live and die on their own terms and like aren't slaves. And this is a radical idea, you know, where in a world where being born with magic either immediately gets you killed or sold into slavery by your family.
Yeah.
Because they think people who can use magic are monsters.
And it should be said that Clive is not starting at like the same place moralistically and that sort of thing that a lot of other people are, because his father was known for treating the bearers well in the kingdom. Like whether or not the people who were directly enslaving them treated them well, the idea is that in Rosalia, things were better for bearers than it was other places. So he's at least starting from like a, hey, this is kind of fucked up. Like, people shouldn't be abused, that sort of a thing. Even if not like straight up equality and like going to war over equality wasn't kind of Clive's whole MO.
I feel like they kind of do the neoliberal kind of thing with Rosalia. I could be making this up entirely, but I feel like there was something about like his father like also sort of pushing legislatively, or obviously not legislatively because he's
a regent or something.
Yeah. I feel like there was something about that. I could be completely wrong, and I just made that up.
No. He was actually pretty, like, that's one of the major points they make in the game is like Rosalia is known for treating bears actually like fairly decently comparatively.
Yeah.
And it was like there was a effort on his part to like get change in the books.
Yeah.
And I think part of the thing was like he tried to do it by the system's rules and got his head chopped off.
Interesting. I don't remember that per se, like that being like a B follows A sort of situation, but I do remember Annabella kind of giving him grief about like being concerned about the various things that he was concerned about.
She treats them terribly.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, she treats her own children terribly if they're not like, and it's so weird because she treats bears terribly, but the fact that Joshua is blessed by the Phoenix is like a big positive in her book. He's frail and stuff, which she doesn't like because she wanted it to be, and it comes back later that like she wanted it to be Clive because Clive is strong and Clive is noble and he's a good warrior. And if he would have been the Phoenix, that would have been like, she would have been like very pleased and proud. But it's very interesting the way that she looks at bears and dominance differently when in the rest of a lot of these societies, like, and there's a bit of a difference in there, like in Dion's culture, like obviously Bahamut is like borderline deified. But like in the civilization that Jill comes from, bears and dominants are the same. Like they're all to be used and abused and cast out. Whereas like in different cultures, it's like, well, the dominant is like special, but basically everybody who's like dominant adjacent, who's a bearer or has these sorts of powers, like is persona non grata, which I think is interesting.
Yeah. And that is the way it is, right? That's the way it is. And it's kind of funny because I think one thing that I have as a flaw with like the world building in this game is that because the like so much of the world is built on having bearers, right? Because like crystals are rare and they're expensive, and most people cannot use magic. So bearers are like a very valued commodity, their property essentially.
Like they're out there doing things like drying laundry off as much as they are
with magic. Like
with magic,
drawing stuff up from wells. Like, there's like, you'll go around to different villages and there will be like a crystal suspended over the well. Instead of having a bucket, they just use that. Which
if they don't have that, there's a bearer doing it.
Like a lot of these societies don't really know how to function without having easy access to magic whenever they want it. Right? It's like
the American South.
Kind of, but it's worse than that, right? Because like
I'm talking like pre-Civil War American South.
No, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. But I think it's like actually worse.
It is actually worse than that because they're like it's like everything.
It's like if human blood was gasoline.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah, and it's not like worse than that in terms of like moral worse. When I say that, I mean it's worse that their reliance.
It's more widespread. It's in more things than just I'm not trying to do a moral equivalence between video game thing and
slavery.
Yeah.
It's worse in terms of like they're completely reliant on it, right? Like it's not like we could do this stuff ourselves. It's just easier and cheaper, and it makes us wealthy to like have slaves do it. It's we can't function without this stuff.
Yeah, like it's established like they don't know how things like starting fires works.
Yeah, like
right.
they're completely reliant on this technology. And one of the problems I have with this world building is like, if you have people like this who literally have the ability to summon magic at will, and there's a lot of them, and they're everywhere, and nobody else in the world has the ability to use magic, why has there not been like widespread Barrow revolts?
I mean,
It happened.
Will,
it happened before. The thing is,
I hate to point this out, but workers vastly outnumber the aristocracy, and worker revolts are not happening widespread. They're happening a couple of places.
It's like the X-Men, kind of.
But the distinction, right, is like using magic in this world kills you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very slowly.
Yes.
But it kills you.
Yeah.
They like everybody who has that brand on their face knows what their end game is, right?
The
Like
Barrow's curse.
they're gonna use you up until you turn to stone.
Yeah.
And admittedly, Timo, if it does happen, maybe I just missed like a piece of supplemental lore. But it feels like that would be a very important thing to build the world around, and it just doesn't come up in the plot. As far as I
kind of is towards the end.
Okay, so maybe at a part that I'm not at yet. Okay, all right, yeah.
I think you may have actually gotten to that part because I think it gets kind of introduced around the time your second visit to Damascus.
Okay.
As you're getting explained why the Fallen fell, which is basically magic was more widespread and God wasn't okay with that. So he just punched him in the face. And since then, everyone is kind of wary. But magic is still kind of useful, so we're still going to use it, but we're going to keep it on the down low.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is that so? That's when you're on the way, when you're about to meet Dion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. After you're taking care of the pickpocketing children.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Are you at that point yet, Will? Or you're before that, or after?
Yeah. No, he's
when you're handling like the people forcing the kids to pickpocket, and then you're sneaking in.
Yes, yeah, no, I'm after that. I'm substantially after that.
Okay. Yeah, so he's talking about like the God's Scar or whatever they call it. Like the huge hole with the waterfall where like, the people with magic rose up and then God was like, nah, fuck that shit. And killed them.
Boom. Yeah.
But I think the thing to me is
Will, you're talking about modern day.
Yes. Like that's myth, and a lot of people are like, we don't even know if that's real. Right?
Yeah.
Like we have no proof. And it's really weird to me that like in this world with the way that things are and the way that people are treated and like literally just like used up until they're dead, right? Like literally worked to death through magic. That like Sid being like, I want to give these people like a place where they can be safe, does not have a counterpart that's like, I want to burn this entire place down and kill all these people, right? Because like I feel like that would be a thing that would happen. Yeah. Even if it was a small thing, right? It might not be like, hundreds of thousands of people or whatever, or even hundreds of people. But like, I feel like there would definitely be like guerrilla groups or something that was like, yeah, no, we've had enough. And did it in a much more violent way than Sid does, where Sid is just like, I'm just going to take these people and put them in a safe place, right? Doesn't go out, doesn't like destroy things for the sake of destroying things, except for the mother crystals. But that's not even destroying things for the sake of destroying things, right? That's just a thing that it becomes necessary.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I want to give you some like little remedy on that there are some of the side quests go into that there is some secret society going on that is kind of
that's helping out.
Things. No, they're doing like censorship to like history, so things the status quo kind of remains the same, which is something that upset me really because it makes the plot feel very mechanical just to like get to this very specific point they want to make. It doesn't feel natural at all. It's just, okay, here's the explanation for that, and we're just going to roll with it.
Anyway, I don't want to keep us on this point too long because we have lots of game to cover, so let's continue to cover it.
Yes. So, at this point, Sid is basically like, hey, you should join me. You and your friend should join me. We're going to fight. And he basically tells him the thing. He's like, look, is it this point when he's just like, look, we're looking to... He hasn't done the crystal pitch yet, has he?
No.
Okay, that comes later. Okay. So at this point, he's just like, all right, Clive. Bears and dominants are treated like crap in this world, and I want to fight for a world where people can die on their own terms and not just die in service of some nation. And Clive's like, all right, you know, he's seen this. This is basically his out. They take him to a place in Sid's hideout is in the middle of nowhere in the Blighted Lands. And this is the point where we become increasingly aware. Now, this has been mentioned earlier. This was mentioned by Clive's father when they were talking about like some tensions between nations and things. But as time has gone on, there is a blight that is basically making it so that there are areas in this world where nothing can live and nothing can exist. And you can't even use magic there. Unless you're a dominant or a bear. But actually, even then, can you? I forget. Anyways,
you can, because it's implied that the crystals suck the energy out of the land itself.
Yeah, but we're not there yet.
Are in dominance. Yeah.
But basically, there's this increasing area of the land where nothing can live, and it's just this black, dark place, and it's called the Blight, and it's encroaching, and it means that there are dwindling resources for everyone. Because it is such an inhospitable place to live, it's also a great place to hide for people who are wanted. And so this is where Sid has created this refuge. And they've found a way to grow things in there. So they've got this little self-sustaining economy. They've got somebody who is a merchant who goes out and gets all that sort of stuff. They've got, various craftsmen around there. They've got a bunch of bearers, and they're living in this tiny cave. Well, not tiny, but like tiny for like a community. In this cave where there are bearers and people who are living free, who are living as equals with the other people in there. And they are led by Sid, who, as we have said before, is the dominant of Ramu, which is the icon of lightning. So he is the one who rescued you. He knew what was going on. He snatched you and Jill. So little does he know, he's got a little trio of icons elementally, which is great. But we will find out more about that later. So he gets Clive on board with trying to create a world where people could die on their own terms, and then they head out. And they're heading out to Rosalia because they really want to...
You skipped a beat.
What did I say?
We're going to Sandbreak first. We're going to Sandbreak first and deal with Garuda.
Oh, Jesus Christ, really? Wow, I skipped a lot. Okay, this was before I was like really laboriously doing all that sort of stuff. Okay. All right, so we're going to Sandbreak. We're dealing with Garuda. What was this? I know that there was a bit where Gaff was doing some spy work, and he'd heard something. What had he heard? I forget what it was.
A primal of fire. Oh, sorry, an icon of fire.
That's right. That's right.
Exactly.
So the idea now is that Clive is obsessed with figuring out who the icon of fire was that killed his brother. He doesn't realize that it was him. At this point, he is not like kind of identified with that and brought that home. So he is looking for answers. He's looking for vengeance. He wants to kill the icon of fire that he saw murder his brother and destroy his home. So Sid's like, no problem, dude. You help me with my thing. I'll help you with your thing. One of my spies saw somebody who channeled the power of fire. It's gotta be your dude. It's over here in Sandbreak. We're going to go figure out what's going on. I'll go with you. It's going to be great. I believe at this point, Jill is still recovering with Tarja. So
she's just locked in the medical ward for like ever.
They kind of like used her up to be Shiva. And this is, another one of those points where it's like, this is really costly. You can't just call on this power for free. So this is an opportunity. And, when Will and Lucas, and I guess everybody really was talking about this. This is the point where the game wants you to get attached to Sid, because Sid is great. And also we're going to do some story beats with Sid that you need to be invested for. So they just bench Jill, even though we just got her back, which is like, why not do this beforehand? But, they didn't. So there you go. So we go on this mission with Sid. It's really great. Sid's awesome. Sid's the man. Ralph Ineson is the man. Will is enjoying his little ASMR experience over there. It's a great time for all involved. We're just closing our eyes, listening to the dulcet tones, you know, our gruff god over here. And this leads to them running into some spies, some assassins. These are people who are affiliated with Benedikta who report directly to her. We fight them. We take them out. I believe we don't fight like a Curel, but we fight somebody else. Like we fight some other beast. Is it a Curel? I forget who it is.
No, I think it's some giant salamander thing, wasn't it?
Oh, was it an
it's
Adamantoise?
This like weird dome?
No, it's not an Adamantoise. It's a big lizard.
Okay, anyways, we fight a big lizard, and then we fight these soldiers and things. As it turns out, we dodge Benedikta and all that sort of stuff for the time being, and we make our way to a little village. And we rescue some people that are pinned down. We rescue Gav from this place. Sid knows him. He knows what's going on. We ask the village people around, YMCA style. We ask them what they know about this fire icon. They don't know anything, but there were also some people who were captured and taken to a fort nearby. So we go to the fort. We're trying to find out information. We get a cutscene. Benedikta's captured a hooded figure that looks a hell of a lot like the hooded figure that was speaking in hushed foreign tones to our boy Clive. And we're like, wait a second, this dude's real? What's going on? And this person is not having Benedikta's offer. She's trying to get them to join them. And I believe in this scene, Yota is there. And they try to like take her out. And then the person in the hood is like not having it. But at that point, Clive and Sid arrive. And it's freaking all hands on deck for a fight. So they're storming their way through the castle, and I believe at some point while they're storming their way through the castle, there are some fiery explosions, and then there's some hubbub, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is the point where they run into Benedikta. And it is revealed that Sid and Benedikta, they've got a history, and they know each other. And it is a little bit tragic. And it was at this point, I was really hoping, and this is kind of cutting forward to some other stuff. I was kind of hoping that Benedikta would be the Final Fantasy IX Beatrix of this game.
Right.
Where her and Sid's kind of affection for each other brought her back in the fold to eventually join the team. And it was fine because she was a cool villain. Although the way that she was kind of written in certain parts in particular can definitely be seen as degrading, which sucks. And it happens. And it sucks that it happens. But
yeah,
we get that. We get a feeling of some sort of a tragedy where they used to be on the same side, and Benedikta is just too committed to this path to be able to go any other way. And so Clive got to do what Clive got to do. And there's
we have this nice 1v1.
What's that?
We have this nice 1v1.
Yeah.
On top of the fort, yeah.
Yeah, fighting on the roof. I think the fight against Garuda is really, really fun.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts, but it is very interesting to fight with. I think it is just you and Torgal versus her.
And Torgal's like super instrumental in this fight too. Like he gets
both from a story
dirty.
standpoint and from a mechanical standpoint.
Yeah, no, he gets in there.
Yeah, he's clutch.
Something I want to note here, because I noticed as well playing the demo over and over and over again. Just how many moves she has in that fight. I've done this demo like 5 times, and every single time I saw a move that I've never seen before.
That's pretty
That
cool.
goes for all the bosses in this game, really. It's wild how vast their movesets are.
It's good, yeah. I think they did a really good job representing that sort of stuff. It's kind of a shame that Clive doesn't quite get that wide a variety of things. I really wish that they that there was more there, but I understand that that's like, it's hard. Like that's hard work to get all of that kicking on all cylinders. But based on this fight, I really thought that I was going to vibe with Garuda, and that actually ended up being just one that kind of worked for me for a while. And then in the late game, in the latter half of the game, I totally abandoned that Eikon completely. Where I definitely thought that was going to be, particularly as a Devil May Cry 4 Nero enjoyer, I thought that was going to be like the shit for me. And it just, because of how a lot of I liked how the main ability worked, but a lot of the extra moves I just didn't. They're too committal. We're gonna get into that later, particularly when they introduce the last Eikon ability that you get, which is the fucking best one, and I can't believe they saved it for last. What the fuck, Square? Sons of bitches. Anyways. So we got this really epic fight. It's super crazy. She's tearing shit all out of the place. Wind is going absolutely bugfuck nuts. And that's the end. We get this moment where Benedikta is kind of dispatched. She's not dead, but she is down, and Clive is close to her. And then something mysterious happens, which is going to be central to everything that follows. And a portion of this green power flows from Benedikta into Clive. And then Benedikta is freaking out because she can't feel Garuda anymore. And it's a really well acted scene, I thought. I thought it was really, really good. You see somebody who has had this power, who has had this presence with them, maybe not all their lives, but most of their lives. And then it's just gone. And what that does to a person, what that does to a person's mental state. I thought that this was an instance where I thought like they actually did treat her pretty well with the voice acting and the writing.
It's also low-key one of my favorite moments in this game where they kind of escape Garuda into crew, and they never like, oh, she doesn't have her powers anymore, she's useless to us or whatever. No, those guys are ride or die with her. Those are her guys. Mm-hmm. Sadly, they pay dearly for that, but I like that because the game went to such great lengths to tell us, okay, yeah, the bearers are treated like shit. The dominants are also treated like shit by most of the nation, but no, Garuda has her guys, and they're with her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that it is. I think it's really interesting, and I think that there is definitely an element where the character is allowed to be something else besides just the Eikon. Now, Joshua doesn't really get to do that because he's like physically frail and weak, so he kind of is that. But you know, even without the powers, the blessings of the Phoenix, or later Ifrit, Clive is still an accomplished swordsman, and Benedikta is incredibly dangerous with a weapon. And they never let that slip. But yes, in that moment, like it is like, what do we do? But they definitely do rally around her, and I think that's really cool. Which is very interesting given the nation that she's associated with now. But we'll get into that way later. So at this point, Sid's kind of been beaten to shit because I think Benedikta like beat him. And then Clive had to kind of step up where they were going to take her on together. But so they all leave with the huge fire explosions. The people who were there, who were imprisoned there, that they were going to liberate the bearers and the fire Eikon. They made their escape, and so they're like, "Well, crap, we're gonna have to go try to find them elsewhere," and they're gonna leave. And then, what is it? They're running away, and there's a giant tornado that just shows up. Is that how it's done? I forget exactly.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah. And then it becomes very obvious that, crap, well, we're going to have to go back and finish this, huh? Mm-hmm. So they run back. There's a crazy fight with not just... So previously we've been fighting Benedikta, and she's done a thing called semi-priming, where she's kind of has feathers, she has claws like on herself, but she's still herself. Yeah. That's not true anymore. She is a giant, towering, like 3-story tall house sized creature, summoning giant cyclones and stuff like that. And it's a pretty bonkers fight. As he approaches, he sees the hooded man, which leads, more intrigue about this whole thing going back and forth. And then we've got this big fight with Garuda herself. Does anybody have anything to say about this?
I just kind of want to talk about like the way Benedikta gets done in this game.
Sure.
I think it's really dirty.
Go for it.
It's like, all right, cool. We're going to present this like very interesting character. And one of like, 2 of 9 dominants, one of the only women, is going to lose her powers, go crazy, almost get raped, and then transform into twice, and then transform into a giant harpy, and then you kill her. A+ character writing square. Really good.
Yeah, it does that unfortunate thing where they like bookend her non-super evil character moments with sexual assault. It's like, oh, that's when she's allowed to be like, a weaker person.
Mm-hmm.
This is when, yeah.
It feels like there was the Game of Thrones influence crept into there a little bit too much. Oh, we need to be dark and dirty, so here's
I think
the
that was
nasty
just
stuff.
Square can't write women anymore.
Ooh, yeah.
By and large, like Tifa and Aerith being exceptions in 7R, but again, the template is right there. You literally just have to do the thing that you've already established. But like,
and even then, like they don't really do a lot with them.
Yeah,
like
and like I have things to say about Jill later on.
Yeah,
so
sexual abuse with women, with most of the women characters in this game.
Yep, it's a
great look.
Fantasy way.
Yeah,
and it's just like
we learned watching you, George.
See, the messed up thing is like people are like, oh, it's just the way dark fantasy is, and it's like to an extent, yeah, but like when dark fantasy does it really well, it's not discriminating.
I was gonna say bad dark fantasy.
Yeah, it happens to everybody.
Yeah, like bad stuff. You want to talk about like Berserk is darker than anything that Square has ever done, or like Game of Thrones. And you know what? Bad shit happens to everybody in Berserk. It's not just the women. It happens to Guts too.
It's not just Casca.
Yeah, it's not just, you know what I mean? And like the fact that like the worst thing that they can think to do to her is like, let's put her in a situation like to make her like, go full Garuda again is like, let's put her in a situation where she almost gets raped is just very lazy.
Yeah.
And really like it's just shitty. Like the whole thing is just shitty. Like I am okay with those kind of things being used for plot points, but you have to do them well. And using them as a crutch to be like, we need to get her to turn into the big monster so you can beat the shit out of her is like, really? This is the only thing you could think of? Okay.
Yeah. Weak.
And then like even still, like even if you look at the implications of that, it's like, okay, threaten rape so that we can force her to become a big monster so that you can kill her.
Yeah,
and
it's really
like,
shitty.
Wait a second, hold on. Threaten rape so that you can kill the victim. Like that, like if you put it in that stark terms, like that is a bit reductive, but also like that sucks.
Yeah. I like whatever. Like I think that they should have done more with that character, but if you want to kill Benedikta, you can kill Benedikta. She's a villain, right? Like I don't care that much. But I do care about the way that you like you had like this you had a called shot home run set up where it was just literally just teed up for you, right? Like, oh, his really interesting relationship with Sid. Like this could go some places. And now this character who has like built her entire life around being a dominant no longer has easy access to that power. You could do some really fascinating character stuff with those two things. And they were just like, nah,
yeah,
fuck it.
And like, not to pat myself on the back, but like I compared her to Beatrix. Like, you could have just done that. Where it's like, okay, she doesn't have her huge powers again, but she's still a masterful sword fighter. You could have had her, like, have this moment of losing all of this power, losing her value, or seeing Barnabas or Hugo go further away from what she wants to do, have her second guess her commitment, and then her realize, maybe I never should have abandoned Sid, go back, join the team, be this other person. Even if she doesn't join your party, she's out doing things, being a mover and shaker in the world. She's a good character. She's a cool character. Like, you could have done
Vegeta.
That.
We don't have Vegeta in this game.
Yeah.
I think the thing that really bothers me about this, and it's really in stark contrast to, like, and this is the women problem, right? Like, the other characters, all the male characters in this game have lots of agency. Clive goes and gets shit done. The world changed because Clive makes decisions. Same with Sid, same with Barnabas, same with basically every other male character in this game.
Hugo. Hugo gets lots of shit done. Dion gets lots of shit done.
Yes, the male characters are allowed to make choices. The women are not. That actually impact the plot. There's only one, and it's Annabella.
And she fucking sucks.
And she's like comic book evil.
Yeah.
Like to a just outrageous, like hilarious, comically stupid degree, right? And
now I think that works for her.
It's fine.
Yeah.
But I think it's interesting
but she's
that
the exception rather than the rule.
To the rule, right. And I think it's interesting that the only character that is allowed to make these choices, and again, I haven't finished the game, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it changes later on, is
I wish
one
it doesn't.
Who is cartoonishly evil, right? It can't be like Jill making a cool choice. I mean, she gets to go get revenge, I guess, which is one of those things, but it's also like her subplot that just kind of neatly wraps itself up and then never gets mentioned again.
Yeah.
Whereas opposed to like,
what's the most recent icon power that you've acquired, Will?
Shiva's.
Okay. Yeah. So, nah.
Yeah.
Have you gotten to the scene with Joshua after that? There's a scene with Joshua in the main story mission after that happens. Have you gotten to that yet? You'll know.
I guess not.
Okay. Yeah. So anyways.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. Again, like I like large parts of this game. Like I think Jill is cool. Like I think Benedikta could have been like something could have been done that's cool with her, but she's like not given any chance to really do anything. And then the way they send her off is just you're not required to kill characters in any specific way. You're not required to treat characters in any specific way.
Yeah.
But when things keep happening over and over again, and your writers keep displaying the same traits, and I can track them and be like, can I apply this same base level criticism of these characters don't have agency to every single one? Mm-hmm. That's a fucking problem.
Yeah. They hired one person to write for Jill and Benedikta and Annabella and was just like, oh, yeah, I did it. I copy paste, put different names on it. It's not exactly.
I want to say it was better in their work with Heavensward, but it wasn't. Heavensward has two prominent female characters, both just show up and then get just benched for the rest of the plot. Yep. It is frustrating, really frustrating, because both of them are really good characters. Mm-hmm. And to see this repeat, and I believe in the lead up to 16's release, I've said it, that I'm afraid of a lot of the mistakes that are in Realm Reborn and Heavensward are going to repeat themselves, and it's kind of still there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. One of the things that I put, I was gonna cover it earlier, and then I was thinking about doing it at the end, but I'll just put it here because Will kind of mentioned it. You know, talking about Clive going out and getting his shit done. My second bullet point in this is Clive is a rare protagonist who actually drives the story forward, which does not that is what you want your characters to do, ideally, particularly your protagonist, your main character. And it's still pretty rare. He's proactive in unusual ways, which I really appreciate, and I also really like him as a character. That is also true of Sid. That is also true of Barnabas. That is also true of Dion to an extent. It's not true of everybody, and it's definitely not true, like Will said, of the female characters. And that would have been cool. That would have been really good, particularly because of what we're gonna find out about Jill later. It really would have been cool if she could have been the catalyst for some change, some positive change. That would have been great. And there were opportunities. They seeded a little bit of that, but we'll get to that a little bit later.
Yeah. So anyway, then you get the big fight, and you fight her on ground for the first part of it.
Yeah, you get to be a big guy.
She big, you small. Smack her in the feet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
The classic, the boss is bigger than you strategy.
Yeah, their top half is reaching over a platform, and you're running around dodging shockwaves.
They don't just like step on you. They like come down to your level to make it so you can hit them, which I always appreciate, but like not a great strategy.
Yeah.
What I like about this fight, especially when you're like just small Clive, you get the feeling she's just playing with you, right? She's playing with her food, just like wailing away with you, grabbing you, just holding you up, looking at you. And I think that's like how the series traditionally portrayed Garuda, as this like evil creature of sorts that likes to play, like a I guess a hawk, right? A hawk plays with them. Was it a falcon? I don't know birds.
Me neither. Like a cat or something. They're just like batting around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in this moment, Clive, after transforming, or after he fights Garuda for a while, he actually transforms.
He's like, "Hey, Ifrit, I need you. This is hard."
But he doesn't even know. Like, he doesn't even know at this point, right?
Right. Does he have the thing where he fights himself a little bit, or is that later?
That's
later.
That comes after.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So at this
Clive
point,
finds
it's still like an accident.
Yeah.
Yeah, Clive finds out he has that dog in him.
Mm-hmm.
That fire dog. You got two dogs inside you. A fire dog and an ice dog. And the fire dog is Ifrit. Here we go. So he taps into that power, and then and he is seen, as we've said, the hooded figure, and so he's half chasing after the hooded figure because of what's going on. Like, really, Clive is a one-track mind. He doesn't really care about Garuda, although Garuda is definitely an environmental hazard. He wants to find that person. That person, when Garuda transforms and like swipes out, this little cliffside face, the hooded figure like falls down, and then he just doesn't see them anymore. But this is Clive attributes, I think, his transformation to the fact that both times this hooded figure was there when he transformed. And so this, fire icon. And then after the fight, I believe Sid points out to him like that was you. Like you did that.
Yeah, he's really forced to like confront the fact that it was him.
Yeah.
For the first time, I guess.
And then, they return to the hideout after the fact, and he kind of has to deal with that. He wants to get to the bottom of this, and he decides that he's going to return to Phoenix Gate and try to piece together what happened.
Right, and he's also like, after begging Sid to kill him, and he's like, I could probably take you, but that would be stupid. Let's not do that.
Sid also drops, I think, the best line in the entire game there, where he just goes, well, if you're not going to kill yourself, you might as well make yourself useful, right?
Yeah. That is great. And delivered in classic Ralph Ineson style. So they go back, and Tarja is done kind of getting Jill back up on her feet again. They've kind of got a reintroduction to each other, which is nice. And then, Jill resolves to go with Clive back to Phoenix Gate. Torgal comes with them, but it is just the three of them. Let me see. This is still at the point where my notes were a little bit spotty before I like really went beat by beat.
Yeah.
But On their way back, they're actually making their way through some parts of Rosalia. They stop at Lady Hannah's house, who is the wife of his old trainer and the kind of head of the guard.
The Lord Commander.
The Lord Commander, yep. And when Lady Hannah sees Clive and Jill returning, and she was weeping at that, I welled up a little bit. I'm not going to lie to you. That was a really good moment that I liked. I believe that they were like at her table inside or something, or maybe it might have been outside. At this point, Clive knows that he was the one who exploded in fire, which means he knows he's the reason why her husband was killed, because everybody there was incinerated when he transformed into Ifrit.
Right.
So he is now carrying a lot of guilt. But previously he was carrying around guilt that he couldn't stop the hooded man / the fire icon from killing his brother. Now he has the guilt that, oh, I killed my brother and I killed everybody in the kingdom basically, and I destroyed this keep, and I'm basically the reason everything is totally fucked up right now. And so he's carrying that with him, which is a heavy burden for anyone to bear. But
Definitely.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that it's sort of like his biggest conflict is like sitting with it. Anytime there's not something happening that he has to deal with, he just kind of falls apart. And I think pretty realistic ways.
Yeah. I think he does. Ben Starr does a really great job bringing that to life.
And he's so handsome.
It's very true. It's very true.
He's so handsome.
Ben or Clive?
Yes.
Yes.
And speaking of handsome, this is when Clive gets his current day costume,
Right.
which is an outfit.
A very nice corset.
It's,
well done,
yeah,
Square.
It's very true. It's very true.
A+. No notes.
And I've heard that if you plug into your nice DualSense some 3D audio, you can hear the leather just like squeaking and squirming in between his thighs as he runs along. You know,
Incredible.
just Square knew what they were doing, Sony knew what they were doing, and Will knows exactly what he's going to be doing after we're done with this recording.
They're like, we're gonna get revenge on all the dorks who got mad about Mobius Final Fantasy.
Revenge is a dish best served by hot, well-dressed men. We appreciate it.
Exactly.
It's very true. It's very true. Well, watch Clive serve these looks on the runway. So anyways, yeah, this was an outfit that his father used to wear when he went to battle. And he also has, I believe the sword is called like Invictus or something like that. This is when he gets his father's old sword as well. You get really great equipment. At this point, you get the costume that gives you, kind of the visual upgrade. You also get a new sword. You get a new belt. You get a new like accessory or whatever. And this is where I'm going to talk about the economy in this game, which is extremely strange.
So weird.
That is a word that you could use to use it. Can I tell you the word I use to use the economy in this game?
Sure,
in the crafting
yeah.
system? Garbage!
Yeah. It is equal parts terrible and unnecessary. Like we said before, don't make me craft something, just have the boss drop the sword. It doesn't matter that it doesn't make sense. In certain circumstances, it does make sense. When I beat a boss of ice and I get an ice weapon, or I beat a boss of stone and I get a stone weapon. It doesn't matter that boss didn't use that weapon. Just give me the fucking weapon. Like,
Yo, the thing that really gets me though? The thing
What?
that really gets me is it's like, hey, would you like this fancy sword from like beating Garuda? Yes, I would like the fancy Garuda sword. Cool. Hey, so I've been upgrading like my my long sword here. Can I upgrade my fancy Garuda sword? No.
yeah.
Not at all? No.
Nope.
That is a purple item, sir. You can only upgrade green items. Go fuck yourself.
I was
It's
so mad.
bizarre.
And I get it. Technically, you do upgrade it, right? You upgrade the Eikon sword into the next Eikon sword. But it's also like, brother.
Which also doesn't make sense.
Which also doesn't make sense. But, brother, if you are going to give me a crafting system, let me make the weapons better.
Yeah.
Like, why? Why? Why put this here? You could have just not had it. Like, you use it for 4 weapons. And it's just, why?
Yeah. And
I think
like
whoever
the
programmed
entire...
it... Please go on.
Sure, I was gonna say the entire game, you're just getting materials dumped on you that you don't use. Just
55
kinds of
bloody rags,
garbage.
55 kill, 55 pitches of magic dash, 55.
And it's just like, what is the crafting is so like linear,
Yeah.
and so like just the things that Clive wears. It's just like there's nothing else to engage with after you make like the weapon of the hour or whatever.
Yeah, and it's always like it's not like, I'm sorry, Tim. Let me say this, then I'm gonna let you talk. I'm sorry, you've been interrupted.
Please go.
Is that like the thing is, right? Like, if it was like 7R, right? Like 7R has an upgrade system. Cool. You want to know why that's cool? Because when I pick a different sword for Cloud in 7R, it does different stuff.
Yeah.
If I want the magic sword, I pick the magic sword. If I want to hit a motherfucker really hard in the face sword, I hit the motherfucker really hard in the face with that sword. I make choices. I make interesting choices. But there's no interesting choices. There's just, this one's the best, right? Because there is
It's just a number.
It's
Number
just a
go
number. It's the number go up. It is the thing that we criticize RPG systems for, except it's not just a meme. It's actually the game that they made.
Yeah.
And it's like, why would you do why? And the worst part is you can't even make like cool, like the jewelry that you wear, right? Like you don't like,
see
the stuff that actually matters. It's not even that you can't see it. You can't just go make it. Like, I want to make jewelry that upgrades my Phoenix Flame.
Yeah.
Like, that's my ability that I want to upgrade. You got to find it in the chest. Why would you have this crafting system that only works on half of the equipable items and then doesn't even let you upgrade most of them? Why not just give me the sword?
Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. And
it's so goofy.
And it's not just about the crafting system. Oh, Timo, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you just notice that these guys have been making an MMORPG for the past 10 or so years. So it's like always the fear. Oh, someone might get caught up here. Someone didn't find that one item. We're gonna make sure that everyone is always top of the line equipped. Unless you do the side quest, then you get like slightly better numbers. And it's a shame because some of the weapons have really cool models.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
Invictus is maybe my favorite sword in the game, if not the sword that you get after obtaining Ifrit. I was just like, I want to use this for the rest of the game. This thing looks awesome.
But why can't I use them as like a transmog? Why can't I use them to just take screenshots? That would be fine, right? Or just have like Clive has a collection and then there are all the swords. It's like kind of achievement. Yeah. Would have been cool.
On his back wall,
with the
where he's got trophies that he displays from the game.
And with the accessories, if you go into New Game Plus with the Final Fantasy difficulty, you get to combine the accessories and they double their status effects, right? Which is really fun with the ability-specific ones, but you have to play through the entire game twice.
Yeah,
to, like,
that assumes that I'm going to actually play this game again.
Yeah, and it's so mind-bogglingly frustrating, and it feels just like they put it in as an obligation, right? Because, it's Final Fantasy, we need some light equipment system. Not that other Final Fantasies had exceptional cool equipment systems. Most of the time it's just go to the shop and buy the natural upgrade for 2 of your characters because that's the skill you have, and then we just move on. But if you just have one character, it feels so redundant the entire time.
Yeah.
It kind of is like a weird consequence of the combat system, I guess. There's just no like elemental weaknesses or anything like that. It's just your weapons just have the number.
And it's weird because you also have have spell casting, and you have like one of your main face buttons is dedicated to casting spells. But that's not actually hardly important at all. Like how many times did you spend casting spells? I think I probably cast fewer than 100 spells in the entire game.
all the time.
Because you're always incentive. I mean, well, actually, that's not true because I did the alternating combo between that sort of a thing where it's like the melee magic. So I guess that's, if we don't count that though, if we just talk about like, there's a guy out there, I want to cast a spell, hit triangle, boom. Like that does like no damage. So like, why would you do that? You know, but talking about like the economy specifically, like I've got a bunch of notes here because this is something that I butted heads up against like all the time. I always have tens of thousands of gil, but since the rare trinkets show up frequently and they cost like 20 to 50k, I basically never buy anything because if I buy something and then something like expensive like that shows up, I won't be able to buy it. So I'm holding on to, like, I'm keeping my powder dry for something that might not ever actually happen because the discrepancy between stuff you can buy that's basic and stuff that you can buy that's special is fucking enormous. Like a lot of stuff that you can get early on that's important to you is like 1,000 gil or 2,000 gil tops. And then like you'll get like, oh, hey, here's a powerful accessory. It's fucking 50,000. Yeah. Like, so like, I'm just like, okay, well, I don't care about this one, but like, what about the next one? Like, what if I want one and it's like 75? Like, I don't have that. Like, I got to save up for that. And then that just never happened. Or it happened like really rarely. Like, I got the Berserk ring. And when I got the Berserk ring, I'm like, this totally changes the way that I play the game. I fucking love this shit. I can semi-prime like anytime I can precision dodge. So now I'm like leaning into that. And like, it was awesome. And that was totally worth it. I don't remember whether I bought that or whether I just found it. You know? But that the discrepancy between, you know, the economy of those essential items and those like prestige items that you would buy at a shop, like sticker shock is a thing, and it tells you something about the way that the game philosophy is going to like engage with you and your resources. Like if I have 150 piles of bloodied hide, right? And I use 5 of them to create an item. And then the next time I upgrade the item, it takes 50 of them. And then the next one wants 100 of them. It's like, yo, you have to fucking slow down. But the problem is it's like we've talked about, you know, Will and I have talked, you know, extensively about this. It's the problem that Elden Ring and Breath of the Wild solve in 2 totally different ways, which is it's the open world problem. If you have an open world, you have to justify and you have to incentivize exploration of that open world. And in Dark Souls, they do that with permanent benefits. So like upgrade materials, new weapons, new spells, you know, all of which include lore descriptions on them because that's the point of the game. But you're never losing anything that's pushing you out into the world. Whereas in Breath of the Wild, the breakable weapons are incentivizing you because you're always fighting a losing battle. So you're trying to replenish your stores and go out. Well, in Final Fantasy XVI, they don't really do either of those things. You're not really getting powerful new verbs. You're not unlocking new spells because you do that with ability points. You're not unlocking new weapons because you do that with major boss battles. Like, you can kind of later in the game get new recipes that let you go fight other people to unlock new crafting materials that let you make something that's like minutely better than what you have. Or in some circumstances, I actually got to a point where I got the ability to, I did several back-to-back hard hunt missions to unlock the ability to make a really powerful accessory or a really powerful sword, actually, that was worse than the sword I had on.
Yeah.
Like, that is really awful. And I wasn't, like, I was doing it, like, relatively soon after I unlocked the ability to do that quest. And also because of that, the rate at which you're doing these big boss battles, they're giving you new weapons at such a clip. Whereas, like, the armor, the 2 pieces of equipment that were not swords that I got from this encounter where I got Clive's final outfit, I used this for like the next like 10 hours. Like I used it for a huge chunk of the game. So like for that whole chunk of the game, I'm not engaging with crafting or anything for those 2, for 2/3 of the main equipment slots, or if you count like the accessory slots, like a full third of my equipment for like half of the game. I'm just not engaging with that at all. And then, in the latter part of the game, like I think beyond that, I had like maybe 2 or 3 pieces of equipment in that slot until I hit credits. And it's just,
Yeah.
And I went through like 15 swords or something like that. Like I would get a new sword and I'd be like, this is great. And then I would do the next story beat and it was obsolete.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it was neither meaningful when I got an upgrade because it wasn't significantly more powerful. It didn't feel like combat was significantly easier. I wasn't jumping any power curves. And also, and so it didn't give me the time to appreciate, like, damn, I just got Excalibur. This shit fucking rules. This sword is godlike. I love it. And it looks amazing. I didn't have any of that, like, really visceral, satisfying gameplay or visual experience here.
Yeah.
But also, it wasn't reliable. I couldn't really do anything other than push through the story to get any sort of an upgrade otherwise. So it just feels like this completely superfluous thing that I can't really engage with when I want to. Like, I can't go out and grind materials and craft a better sword because I want to. And I can't really choose to hang on to something that I like because I want to either. So the game is kind of like faking out that I have some sort of agency in this system, but then just dragging me kicking and screaming where it wants me anyway.
Yeah.
And that was frustrating on several fronts.
Yeah, especially like the way you kind of hit it earlier. It's like tied to the hunting system, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like if you do the hunts as they come up, then you kind of get to participate in the power curve. But if you're like, oh, I'm going to go back and do the hunts later, it's like completely.
Now there's no reason to do them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's very silly.
And honestly, even if you do them, that is only going to be a better sword for the next hour until you get to the next story beat. So like, why even bother?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, and it would be one thing and there were some times where it was like, I would do a side quest and I would unlock something and I would like be strolling through the crafting menu and I would be like, this is way better than what I have. And I'd be like, sweet, what are the ingredients? Can I get this? And then I would like look it up and it would be like, to get this thing, you have to unlock a hunt that is after this story beat. And it was just like, it was like several hours down the road. And it was like,
yeah.
So I can't even, like, I literally can't even make this. Why did you even show this to me now?
Right.
I think a lot of 16's design is very much consequences of the way this game is set up. Because, it's a very linear story experience, but the game always wants you to, you can still always go back and explore or do the hunts, do the side quests and whatever. And inevitably, rewards will just fall aside. I think the better weapon should have just been locked behind either side quests or the hunts. The way it is currently is like you always have catch up. You're always able to catch up if you just do critical path or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes most of the rewards just feel meaningless.
Yeah.
But I also can't
go
really
ahead.
think of a fix that satisfies all these marks because it's just consequence of, your side quests are not missable. If you made side quests missable, suddenly a lot of these problems you wouldn't have, right?
They're not side quests.
Yeah. It's like they really expect you to like do all that stuff. It's so closely knit together. Like with the hunts, for example, one of the big things towards the end of the game is orichalcum.
Yeah.
And it's like, here, you get orichalcum from these parts of the game, and that's it. We give you exactly the orichalcum that we want you to have, so you can make the thing. It's just like, why make the distinction? It's so weird.
Yeah. Anyways. frustrating. But I do like, so I don't know, this might have been because I got the deluxe edition of the game, but there were also some accessories that you could get, and you could buy these. I don't know if everybody could buy these at any time, but there were some that you could buy in my game at any time that would make the game just easier. They were kind of like accessibility options where it would be like, oh, this charges your magic until you're ready, and then you just mash it, and then it just fires. It's kind of like the Mega Man, like auto charge sort of a situation. They had some other things where it was like automatically dodge or, do things like this. I actually ran with some of those digital deluxe bonus edition things where like I had like, I think it was 10% extra EXP and 15% extra gil. And so I just wore those forever. And then my third slot was just rotating between like whatever it was that I had. Like I'd get one that was like plus 10 to strength or something like that, and I would just use that until I got the Berserk ring, which lets you semi-prime for like 5 seconds every time you precision dodge, and then I wore that for like literally the rest of the game. But yeah,
I used the Torgal ring a lot as like a kind of cruise control.
which one is that?
It's just like the AI just takes over and does his moves when it deems it like effective. It's pretty good, and it takes out the timing you have to do to get some of the stuff to pop off. So it was like when I was doing things that I really didn't feel like taking the combat as seriously. I would just equip that, and it would just make it a little bit more, thoughtless, I guess, without just being like, the enemies die faster, or you automatically dodge everything. It's like, here's this part where I have to kind of like train my hand to go off and do. Let me let the game take the wheel for a while. Take it back later.
Yeah. All right. Next story beat. So they go. They're trying to. There's some bearers and stuff in this town with Lady Hannah. They leave and go on, and they discover like some lost ruins. I believe this is the lost ruins beneath the old keep, right? So they're trying to get to Phoenix Gate, and he's like, well, I don't know how I'm going to get in because only the dominant of Phoenix can get in. And they're like, well, I guess we could just try. And lo and behold, they're able to get in. That's weird, right? That's really weird, guys. I don't know about this. So there's just a bunch. I really liked this moment when they reveal kind of what's beyond Phoenix Gate and what is in the old ruins, and it's just completely different from anything else. Like it is completely like alien technology or like ancient civilizations and stuff like that. I really liked that when it's just like, yo, there's like automatons in here. There's like magic lifts. There's just blue energy everywhere. Blue energy, which is like very vibrant blue, the same blue that all the mother crystals are and all this sort of stuff, which is definitely really important. And then you start getting these things that are named like dead things or ghosts, like liches and like revenants and wraiths and all this sort of stuff. And I'm like, uh-oh, what's going on with this? This is not great. And we get to the end. Is it revealed that the hooded figure is here yet, or is that only when they leave?
I believe it's when they leave.
Okay. Because I was tantalized by this. So they go down through. Jill and Torgal and Clive are just duking it out with all these things. They fight, I believe, an Iron Giant, or which was fun fight. I love these sorts of fights. That stuff is so cool. And I always love it when these dudes show up, and they look very similar to how they looked in Final Fantasy X, which I'm a big fan of.
Right on.
Anytime they're like, hey, here's something from Final Fantasy X or from very early Final Fantasies that you haven't seen in a minute, I'm like, thank you, Square. This is exactly what I was looking for.
It's cool how Squaresoft makes even things like large armor thing like stand out.
Yeah. I mean,
As
or
like
small
that
armor
thing.
thing. You got dragoons, like dragoons, iron giants,
Yeah.
very specific monsters that could be generic, like behemoths. They'll come back later. But
It's like they have their own design mythology just across 30 years or whatever.
yeah,
Cool.
which I think is really great. I forget. Do they fight a lich at the end, or do they fight something else? They fight something at the end. It might be a lich and like some other people.
A lich, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So they fight a lich and some ads, and then they walk down to the end, and they see like some big mural, right? And they see this winged figure floating up from above, and they're like, "What the hell is this? It looks like super crazy old." And then as he's standing there looking at it, he's taken back. He's taken back to the moment when everything went oh so wrong. And this is the moment of truth. This is when Clive has to kind of face himself. And, he relives this moment as both Clive in the modern day and Clive as a child when this all took place. And he has to fight himself. It's the classic Dark Link, fight right here. And it's fun. I love this fight. I think this fight and fighting in the ruins of the place where his brother died is like, it's very poignant. And it ends with, I think probably everybody took this screenshot, but it is, Clive accepting the truth.
Yeah.
That sort of thing, which I think is really great. And he says, you know what? Nope. That was me. And it was me that did this. And I'm not going to run away from this truth any longer. This is me, and this is who I am. What I'm going to do with that, well, we're going to find out.
It was me, Austin. It was me all along.
It was me all along.
Yeah. It was me, Dio.
I always like in these kind of games like the character action kind of stuff where you fight something that basically follows the same rules as you.
Yeah.
Tweaked a little bit, but it always makes it feel like, oh god, I'm fighting like someone on my level for real.
Yeah. That is one of my favorite categories of Souls fights, which is the duel. Like Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower, Gehrman, there's lots of fights like that in Bloodborne and Dark Souls, and also in Doppelganger and Symphony of the Night. There's there's all Dark Link. I mean, this is a classic for a reason. Like fighting somebody who is like on your level, who has all the tools that you have, means like, it's like a mirror match in fighting games. You have to outplay them.
Yeah.
It's really cool. And when a game can do that well, I think it elevates it. And I think that this fight is great. And then that leads to the ascension of Clive. He becomes Ifrit by choice. And it's time for a freaking, you fought yourself as a person, now fight yourself as a freaking giant monster. And you've got that. And then you've got at the end of this section, I believe it ends with Clive learning how to semi-prime, or is that not the case?
Yeah, in Limit Break, right?
Yeah. That's what it calls it. Yeah. So then he channels that while he's still in his humanoid form. And then after all of this is done and he's kind of come to peace with it and kind of gotten the blessings of his other self, he comes back to reality. And Jill and Torgal are like, yo, bro, are you all right? He kind of passed out for a little bit there. But yeah, then he's come here, he's discovered the truth, he's made peace with himself, and now he can move forward. So he's not going to look for the fire icon anymore because he is that man. So,
Yep.
Then they come back out of the ruins, and the hooded man that's been following them who I have known for so long. I have suspected that it is Joshua. So right now it is the reveal that the hood is man is Joshua. At least that's my interpretation, because he pulls off his hood and he's got red hair, and I'm just like, it's my fucking boy, it's my boy. So
it was interesting.
Well, yeah, what did you guys think about that?
It's almost like weirdly, not anticlimactic, but just like not climactic, like inside the game. It's just kind of like something like that. Normally you'd expect there to be some other like something going on, or and the game is just kind of like, no, that's Joshua.
Yeah, it's
like big reveal, and then like all the lore and stuff and the other things, just like, yeah, it's Joshua running around too. It's fun.
Joshua comes out like, "What's up? It's me, your boy, the Phoenix. You thought I was dead, bitch? I'm the Phoenix."
I do one thing. I do one thing, bro. Actually, I do two things, but kind of the one thing. But yeah, I thought that was really interesting. One thing I mean, and this goes into what Lucas was saying, but being making the choice to have this not be a climactic moment. I think that probably, for me at least, is because they're choosing to reveal this to the player and not at the same time they're revealing it to Clive.
Right.
And I feel like if they had done those two at the same time, it would have been a mic drop, oh shit, climactic moment, but they didn't.
That is true.
Yeah.
And I always find it very interesting, and I'm always very aware, as a writer myself and as somebody who's like looked at things just from this angle, and who's been I'm fascinated with fourth wall breaking things, and I'm also fascinated with the implications of like how things are conveyed. And I told this to my wife a long time ago because we were reading this book. I'm the type of person that I'll be watching a movie and I'll be thinking, what does that mean? What does this mean for what's coming? I'll be reading a book and it'll be like the author will like, something will be a line and I'll be like, okay, they're telling me this for a reason. What does this mean looked at in the greater scheme of things? And so one of the things that I told her when we were reading some Agatha Christie mysteries or something like that, we're playing around in the space where we're reading books with unreliable narrators. And I'll be like, well, first of all, one thing you have to know is that the narrator, one of the rules of fiction and storytelling is that the book does not lie to you. The narrator does not lie to you unless the narrator is a character and it's the purpose of it is that they're lying to you. And so I think it's interesting when storytellers choose to reveal things to characters that the reader is not present for. I like that, where it's like, oh, come with me, we need to have a conversation, and then it cuts to the next chapter or something, and it's like, well, we don't know, but this information is going to come back later. And then the converse is also true, where it's like, okay, you're not revealing this to Clive. Why? What's that going to mean for what happens later? And so we as the player have already had this resolution of, oh, we know Joshua is okay. Okay, that means who was there with Garuda? It was Joshua. Who was there being, kept captive? Who was this person who was in this village? It was Joshua the whole time. Clive's been one step behind, and now we know they're in the same place. Joshua isn't reaching out to Clive. Why? Like, exactly. It's insinuating a distance between characters that we don't really have the justification for yet. So, but yeah, it is kind of a forced, like, anticlimax, I guess. I feel like they could have done more to be, to kind of like add like maybe some look on Joshua's face where he was like concerned or like something. They didn't, I don't really recall them doing a whole lot with that moment other than the fact of just like, it's him. Yeah,
like the moment itself was fairly dramatic for what it was. It's like up close on his face and everything. It's just like, some of the stuff that happens afterwards, where it's just like, okay, Joshua's just here now.
Yeah.
What
It's
up,
very,
Dions?
very
It's
less
me, your boy.
Yeah. It's me, your boy, skinny penis. So,
Anyway, the Phoenix is not dead. Shocker.
no. Shocker. So at this point, they return. They return to the hideout, I believe, and they talk to Sid. Clive knows what's up. And at this point, I believe it is that Sid lets him in on the real plan.
Listen, all these crystal motherfuckers need to explode.
Explode! Watch
Hold this animation. Explode!
Bum, get me on the phone right now. Do it while I'm doing this combo.
Anyway, stuff needs to explode, and Jill and Clive are like, yes, I understand. Yeah, the blight is bad. Yep, mother crystals, causing the ether. Yep, we need to take them out. Yep, I'm with you. Let's blow those motherfuckers up. And it's like, great, cool. We have a plan. We have the tools. We have the talent. And Jill is like, hey, I want to help you with this, but also I have a traumatic past, trademark, and we need to go resolve that.
TM.
Am I missing anything? I just wanted to get through that very quickly and use the TM.
TM. Yes. Let's see. But before we handle her traumatic backstory, we actually go to the place where Sid fought Bahamut, right? Because the first crystal they destroy is one that Sid tried to destroy before.
Yeah.
And failed. So this is so we go to Oriflame.
Yeah, you have, that's where you like sneak in and there's the weird stealth section. Yeah.
So you do this. This is also where we learn about oh my god, what's it called? So this is where we first learn about ether floods, which is moments where ether is so
they go Akashic or Akashic.
Akashic. Yeah, that's right. That's what I was looking for. So Will kind of like glossed over it, but the reason why they are destroying the mother crystals is because the idea is that every time magic is cast, it consumes ether, and ether is something that exists in all living things. So with the crystals that people have that are expensive, that he said are rare, are fragments of mother crystals. Which are what all of these like major nation state powers are like around on the Twins, which are these two giant islands in Valisthea where the whole story takes place. So the idea is that as more magic is being used over time, it is consuming the life of the land, and eventually there's not going to be anything left. So we have to stop. And at this point, I think at this point, we already know that bears and dominants are the only people who can use magic without using crystals. And so that is why kind of the dominants are playing center stage, because they're going to need that power. So yes, so this is, Sid has tried this before. I believe it is this point where we learned that Sid used to be allied with Barnabas and Benedikta and all of them. We knew that before, but like that this was the thing that he did that made him persona non grata and then had him go rebel. He was like, we got to get rid of this shit, and they're like, nah fam, we need this, because the whole society and all of civilization is built on this. So we go back to the point where he made his latest attempt, and he was rebuffed by Bahamut. At this point, the reason why they are sneaking in is because Bahamut and the religious kind of sect here has declared war on people across the way, and their armies have just left. So the capital is largely uninhabited. So they sneak into the underground via some mines. We've got ether flood stuff going on. And it is revealed that if you stay in high concentrations of ether, you will go Akashic, which means that you just kind of go nuts. And like you gain a lot of power, but after that power is over, you just kind of die. And it is also revealed that people other than, I don't remember if they said that bearers could survive, but they definitely said that dominants are not negatively impacted by it.
Right.
And at that point, I was like, oh no, what about Torgal? We have to get out of here.
Joke's on you.
Yeah, jokes on me. But that was a thing. And I was wondering, like, wait a second, why are we not rushing? Why didn't we leave Torgal at home? Because as it stands, it is 3 dominants and Torgal. And later on, we'll learn he'll be fine. But in this instance, I was definitely worried about my boy. So I was actually trying to rush through because I was like, I wonder if this is the type of game where, like, if I stay here too long and do too many things, like, is this going to be like a little branching thing where, like, my boy gets totally boned and I'm going to have to fight my good doggo? It's not this type of game, but, you know, when you're blitzing the story, you don't necessarily know that at this point. So at this point, there was a thing that I know that or I think that will appreciate. We sneak all the way through the mines. We fight a bunch of Akashic dudes. They're super fucking tough. It's absolute bullshit nonsense that you can't stagger them with your really powerful abilities when they're just in the middle of an attack animation. What the fuck is up with that, Square? Come on. How dare you do me dirty like this? We get all the way through the mines. We drop through this broken section of wall into a place that looks completely different. And all of a sudden, these guys from the Fallen Ruins start showing up again. Your Liches, your Revenants, all these sorts of things. And it's like, what the fuck is happening?
Wait, I have one thing.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
And this goes to my, like, problem with, like, the way Jill is written throughout the game up until this point. Because at one point you're crossing a bridge, right? And Cid falls into the ether.
Oh, yeah.
Clive goes to save his bro. Jill just stands there and does nothing.
Yeah.
And then when Clive pulls him back up, she's like, oh, thank God, the boys have saved each other. Literally does this, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't say anything. And it's just like, are you for real?
They also, this is kind of an aside, they also do the thing that I hate when somebody is rescuing somebody from something that's collapsing, whether it's like a fragile bridge or most egregiously when it's like a frozen lake that somebody has fallen through, where like they'll go to rescue them and then they'll both stand up at the, like, right next to the place where they fell in. And it's like, bro, you have to be laying down on this shit. Do you not understand how physics works? Like, if you climb out,
it's gonna fall back in.
Yeah, if you climb out, you have to fucking go down, like, and spread out your weight over a broader surface area, or that's how you got into this fucking problem in the first place. Anyways,
Amazing.
That is a pet issue. That is a big pet peeve of mine when they do that, because it's like you're training people. If anybody ever actually saves somebody from a frozen lake, please, I fucking beg, do not stand up. Lay down and just fucking squirm your way across the ice. You're way more likely to actually make it through that way. Don't die. Let this wisdom from me save your life. Anyways, so they break through this section of wall, and there was an interesting moment because this wall is totally busted because of Cid's fight with Bahamut.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a moment where Clive said, "How did you get out? Considering you fought with Bahamut, Cid." And Cid said, "I walked. You should try it." and I was like, wait a second, hold on, Will, are they making a nod to Orin? Because he was like the idea was like, you had this huge fight with Bahamut, who's one of the most powerful icons in the world. How did you walk away from that? Like, how did you just leave? Mm-hmm. You didn't destroy the crystal. How did you survive and leave? And he's like, I walked. And I was like, that's on some fucking Orin vibes, like right there. Like, you know, the idea of where it's like, he got into this huge fucking fight that he shouldn't have survived, and then he just kind of shows up in Besaid later or something.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm just like, Are you making a nod to, like, are we going to discover later that Cid, you know, I mean, I'm not going to spoil Final Fantasy X because you should definitely go play it. But are you going to do this? Because I thought that would have been interesting, particularly because Sid has been coughing. Like Sid is going through it. You know, Sid's a smoker, but also, you know,
right.
Yeah. And also, has been using the Bahamut thing, and whenever he does, or the Ramu thing, whenever he does that, he coughs up blood. Like, he's dying.
Yeah. He's not the only one. Joshua has been doing that since he was a kid. So there is definitely a connection there, and it's very interesting. And then we see Jill hospitalized, Tarja taking care of her. Like, it is not all fun and games for dominance in this world.
No,
going in the big robot hurts you.
Yes. So
it's like a Bokurano.
Yeah, the idea that the Mother Crystals and the Fallen Ruins and the Oriflame subterrane are all connected at this point was interesting to me. And at this point, I started asking, wait a second, are they going to do like a moon people thing like FF14? They keep showing me scenes of the moon. They keep showing me this like red dot next to it. Like, what's the red star next to the moon? Is that Ifrit or a fire god or something? Or like something like that. I kept wondering about that. Then we fight a dragon. And it was at this point where I was like, man, I really wish I was fighting a FromSoft dragon instead of a Square dragon. But you know what? This fight's still not terrible until you get to Dragon Dance. And that is some fucking horseshit nonsense right there. Oh, man.
I would simply dodge the super move.
Hit the super move that lasts for fucking 30 seconds and hits everywhere.
I would simply dodge. That thing killed me like 2 times, so I had to learn how to dodge it.
Yeah.
I feel like I just ran behind it.
Yeah. You want to know what makes this game amazing? That you can dodge every single take of damage you can take in this encounter. Like when you get... Cool. Yeah. When you get the timing, don't just spam the dodge. You can just stack him up and then go back into the enemy and just let him have it. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm. What Timo is saying is get good.
Yeah, I would simply choose correctly.
Yeah.
Or just move out of the way.
Yeah. So we fight that. The dragon is destroyed. We go through the gate, and here we go. We finally got to one of the Mother Crystals. And Clive's not strong enough to destroy it. And guess who is? Ya boy, Skinny Lightning. So Sid summons up the power of Ramu and cuts on through it. And we hear a scream, and then something weird happens.
Weird in a Final Fantasy game? I don't know about that.
This part was actually really unsettling to me.
Yeah.
I was just like,
This is when half of the other shoe drops.
Yeah.
So Clive is drawn into this weird space where it's like some dark, translucent water beneath him, and he's just in this completely other world. And this thing called Typhon appears before him, and it's this very just unsettling, like kind of dark but still pale skinned like being appears, and I forget exactly what it says to him. Let me see if I can find some of this. Yeah, I don't know what it says, but it starts talking about some things. I forget if is this when it starts calling him Mythos?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So it calls Clive Mythos. It starts talking about wanting to see his power and a bunch of stuff like that. So you fight this thing, and you fight it as Clive, and then you channel Ifrit and fight it. And it's a pretty wild fight with an enemy that is frustratingly warping all over the goddamn place. This should not be a thing. If you're going to have, and I put this in my notes, if you're going to have moves that have significant wind up or root yourself to the spot, don't have bosses that can teleport away as soon as you start doing them. That's nonsense. Don't do that. But anyways, we've got this fight with this crazy figure who has like just absolutely absurd levels of power.
Doesn't the portal thing happen before the fight? Or am I misremembering it?
No, you're right.
Yeah,
the portal thing happens because it comes out. It comes out
like,
either to try to defend the crystal or after it was destroyed, and then because Sid throws his like lightning rod through it.
Yeah, but it like the thing opens, and then I think like a thing comes out and stabs Sid, and then this thing just sort of like slides, sort of half falls out of this portal, and it's just horrifying.
Yeah.
Like that part of the game, I think, got a bigger reaction from me than like anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really weird.
Yeah.
And so when Clive goes into this other space, like that, like Typhon is like pinned to the wall of the air by Ramuh's like lightning rod.
Yeah.
And then he's like just desperately trying to like pull it out. And Clive actually can't do anything to this guy at first. Which is, always a good sign. When you're a protagonist and you're like, oh shit, none of my stuff is doing anything.
Better do that thing that always works.
Yeah. Get in the big robot.
Become the big fire dog, Clive.
Yeah.
Use the boosters this time.
Yeah. Use the
You
NOS.
you actually do get the NOS power.
Yep.
Which is like totally ridiculous. But yeah, we're starting to unlock more of Ifrit's toolkit. So we put an end to that, and we get out.
And use style on him. That's a fun fight.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. A lot of the Ifrit fights are like just very fun and cool ways for you to kind of like style on your enemies. So we come out, and that hits it pretty hard.
Yeah.
And this
also,
Yeah.
this is another criticism of the way Jill is handled up through this point.
Oh, no.
When Typhon comes out and is like, or maybe this isn't what happens yet. At some point, Clive nearly gets stabbed, and I think it's right before he gets yanked into the portal. And Torgal like squares up and is like, not my boy. And Jill's like, hang on, and does nothing. And it's like, girl, you are actually a goddess. Like, you are the Lady of Ice. Do something.
Yeah. Now, she does some stuff later.
She does, and I'll talk about that, but
Yeah.
it's just infuriating that, like, pre-second time skip, she doesn't do anything.
She doesn't even like react to things like the other companion characters do.
No, she's just not allowed to do anything. And it's just like I literally just started writing it down. All of her dialogue up until that point is her asking a very obvious question or saying yes or no or being supportive of Clive. Literally every single thing.
Yeah, it's not great.
Jesus.
So
another thing I wanted to point out that I thought was really cool. When you're Ifrit for like kind of the first time, or first couple times, it's really like limited in what you can do. You've got like your you can punch, you have the like dashing thing, but like as soon as he like accepts who he is and he's like, okay, now I'm just gonna bring Ithrit out, then it's like you get almost the whole kit that Clive has when he's not in the robot.
Yeah,
I thought that was a really interesting sort of thematic thingy. He's like, he accepts it and now he gets all his buttons.
Yeah.
Press F to accept yourself and also get new abilities.
Yeah.
Also love how Ifrit plays very similar to Clive. You can do all the like melee slash magic,
exactly,
melee slash magic, charge up, and so on. And it's cool that the more you get to play Ifrit, the more like Clive he plays, so you get more access to the more technical stuff as well.
Yeah. Yeah, later on you can even get like the ability to like intersperse your magic casts with your melee swipes, and then you've got like a nice retreating finisher and stuff. It gets, by the end of the game, Ifrit is super fun to play as.
Yes.
I think that it's they lean more heavily into the spectacle earlier on, but later like you can do a lot of self-expression when you're playing as him the same way that you would as Clive, which I think is it's really great. So in this moment when, Sid is down, he's not going to make it out. He decides to give his power to Clive. He's seen Clive take Benedikta's power this way, and so now he's gonna give Clive what he needs. And
Clive's just telling him to stop the whole time. It's hard to sit through.
Yeah. It sucks because we know what it means for his character, but he also knows that if he doesn't do this, I mean, what's the point? Like, we might as well, like, we gotta fuel the revolution, And
he's also got a big hole in his chest and is super dying. So
it's incredibly true. How long is he going to have if he, even if he doesn't pass along this power, if he tries to draw on it, like, he's not going to be able to keep himself alive.
Right. And there conveniently is no Phoenix at this particular moment.
Oh,
it's very true.
Shows up right after, though. Joshua, you bastard.
Yep. You son of a bitch. You should have hung out with us at the Fallen Ruins, and you could have been here with us now.
You big jerk.
He has to be, mysterious.
Yeah. So, at this point, I was like, "Oh, dang! Too bad we can't summon like Typhon." Like, I thought that would have been cool. I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna beat this, and then I'm gonna be able to absorb its power, and then that's gonna be really cool." Because knowing that like Typhon is one of the summons from like the older Final Fantasy games. But I didn't know how granular they were going to get with it. And they didn't actually get too granular. And I didn't even get to see my favorite watery boy. But, next game maybe. And then it is at this point that the biggest of bads is revealed.
He's so ugly.
He really is. And it annoys me how he talks. Which sucks because we're going to hear this motherfucker talk a lot.
Yes, and say a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah. So
consciousness, like, bro, this is your version of time compression. I need you to chill.
Yeah, nice Ultimacia. I like that. I'm an 8 fan. So this is, and I mean, her namesake right here, Ultima. The Ultima reveal, very cool. Clearly some sort of otherworldly being. I was like, wait a second, is this guy the Fallen? Like, what's going on with this? So we've got a whole scenario where he is trying to claim Clive for his own. I forget precisely what he says, but
you're going to be my vessel.
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
But Clive can't really fight back. He's incapacitating, having taken Sid's power. Jill is contractually required not to do anything by the writers and the producers of this game, so she can't do anything. And Torgal is just a pupper with no special powers whatsoever, clearly. And that's definitely going to be true forever.
You know what I love about Torgal, though?
What?
My man is always willing to square up for like his
He doesn't
bros.
care. He's not afraid to die.
He is not afraid. Torgal is like, I understand that you are like a 50-foot tall monstrosity, but consider this: I am a dog, and I will bite the shit out of you.
Yeah. I don't care if you're a godlike figure. You don't talk to my dude like that.
Right? Like, he is.
Ride
I
or die.
appreciate how ready Torgal is to be like, excuse me. Like,
Yeah. My boyfriend said he did not want any pickles on his hamburger.
hamburger, yeah, like. Oh, that's a nice little like crazy, ultimate technique you have there. Let me show you mine.
Yeah.
He's got the energy.
He does. It's very, very cool. But this is when somebody, who could it be, appears and stops Ultima. Actually, is it here?
I believe so.
Yeah. So
Yes.
Ultima tries to claim Clive as his own. A mysterious hooded figure, whoever could it be, comes and prevents that from happening.
By putting Ultima in his chest, which is a power move, honestly.
It is.
In case
In case you haven't seen Goldmember, He said, Joshua says, "Get in my belly."
One thing I like is that like the nature of Phoenix in this game is to kind of be a jobber, which is unfortunate, right? Like that's kind of what happens.
It's crazy because it's
To be
equal parts
fair.
that and he's fucking Clutch City. Like it's crazy.
Like,
Yeah, but
when-
usually Ifrit gets to do the job, right? Ifrit is always the introductory summon. He always gets his ass kicked, and now he gets to be the main event.
That's true.
yeah, but like Joshua's in the clutch. Joshua is like basically unbeatable. But like it is very funny that like he doesn't actually get that many W's. But this is like one of the times where he's like, Ultima's like talking all this shit, and Joshua's like, "Did you forget who I am, bro?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, bitch, I am the Phoenix. I do not care.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. My badassery transcends time. Like,
You cannot
But,
kill me. Like,
What I found really funny was when playing it in different languages. In English, he says, "Oh, get off my brother!" while throwing fireballs at him. And in Japanese, he just goes, "Fire, firea, faiga, fire, faija."
He's just there to cast spells. Have a good time.
Yeah,
so he's just cycling through like Fire 1, Fire 2,
Yeah.
Fire 3, Fire 4. Yeah,
exactly. In Japanese, it's great.
that's pretty cool.
he's like, well, Fire 1 didn't work. Fire 2, nope, still not working. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I would start on the other end.
Yeah.
I would cast
Start with the
Firefall
biggest one.
first. Yeah.
Just do the biggest one.
Maybe this is why he's a jobber.
Maybe.
He doesn't bust out the secret technique until it's like, oh man, nothing's working.
Yeah.
It's weird that he knew he could do that, though.
Yeah, has he done this before?
Like, Joshua, how many mythical beings have you put in your chest, bro? There's a little bit-
The neighbors are asking questions, my man.
Yeah.
So that happens, and then we time skip.
Yeah.
We do.
Almost.
No,
Not
is
quite.
it,
Oh, something happens. Something important happens. Something important happens.
Something
Yeah.
important happens with Hugo, yeah?
Yeah. He gets the mail.
He does. Who mailed that shit to him, bro? Like,
what's in the box?
What's in the box?
so Benedikta's head gets sent to Hugo. Why would you do that?
What I think is really funny is that Hugo, being a big stupid boy, convinces himself that Sid did that, when it's like,
Yeah.
bruh.
I mean,
The whole scene was a little weird.
I could almost see Sid doing that, being like, but he wouldn't have sent just the head, because like he cared about her
No.
too. Like I could almost see him like sending her remains back to like people who would mourn her, because
Yeah.
like he wasn't without mercy, he wasn't without compassion for her. Like he wanted her to like come to
Right, but
rights.
there's a difference between that and sending somebody, a head in a box.
Yes. Which means like he didn't do it, but somebody clearly did it and then told him that was,
I guess as it was Waloed.
maybe.
Yeah, was probably. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. But
So then we time skip, right?
then we time
Yeah.
skip.
It's midnight here, bro. We need to go faster.
It
We time
is.
skip.
It is.
After the mail is delivered, Hugo goes to return the package, and then the time skip happens.
Right, and then basically kills like a good chunk of the hideaway, and it's
Yeah.
like, oh shit.
Yeah.
All right, you guys keep it moving. I'm going to step away for just one moment and I'll be back, but keep going at whatever clip that you want.
All right. I actually really like this part because the time skip happens and it's just completely everything's discombobulated. Like you have no idea where you are. A lot of stuff has happened. It's not like the usual time skip where everyone's just kind of reintroduced in like a fun way. Like in manga and stuff. Instead it's like everything is terrible and we're gonna sort of tell you or hint at the new status quo. But a lot has changed and we're just not gonna fill you in any sort of video gamey way.
Yeah, you are off freeing people from the bears, and
Yeah.
you got Ramu powers, and everybody's calling you Sid, and you're like, what the hell's going on?
Hell?
That is not my name.
People don't want to be saved either. They're like, just leave us alone. You're just making things worse. That's one of the things that I really liked about this game's story as well, is that it's not just, oh, we free the slaves and everything is honky-dory, everything is fine. We always get told at the Hideaway, they barely have the resources to feed the people they have. And you can't just go around saving slaves because you might save them now, but how are you gonna handle them? You can't just save them. You can't just expect everyone to roll with it. You can't feed them. You can't hide them anywhere. That's incredibly difficult.
Yeah. And like I believe there's some talk about like the place where the first mother crystal gets blown up is all out of whack because there's no magic anymore, and so it's like Sid the outlaw. And it's just kind of like there are consequences to doing this kind of thing, even if your head's in the right place or whatever.
I think before Sid dies, he says something along the lines of just before it gets better, it's gonna get way, way worse.
Yeah. And let's see. So basically, what has happened? Right, we meet the Black Shields. So, like, we learn that not only did the Empire, like, take over Rosalia, it's also, like, they're just basically, like, a secret police from Clive's mom that's going around, like, slaughtering people.
As one does, when you work for Clive's mom.
Running completely counter to the philosophy of the old Shields, which is... really maddening towards Clive and them.
Yes.
Yeah, and they're all like definitely on something. And it's almost cult-like, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Even though you meet like more of an actual cult later, these guys are definitely like the sociopaths of the army all gathered together.
Yeah, the Empire has this weird hate boner for bearers, and we're told that the reason for that is kind of the way they treat the religion, right? I don't know. Is it called the Crystalline Faith? Something like it.
Yes.
And we're getting told early that other people treat their bearers bad, but the Empire, they're just squeezing them out really hard. And now they're going a step further by just, okay, we're just going to exterminate them because well, clearly our crystal is gone. We can't really make use of them anymore because they can't cast any spells in Sandbreak anymore. So we're just gonna kill them all.
Pretty much. Good old ethnic cleansing happening, more or less.
Yeah. And this was... there was also the point where it was like it's not super cut and dried, like the whole thing with the bears, because like Jill and Clive tried to rescue some of them and they're like, nah, now we're good.
Yeah.
And it's like,
you're making it worse, man.
Yeah. And I don't know whether you guys said it, but like he's taken up Sid's name and now is, kind of running things and all that. But yeah. Around this time, you can also do the side quest where you get your Chocobo back, Ambrosia, which I thought was like a really cool moment. But yeah, the Black Shield thing is going on. At this point, I was like, wait a second, like we're gonna have to. Clive's gonna have to kill his mom, isn't he? And I was like, fingers crossed, because at this point in the story, she'd been in charge of like a lot of really heinous stuff, and that is not going to stop anytime soon. So,
nope. Let's see. You have a really interesting note here. After the Chocobo, some of the writing is really off. I'm curious if you could expound on that, if you remember.
I don't. I really should have gotten more specific. I think it was at this point. Oh yeah. No, I did. I did write about this right afterwards. Like it was like there's a thing that really sticks out to me, like when there are different philosophies as to how to do voiceover, and the Japanese philosophy is you get everybody who's in a scene in the room together and you record it all as they're talking to each other. So it sounds very natural. People match each other's tone of voice. They match inflections, which is a big thing for me. And in the US, typically it's done piece by piece. And you don't always have other people's voiceover to react to.
Right.
But even here, it was beyond that. And it was just like the writing felt like the writing wasn't like written as a whole before it was done. So like this moment where Gav and Clive were talking about how they were going to like figure out how to get past this blockade or whatever. He was talking about who can get them to the crystal by boat. And he said, my uncle, Byron Rossfield. And then later, Gav says, Rossfield, and you're Rossfield. Like Clive didn't just literally say that this was his uncle. And it's just like, what is happening? Like, what is
Maybe it's
happening?
like when people see a cow, right? Like they're like, cows! And then, you know, like there are people who do, when you're driving, right? You're like, oh, look, it's cows. So maybe Gav is like, Rossfield.
Yeah, but that would have
like
been
an
fine if Clive hadn't literally just told Gav, like, I know who can help us. My uncle, Byron Rossfield. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. It was spelled out, so that made it like really weird.
Hey, Gaff is a bit slow. Don't bully him. He's a cool dude.
What?
Okay?
He's the best scout we got.
I wonder if
Yeah.
it was like a localization thing. Like
I mean, maybe. I only played it in English, so I can't really speak to what it was like otherwise.
Maybe it's two different people and two different spreadsheet cells, and something just didn't get put together.
It is possible. It's possible. But like your Final Fantasy 16, you should have like, come on, fix it. Come on.
Spreadsheets, man.
It's
Something's gonna go wrong.
It would be one thing if it wasn't also voice acted, because it's like you knew the line, you recorded the line, you had somebody else come in and record the line, and they don't match up. Like at some point, somebody didn't question this, but
Yeah.
anyways. So at this point, I was also like, wait, we're gonna have to kill an Ultima possessed Joshua at the end of the game, aren't we? Like this is just gonna get worse and worse and worse, and then this is what's gonna happen. It isn't. But there you go.
Yeah.
So, so this is where I feel like this is where Titan was actually attacking the city, but that was after this, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Where Titan was attacking Rosalia to try to get Clive to go there.
Go
Oh,
to
yeah.
the Iron Kingdom first because because Clive can't get his. I guess he can't get it up to destroy the crystal. So the next best thing is because Dynamite and the Empire are at war now. So they decide, okay, we're just gonna go to the Iron Kingdom and we're gonna take back Drake's Fang, I believe it's called.
Drake's Fang is the one with Hugo.
You know.
With
And which one is that? Drake's Death? No, then it's Drake's Breath.
Drake's Breath.
Yeah.
Yeah, they gotta go solve Jill's trauma.
There we go.
Because Drake's... Yeah, there's Drake's Fang, there's Drake's Breath.
I'm pretty sure that this is the point where we solve Jill's trauma. Which is like, why didn't you just do this earlier?
Resolve whose trauma?
Jill's.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, this is the point where she's like, I have something that I have to do if I'm going to carry forward with you.
So what did you do for the last 5 years, Jill? Why didn't you bring this up earlier?
Right.
Because it's not like she wasn't with them. That's where we got her. Like, we didn't get her from there, but we got her from their army. Like, you know, now maybe this is the first time that she's been back. But, you know, I don't know. Yeah. It's rough. So yeah, now we're gonna get into Will's commentary about Jill. Let's see. So we go back. They infiltrate. They find their way in through the old gates. We fight through a bunch of lava. We fight like a lava monster, which I always think this is really funny. When you fight enemies that live in lava, and as part of their death animation, you knock them back into the lava, which happened with this. And I'm like, bro, He was literally under there breathing lava for a while. Like, that's not shit to him. Like, that we just knocked him back in the lava.
Go home.
It's like Bowser at the end of those Mario levels. It's like, we knocked him into lava. He came up out of the lava. He's going to be fine.
Send him home. Yeah, and this is the point in the game where, like, Jill's character takes, like, a very weird turn where she's, like, really not there very much and definitely not very active in terms of, like, how decisions are made. She has a couple good moments, like, pre-time skip, but, like, you can count them on one hand. And now it's like, cool. These people did me wrong and treated me terribly, and we are gonna murder the fuck out of them. And then you get there, and like she sees her friend, and she's like, "You have to leave," and you run into like the high priest dude, and like
who's very clearly sexually abusing these young women,
right?
And then sacrificing them to his like crystal god.
Yeah, and then Jill murders the fuck out of him. That's pretty cool, honestly. It's like very badass, cool character moment for her. And it's like, where was this character?
Yeah, dude. If she was the fiery ice queen, like, and that's who she was, that would be awesome. Like, she'd be like Clive's partner in crime. You know, like let's burn and freeze this world down. You know, and then that was just what it was. Like, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I'm just flabbergasted by like the complete 180 the character does, where it's like, you know, very soft-spoken, very demure character who like mostly exists to be supportive of Clive.
Yeah.
And like the pretty girl, and then she's suddenly like, I'm gonna murder the fuck out of these people. And you're like, that's sick, actually. And then she's like, I will protect you with my ice powers. It's like, where have you been?
Yeah.
It's like they didn't want to have more than two characters doing things at once. It's like, okay, Sid's out. Now Jill can do stuff.
Now Jill's turn, right? And part of it feels like they really wanted to like emphasize Sid, which is fine, right? Like, you only get Sid for a relatively brief amount of time. But you could have had Jill like contribute to things.
Mm-hmm.
Even just a little?
And just do stuff and talk in cutscenes. And they were like, yeah, I guess, he's dead, so we better do something with her. And it is such a dramatic character 180 that there is no reason for, and it just feels weird.
Yeah.
And admittedly, like, cool fight with the lava creature. Jill gets to do really cool stuff. Like, yes, she's Shiva. That's awesome, right? Like, let her do cool things. But it's also just like, yeah, literally, like, she's cold as ice. Like, let her be cold as ice. Let her do cool things. And then
she's
it's
willing
like,
to sacrifice everyone in this kingdom.
She absolutely is. And she, like, you know, personally executes the dude, and it's like, I'm just like furiously looking at my notes, like, you are the same character that when Sid fell down the hole and Clive pulled him up, you were like,
the boys.
What? The boys have saved themselves. What?
Yeah.
I was so ready for this to like build up to Jill getting murked. Like,
yeah,
it's like, okay, Jill is doing stuff and she's turning into Shiva. They're definitely stuffing her in a fridge by the end of the story.
God, oh no, all the fucking cold puns, you guys.
They saved the fridge for Hannah.
Yeah.
That character actually did get fridged. Like, here's this character 100%. You're supposed to be sympathetic with, and we don't know how to make Clive and Jill join up with Sid's crusade, so we better just murder the fuck out of her. Yeah. And then they'll feel bad. And it's just like,
well,
that is like, there are times when you can argue that something is not fridging, right? Like, the character made a decision, right? Like, this is the natural result of that decision. This is just straight up like,
yeah,
we needed to get them here. Kill this bitch.
Yeah. I mean, there's a classic rule, you know, a rule in fiction of like, if you're stuck in your storytelling, kill somebody.
Kill somebody, right? And there's like a rule in screenwriting where like, you know, somebody should die in the first 10 pages if you're going to kill someone, right? Like, that's fine. First 5, preferably. But like, it feels very like characters being moved around as like pieces of plot, very hand of the author-y. Where and like in a way that's just like, could you not? Why is it? And the weird thing is, it's like you only do this to the women.
Yeah.
Like when Sid dies, it's because Sid makes a decision, right?
He makes a decision to try to save Clive.
Yeah.
Right?
And it gets him killed. That is a decision over which he has agency. Like, all the women don't get that. They're just like, no, you're just dead.
Yeah, his whole thing was like choosing the way he dies, and he got to do that.
Yeah, like it's just crazy. Like, anyway, so then Jill gets her cool character moment, and now she's a real character with like wants and needs and desires, and she talks and has a personality.
She has needs. She has needs, Clive.
She has needs.
How are you
going
to address these needs?
And they begin with you staying in that corset, baby.
Indeed.
So, my God. So
which,
anyway.
like, the funny thing is, if you were going to get rid of Jill, this would be the place to do it because she's ice and these people are made of lava.
Right,
like,
but instead it's like,
yeah,
cool character moment for her, which is great, right? Like that's what you want.
Yeah.
But it's like somebody flips a switch. Like it is a different character after this point. And
Jill now.
Yeah, it's like, all right, press the Jill button, let's go. And that's fine. Like 5 years is a long time. I'm not saying that characters have to be static. Obviously, Clive changes a lot over that time skip. That's fine. But to have it be like she's one thing and then she's like, yo, traumatic past. Okay, traumatic past resolved. Let's get it. And you're just like, what? So I don't know. I like new Jill more. I just wish she showed up earlier.
She definitely like becomes an interesting character, and just like the way she speaks and everything is really distinct. Yeah, it's just really disappointing when you look back after that and realize she just didn't do anything for the first half of the game.
Yeah, and it's just like, why? And the crazy thing is, right, like, if you wanted to build up this relationship with Sid and Jill and Clive, you could have Sid go help them do that before they kill him. And I think that would have worked way better from a standpoint of like, okay, we've blown up a crystal, right? Nothing weird happened. So you've established to the audience that this is fine, right? And then when Typhon comes out, you're like, oh shit, didn't happen last time, right? You could do like a lot of really cool stuff here. And a lot of the character decisions and a lot of like the beat by beat storytelling up until this point feels like the writers had things that they wanted to accomplish and did not know how to get there. Where it was like, okay, this needs to happen. Like clearly Jill needs to resolve this thing, but like when do we do it? Like they didn't know, right? Or like obviously Sid has to die, but we should definitely do it on their first mission together, right? Like it's a bunch of really weird decisions where it's like they knew what they had to do, they just didn't know the order and they didn't know how to get from A to B.
I think even if you alternated the order in which you did these things, I think it would have made more sense.
Yeah, if you have Jill and Sid and Clive go take out this like the Crystal and Dominion and their crystal first, and then on the second thing he gets killed, way better. More time with the characters, like it would have been way better.
And it's easier to onboard Clive into taking over this thing if they've been on successful missions before and then things just went south. Like he's already done some stuff, he's already accomplished, he's been brought along on missions with Sid, and now he's kind of like more ready to assume, other than like, we succeeded in our first mission and now I'm the leader. You know, like, you know, I feel like it makes more, it flows a bit better that way.
Right. And then when Jill goes into this time skip, like, you know, and comes out like a functionally different character, it also solves that problem because, like, hey, trauma resolved. Like, she's had 5 years to, like, you know, process that and kind of deal with it. And that makes a lot more sense than, like, all right, he's dead. Cool. Let's get it. And you're just like, that's not how it. And you could argue, like, yeah, maybe she's traumatized before this point, and that's why she acts the way that she does. But there's really no indication of that up until that point.
Her character doesn't have enough screen time for you to even understand if that's what's happening.
Right. Yeah. Like, her personality traits are, like, literally just be nice to Clive and be helpful.
Yeah.
Or be stuck in the hospital room.
Yeah. Or, like, be the like, the girlfriend who's, like, out of commission for you to be sad about.
Yeah.
And it's just, it is bizarre.
To be fair, I'd be fine if my character was just thinking about chest and sleeping. I'd be fine.
Listen, that's a perfectly reasonable assumption. However, However,
But no, I think what happens there is just so okay. He's Jill. She gets to be cool, and now she's gonna sit on a bench for the next 8 hours or whatever. It's really upsetting because finally she gets to be a character. Finally she gets like her moment to shine, and now now you go take a nap. We go like big boy stuff now.
I forgot they yanked her off screen again right after this.
So you can hang out with your uncle.
Absolutely incredible.
All right, now you guys can keep doing plot summary. That was my point about Jill. And from now on, she's good. I just wish she'd been good earlier.
Yeah.
I'm going to step away for a second. I'll be right back.
Cool. Yeah, so
I'm also going to step away. I will be able to hear you, but I need a drink.
All right, get some. I got myself a little bit of Coke for a pick-me-up. I'm going to start to try to go a little bit faster.
Yeah, because we're 4 hours in, bro. I need to sleep.
It's true. It's a long-ass game. We got a lot of shit to say. But, yeah. So one of the things that I had here was, like, how do we feel about Jill killing the cult leader and all that? I think I said I think it was pretty decent, even if the other characters are better written in this game. Clive and Sid are really well written. Jill starts kind of stiff and gets better. Joshua's okay, but he doesn't really stand out until later. That is one thing that, like, really stuck out to me is, like, just it's not necessarily just that the female characters are kind of done dirty, but it's also that, like, even other main characters like Joshua, like, some of their writing starts kind of not great and then it gets better as time goes on.
Because you only really get people in context with their relationship to Clive, right?
Yep. And this is one of the difficult things about writing an ensemble cast is, like, you have to have stuff for everybody to do. As many characters as you have, they have to have a purpose. They have to have, like, stuff that they can do. They have to have wants and needs. And you have to, like, have people, if you don't spell it out to people, to like your listeners or your players, you at least have to have them be able to intuit those things just from watching those characters move about the world. And they haven't really done either of those things. But yeah, so
and the other thing is, right, like, you can make that excuse, and I think that is a valid excuse, right? You're going from the point of view character. But, like, none of the dudes have this problem. Gav is way less important to the plot than Jill is, and I had a way better idea of who he was long before I knew who Jill was. Again, like, there's no excuse. Like, they made choices.
Yeah. So. And then we see a quick scene where Joshua and Yote are moving away, walking along the road with an attendant. He's coughing up blood because Ultima thought about Clive again after 5 years of silence during this fight with the fire guy and all that sort of stuff in the capital before they destroyed the big crystal. So in that scene, Joshua's writing gets way better, and I'm like, oh, hell yeah, Joshua's here, like, actually. So that was nice. He's got that purple glow on his chest where he sealed Ultima. And then meanwhile, this is the scene where Kupka takes over Rossfield Castle. So they take the bait in the way that all good, dumb protagonists do. And Clive and Jill and Gav and Torgal go to Rosalia and give them the what for. They fight a Curel, and then Kupka captures Jill, and Clive just fucking gives up. And at this point, I was like, what? Like, this was incomprehensible character moment number, I don't know what number it was, but I was like, yo, how are you just gonna give up? This is one thing. Let me tell you, we did Brian's frozen lake survival skills previously. Now we're gonna do Brian's hostage negotiation tips. All right. If someone has one of your loved ones and they say drop your weapon, the last thing you do is drop your weapon, because then they can do whatever they want to all of you. You have to keep your leverage. You have to keep your power. If you have a weapon, that means you still have something you can do. It might be risky. It might be dangerous. It might involve multiple people getting hurt. But you do not give yourself up. You do not let yourself get captured. Don't let yourself get played. because they're trying to make you think that you have no choice, and you absolutely do. And Clive made a fucking dead wrong decision here. And if it wasn't for Gav coming in and saving his ass 5 minutes later, he would have been a dead man. Jill would have been dead, and this story would be over. Mm-hmm. Don't be like Clive in this scene. Be smarter than that. Anyways.
100%.
So he was rescued by Gav, and then there's there's a big fight here. This is a fun fight. You're fighting with semi-prime Titan, and that's really fun. Then he fucking chops his hands right off.
Yeah.
But before,
that was awesome.
Yeah, before he can end it, that was an awesome scene because you're like, oh shit, what's gonna happen? And then boom, he just fucking Anakin Skywalkers him. You know, it was great. But then a mysterious figure shows up. Clive starts to absorb Kupka's power, gets that sweet Titan action that I know Will is so horny for. And then
it's my favorite one too.
Is it really?
Yeah, love Titan.
It's not my favorite, but it's a really good. That shield is.
I like the abilities. I didn't really use the shield.
It's the parry into the JoJo punches that.
Yeah,
perfect. Bellissimo.
Also, Titan's damage is bonkers.
Yeah. Titan's
so now
damage
you're finally like, I can hurt people. Thank God.
Yeah. Titan's damage is really good until you get my favorite Eikon. And then Titan ain't fucking shit, bro. Yeah, I was really happy when I could stop using Titan stuff. But we'll get to that later. So yeah, so right before that, Clive is collapsing because he's absorbing Titan's power, as it always happens. And a weird gray-haired, I think hooded figure comes in and takes Kupka and runs away with him. So then we are trying to figure out what is going on, how he got away, how we're going to follow him. We have already been reunited with Clive's uncle before this, back when, the whole Black Shield thing was going on, I think. Or it might have been after that. So yeah, he's been reunited. He's aware that Clive is still alive, which is great. I thought that was a great scene. Also, when he's like getting all weepy because Clive is alive, when they reenact like the play that they used to do together.
Yeah,
that was great moment. So at this point,
if you don't like Byron, you're a bad person.
he's great. He's great. He's also a really blustery character later, like in the section that we're about to get back into, which I just think makes him even more endearing, even if he causes trouble that we have to kind of pick up the pieces for. Mm-hmm. So now, it becomes obvious that there's an allied nation that is taking Kupka back to Drake's Fang. So we got to finish this job. So we go through, we find this place. We got to navigate our way around. We get through the gate. We go all the way down there. We infiltrate it. This motherfucker has been using his status as Titan to get himself political power and riches, and he built his castle right next to the Mother Crystal. That is badass. What a view. Like, that shit is so sick. You show up, I forget what mini boss you fight right beforehand, but I remember it being a fun one. I forget what it was. You go in there, you fight what's his face. He's clearly like upset that he's got like these weird like hands. It is very like, we've been talking about Game of Thrones things. This is very Jaime Lannister, except with both hands. And which sucks because unlike Jaime, Hugo Kupka is a fucking moron. So he doesn't even have the grace to like navigate it elegantly. He's
very dumb.
Let's see what he's trying to eat. He's just like,
yeah, and just smashes the table in half. That is one thing that I think is really cool about Titan is like, even just as a regular dude, he's like dummy strong. He can just like crack stone tables in half. Like he can crack the ground, even though he doesn't have any hands. Like he's really, 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 really strong. So in this moment, I don't think we know who it is, but the silver-haired figure is kind of telling Hugo there was a way that even after Benedikta lost her power, she was able to channel her Eikon again. And he basically suggests that Hugo go to the Mother Crystal and get a little friendly with the heart. Mm-hmm. So he does, and Clive gets there just basically in time to have a big knockdown drag out with Titan. And so it is Ifrit versus Titan. And I had heard people say Ifrit versus Titan is sick, and I was like, I thought, you know, Clive versus semi-prime Titan was pretty good. I liked that fight. And then I was like, oh, okay, they must have meant this fight. And then I was like, yeah, this fight's pretty good. Like, I'm enjoying it. I'm dodging around. I did legitimately think that, like, I loved the scale that they're operating under. Like, Hugo is bigger than Clive, but not by a lot, but he hits really hard. Mm-hmm. And then when it's Titan versus Ifrit, it's like, okay, Titan is like big. Like Ifrit is big, Titan is really big. And then, you know, after this fight, which I thought was fun and see Titan bounding around, then he eats the heart, which, come on, dude, you definitely should not have done that. And then things go just absolutely nuts. And now it's time for just cracking through the top of the ceiling. This giant, like, I don't even know what sort of a scale we are even talking about at this point. Like, this is the thing that is so big, it's like preposterous to contemplate.
Ifrit is like probably 50 feet tall, right?
Yeah.
He's a big boy.
He's smaller than one of Titan's fingers.
Yes.
Amazing.
He's smaller than one of Titan's fingernails at this point.
Yeah.
Like, he's a speck. It's wild. And there's giant, like, worm tendrils with giant spikes all over them. Like, this is, like, straight up some like, crazy Lovecraftian, you know, eldritch old one from beyond the stars that's come down. Like, this is some crazy shit.
Yeah.
And
I love how Ifrit just is far away, looks at this monstrosity and just goes, fuck, okay, let's do this.
Yeah. So this is Ifrit versus Titan Lost. So this is where, you know, we're starting to realize that there are different versions and different iterations of these icons beyond just their base forms, which is going to be extremely important later. So this is what happens when, you know, one of the hearts is united with one of the icons, and you have this fucking just crazy fight. Now, I've seen comparisons made to Asura's Wrath. I don't know if this is part of that, or if that's just like some other stuff, or like when you're using Titan abilities or what have you. I don't know, Will, if you have anything to say about this.
About how it's like Asura's Wrath?
Yeah. Is this like part of that?
Yeah, I think so. I think part of it is, yeah. What it really reminds me of is like God of War 3, where you're fighting on Gaia.
You were going to say Kronos or whatever?
Yeah, and Kronos. And that you're not... Although the difference is, and one thing I appreciate about the fight against Titan is you actually fight Titan. You don't fight mooks on Titan. You fight Titan. And usually
there's no enemies other than him.
Yeah, usually the big spectacle fight is like, you don't fight the dude, you fight like his minions, and you run around on him. And that's neat, but it's also just a really boring way to do like a wave-based fight.
Yeah.
This you actually fight. So yeah, it kind of does remind me of Asura's Wrath in a way. But I also just respect the hell out of the spectacle, because I was sitting there playing and I was like, this is the greatest spectacle I've ever seen in a video game. I don't know how you did this. This is bonkers.
Yeah.
And then I got to the Bahamut fight, and my opinion changed a little bit.
When I first got to this part, I was in Discord being like, I just got to a part that was just everything I wanted that I didn't know I wanted, in like a really degenerate, like on my bullshit kind of way. Because as soon as like Ifrit starts running, I was like, this is a Sonic game now. What the hell?
God, Lucas is right.
It was just like Sonic the Hedgehog vibes, 100%. Like the cheesiest 3D Sonic game. I was like, oh man, I'm here for this.
Yeah, I was just jamming out to the music because
like
it was a weird remix of Under the Weight, which is Titan's theme in 14, and the remix version in that game as well. And then on top of that, it was like some other weird techno thing. It was amazing. And just charge at him, run up these tentacles. You just barely avoid these hits. Stones are throwing at him. And in the end, you just grab this gigantic tentacle, throw it down, and then dive kick it into his heart.
Yeah.
And the damage number breaks the scale as well. You do like over a million damage,
so
despite the normal cap being like 900,000. It's cinema, like I said.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
I think when it came out, the Platinum helped with this game a little bit. I was like, if Platinum's help wasn't just like merc work and they got to like come in and just like do one thing or something, it has to have been this part.
Yeah. Actually, that's a good point. There's definitely like some like Bayonetta vibes on this fight as well.
It's just like the whole game just goes goblin mode.
Yeah.
And just gets as self-indulgent as it possibly can, just for the fun of it. It doesn't quite do that ever again. And I think it was really just like a good opportunity to just like really have fun with the concept before things got like super, escalated.
Yeah.
Again.
And I think it makes sense for this to be like a gameplay high point, because I think this is also for Clive an emotional high point, because his stuff against his beef with Hugo is very personal.
Yeah.
So this has also been like, I guess actually since he like truly obtained his power, this has been the first time he has really let loose with everything that he has, because the last fight, like, he fought really hard, but that was Jill's fight more than his. So this is like, I'm Ifrit, and you're going to pay.
Yeah, this was a grudge match.
Yeah. Which is good.
I think Kupka definitely, got the lion's share of, like, good villain energy.
Yeah.
Or at least, like, the conflict itself. Just, it had, like, it was personal. Clive wanted to kill him just as much as Kupka wanted to kill him. It was just like there was time spent building it up. It was good stuff. Yeah.
Oh, and I did like the moment where Clive is like, yeah, you thought, Kupka was like, you're gonna pay for the sins of your predecessor, and he's like, oh, you think Sid killed Benedikta? No, that was me.
It was me.
Yeah. And like that moment where he's like, oh, and he's like, Kupka is so happy. He's like, I thought that the ability to get revenge was out of my grasp, but it isn't. Like, so but that's when they're fighting like person to person. That was like chef's kiss.
Yeah.
I do think that stuff. Barnabas gets like a lot of good stuff later. Like, and I do really like him as a villain. And I think that ultimately like falls flat for me, just because like I think that it doesn't really matter what you do when you have like a godlike otherworldly figure and you have them voice act like this and they feel like they're written to be really distant. That has consequences. Like you get something from that, but you also have to consider what you're trading away for it. And I think that's why I think Kupka is, like you said, like one of the big good villains. And particularly because the place where we're going to go next, you don't really fight the villains, which I think is interesting. This was dope. It really was jarring to me and kind of took me out of the experience that there was like hip hop going on during the boss fight, because I was like, what are you doing? But other than that, I was like, man, this is badass. So then we've got a cutscene afterwards where Barnabas, the king, and the person who is revealed to be Harbard know of Mythos and know of Clive's power, and they've kind of been potentially manipulating things, or at the very least watching and waiting to see what happens. So Harbard is serving the emperor, or the king, and that is the guy who saved Kupka from dying to Clive before he was able to return to his own place. Why it made a difference where he died, I don't know. Maybe they only wanted him not to die there because they needed to have a mother crystal nearby to have Ifrit become stronger by fighting Titan Lost. Maybe that's what it is. That would be my best guess, I think. But yeah. And Barnabas said that Clive is living his life based on a lie, but it's hard to change your nature, which I think is interesting and is going to come back for Barnabas later on. So then we've got this whole extended scene where we create the airship's engines, or what I thought was the airship. That's not actually an airship. How dare you? So we're doing that for mid. Also, let's fucking talk. We're talking about lady characters. Mid, anything but. Mid is top tier.
She's pretty good.
I don't care what anybody says. There are some ladies that get good treatment, and we totally fucking forgot about Mid in our discussion because she's awesome. She's my favorite. Also,
she's also just kind of like a side character in a lot of ways.
That's true. I mean, she does become more integral to the plot from this point on.
Yeah.
Because I think that she gets like, she kind of like jumps past Gav as like the not party member who's doing the most important stuff. She kind of becomes the Bulma of this universe.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'll make that. I'll figure that out. Don't worry about it. Dragon Radar, no problem.
Time to make the big RPG ship.
Yeah.
And then tease the airship, but not follow through.
Yeah. So then we visit Sid's grave, where we get the idea of how we're going to proceed, which I thought was a good moment. We travel to, this is the thing that Timo talked about earlier, we travel to a place called the Final Sin, apparently ground zero of an ancient battle against the gods, where the punishment for losing was dominance and bearers entering the world, which is a very interesting recoloring of history based on what we will learn later.
Also, just what a visual, by the way. This like giant hole with the water pouring in.
Yeah, it's like perfectly circular. I believe that is that's like fallen architecture all around that ring, right?
Because it used to be Mother Crystal that blew up.
Okay. So, interesting. So wait a second. So was that Leviathan's crystal? Do you think?
We don't know. So I'm not going to make any assumptions there. We only know that the people that we now know as the Fallen, they got a bit cocky. They wanted the Mother Crystals for themselves. Ultima didn't like it, so he decided to punish them. And boom, big kaboom.
So it's interesting. We're going to get to this later, but I kind of want to talk about Leviathan and the world, because Valisthea is where the story takes place. And Valisthea is the twins, which are the two islands that this whole continent is kind of based on. But that's not all of the world. That's not all that there is. And we'll learn later that Barnabas is from the rest of the world. He's not from here.
Sid as well.
Sid as well?
Yeah, Sid is also from outside.
Interesting. I mean, I knew Sid was teamed up with them, but I guess I didn't factor that in. So do we think that Leviathan used to be in Valisthea and now is not? Or do we think that maybe he was from outside? Because my thought would be he's from here, but we don't actually know that the mother crystals aren't really connected to the icons, right? Like even if you destroy the...
They aren't, but the way it works is that bearers are essentially just rejected dominance. So they were potential candidates who didn't get the power, so they just bearers. And that Leviathan is a quote-unquote lost icon, more or less suggests that the group of people that would be passing down the gene with the potential was completely eradicated at some point.
Okay. That makes sense. It's a shame, but it makes sense.
Who knows? Maybe there's DLC. Who knows?
Who knows? Man, I always love Leviathan.
Don't you want to body slam a gigantic sea snake?
Yes.
Just like do a German suplex?
You know what? I didn't, but now I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that game didn't have a suplex at all, did it? That's a mistake.
Hugo didn't do anything like that to somebody?
Sadly not.
That feels like a big Kupka move. Anyways.
It's a missed opportunity.
So Dion goes before the Emperor. So now we talked about previously how Oriflame had invaded God, what is it called? Like the Crystal City or whatever.
Twinside.
That's right. I was like, it's twin something. So Dion goes before the Emperor, and we've got this whole scene where, you know, Dion going back and forth with his father about the invasion, about being Bahamut, about all this sort of stuff. There was a scene previously when Bahamut had taken the field against Odin, I think. That was like way earlier, I think. And now they're kind of on standby. And Dion's father, who had been kind of the religious leader, had now, assigned a new emperor, which is now, surprise, Annabelle's new son, which is a really young person. And Dion gets this news from the front, and he is not happy about it.
No, sir.
He's been observing what's been going on. And,
yeah.
And
this is where, from here till almost the end of the game, for most of this, Dion is going to be a major player. To varying degrees. He's going to be a major player now, and then he's going to be a major player later. So he goes before the Emperor, and he's informed that Kupka is dead and Drakesfang is destroyed. So Dion's father, who's now the regent, speaks of Emperor Olivier, which is Annabelle's new son, being Saint Grieger in the flesh, and says that one day they will rule the world as a god. So after the regent and the emperor leave the room, Annabelle comments that Dion will raise himself no higher than he has already, lest his unclean blood taint the throne, insinuating that she knows of his parentage. Maybe she's involved, I thought at this point, and then it really doesn't come to anything. I don't really even know why they brought that up. That seems like a weird aside.
Yeah. The game suggests that Dion is not the son of the Emperor, that he's just some lowlife that the Emperor adopted to win some weird Game of Thrones that was going on there.
Yeah. Because he's Bahamut, and people value people with power. And Dion is beloved. We were talking about how the different cultures value their dominance and bearers differently. Bahamut is beloved by the people. Like, they love him.
He's like a big hero general.
Yeah. In a relatively similar way to the Phoenix in Rosaria. Like, people love the Phoenix in Rosaria. People, like, adore Bahamut. Like, when he takes to the skies, we don't have anything to worry about. Bahamut's got it, you know. And I do think that it's very interesting. So traditionally in Final Fantasy games, Bahamut is the first summon that you get that does non-elemental damage. So he's often really, really valuable, and he's often a very powerful summon for the rest of the game after you get him. He's also usually a really hard boss to fight because you can't like mitigate the damage that he does. In this one, he's actually aligned with light, which I think is very interesting because the two icons that we're looking at next are Bahamut, who is identified with light, and Odin, who is identified with darkness. And I think that is very interesting. And I like how they kind of treat that. You know, this is a kingdom that is supposed to be about religion. It is supposed to be about goodness. It is supposed to be about light. And there's a lot of stuff that is going on to kind of disrupt that. So Clive and Jill and Torgal continue towards Boklod, and then I added another point about it's really annoying how effectively pointless shops are for the vast majority of the game.
Yeah.
Then I was
That's
like,
Just refill your potions, man.
what's that?
Just refill your potions.
I didn't
much,
even
yeah.
do that because I found enough that it would they would just start refilling my health. So I basically never had to buy potions anyway. But anyways.
Also, you weren't using the strength potions. I see.
I'm
Not
gonna-
optimizing combat.
I'm going to be honest. I barely
believe it.
used any of those. Yeah. I barely
Not
used.
once.
I didn't
Not
really need
even
to.
a single time.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
I used the stone skin potions or like whatever those are, like the ones that make you like more resilient a couple of times. But I didn't even need to then.
They feel really useless.
So then you've got this whole scene where you've got to like save a bunch of kids from pickpocketing bandits and all this sort of stuff. And I was like, why don't one of you prime or semi-prime and just fucking jump over this fence? Like, who cares? Like, just why do we have to do this? Like, let's get over there. We can literally fly. And I believe at this point, then is Joshua with them? No, Joshua isn't with them yet. It wasn't until after this. Yeah. But yeah, so then we've got this huge Bahamut and Dion fight. They sneak into the city. They're like, how are we going to do this? We're going to destroy this crystal. And then all of a sudden, shit just goes fucking wild in the middle of the night. Things just start exploding. And they go outside, and Bahamut is flying all over the place, destroying everything. So they fight their way through. I believe they encounter like Akashic troops as they approach, which is weird. Like, what is happening? And then as they're climbing up through the spire, they see Phoenix outside. And they're like, and this is, I believe this is the first time, like in the time when Joshua saved Clive from being possessed by Ultima, he did leave a Phoenix feather on him. So he has had that since then. And he's kind of held on to that. But this is the first time that he's actually seen evidence that Joshua might still be alive.
Yeah. The first time he's seen him with his own eyes, yeah.
Yeah. So he's had this suspicion. He's felt like he was close or something like that. But like that way long ago when, we were talking about this, Final Fantasy XVI had told us that Joshua was fine. This is when Clive finds out.
Right. Dramatic irony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's incredibly excited, and they're going up through this through the castle. And who should they find? It's Annabelle. Oh man.
Hey, Mom.
The worst mom that ever mommed.
The
We
worst.
should maybe also talk
love-
about why like the city's on fire, because we know at this point.
Sure, yeah, go for it, Will. Take it.
It's because basically Joshua goes to Dion and he's like, hey, there's this thing called Ultima, and he's really bad, and like it's manipulating a bunch of stuff, and Dion's like, I will help you as soon as like I solve the problems at home. And then the whole thing where it's like, yeah, the kid is gonna be emperor, and Dion's like, I have to kill Annabelle. Like, we have to just like basically commit a coup. Like, there's no other way around this. Cannot stand. So, because he thinks that Ultima is possessing the kid. So that's why the city's on fire, because he just so happens to start committing the coup at the same time as your party sneaks in and is like, let's blow up the mother crystal.
And to be clear, Dion has a great monologue where he basically calls out the regent for being increasingly corrupt and abandoning himself and all of this sort of, he just names off like a litany of things. And this board that we've seen in scenes, like this religious kind of ruling group that's just kind of been like yes men to the regent, is like, they're very aware that the stuff that Dion is saying is right. And so basically he has his spear in his hand because Dion is a badass. And he's like, I'm not going to let this go on any longer. And people are like, they're like, the regent is like, sees him and nobody does because everybody's with Bahamut. You know what I mean? And it was really cool. So he's like, in this moment, Dion is like, Olivier is Ultima. He throws his spear. His father jumps in front. Tragic. Tragic moment. And then
he kind of like snaps and turns into Bahamut and starts blowing everything up.
Olivier walks close to him and starts talking to him, and his eyes glow, and he has this whole thing where he's kind of like commanding him to turn into Bahamut, and then leading to this crazy chaos and stuff like that.
Yes. Hey, he was right. His aim was just could have been a little bit better.
Could have been better. Could have been better. Just a little bit faster. Yeah. So then we've got.
So back at the top of the tower where we run into Annabelle, Mother of the Year.
Yes. Then yes. But before that, we have 4 boss fights in a row, which is ridiculous. But this game is in full swing. Let's see. So then I've got, so they find them and Annabelle is freaking out. And, this is the point where she reveals that like she was disappointed in Clive because he was supposed to be, Phoenix, and instead, and he lived, and her only son that she loved, Joshua, the one who was the Phoenix, is dead. And Clive has this great line about, have you not looked outside?
Yeah.
Like, the Phoenix is here. Joshua's alive, and she's just in disbelief. And then, of course, it's time to help out. And so
Joshua's kind of getting his ass beat.
Yeah.
He crashes
Phoenix
in there.
Continuing to job.
Yes.
And then Clive just who couldn't before like control Ifrit and summon him on his own accord, just approaches Bahamut where he charges Mega Flare and just, I'm a shield of Rosalia and I will do my duty. And then suddenly the explosion comes, he's Ifrit and then blocks all the Mega Flare. It's so cool. It's my favorite scene.
He got his Icon Viagra shit came in, all right?
Yeah.
He's not having performance difficulties anymore.
Yeah.
Then you get to chase
He's a young,
Bahamut.
good-looking guy. It's such a tragedy when that happens. What was that, Timo?
Then you get to chase Bahamut up the tower, right? Just
That's true.
Run up it and get peppered with shots. It's so good. It looks so great.
You have a joint fight, with Joshua and Clive both fighting Bahamut. Really cool. Then, when it looks like all hope is lost, they combine to create Ifrit Risen. And they fight Bahamut in fucking space, bro.
Hell yeah.
Yes, and the funny thing is, like, when it becomes clear that, like, oh yeah, like, Ifrit and the Phoenix together are pretty powerful, right? Like, Dion just keeps being like, oh, you thought I was done, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
I say nay.
A badass through and through.
You thought I didn't have anything bigger than Mega Flare. Well, you're in for a treat, buddy, because let me tell you.
Yeah. And then Bahamut absorbs the heart and fights even further, fighting so intensely that he basically forces the Ifrit Risen to kill him. Then he falls all the way back to Earth, which is absolutely bonkers. And he gets caught, thankfully. And so at this point, he's got his like squire or whatever, like the person who reports to him, and it is revealed like quite some time ago that Dion is gay and that he's in this relationship with like one of his closest advisors and people like that. And then I was like, Square, if you fucking kill your gays, I'm going to be really pissed.
They've hit every other cliche that they shouldn't be hitting. What is a bury your gaze on top of all of that?
Yeah. So then,
but they don't. Good job.
They don't. And he falls down, and then he sees Olivier, and it goes to his perspective, and we see Ultima standing there, and he boom spears him.
Yeah, nails him.
Gets him.
I know you shouldn't cheer for children getting speared through, but I cheered during that moment. I don't know why. Little shit deserves it.
That ain't no child no more.
Yeah, so did I. Now, here's my question. And this is a question that didn't really come to me until later. But if Ultima is trapped in Joshua's chest, how the fuck is he here?
It's only one Ultima that's trapped in Joshua's chest.
Because
like
Joshua basically admits that he can't keep him there all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like yeah.
There's some weird hive mind thing. It's complicated.
Yeah, but we don't. That's not revealed until like basically the end of the game, like the last scene or the scene before the last scene. But yeah, so that was like I was like, what is happening? But yeah, let me see. Yeah, this is the point where it's revealed. And then he looks up and said, "It's done, Father." And we see like his father next to him. And I'm like, wait a second. So that made me question like what we're seeing. Wait, is Olivier not actually Ultima? Because his dad is not there.
Right.
But then it is revealed after this scene when he tried to kill Olivier initially and instead killed his father. So then it's like, oh, okay, he's dead. So he's seeing his dead father because he's dying and all this sort of stuff. But that didn't throw into question, like, wait, is he actually seeing Ultima? Because his father is not in the room right now. So then, all that sort of stuff. But
Right.
But then that is closed. And then we have a very strange turn, which I still enjoyed, but Joshua and Clive are here with Dion now, and Annabelle sees Joshua for the first time, and she's like, no, my son is dead. I'm not going to be taken by the darkness. And then she slits her own throat, which is like fucking crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
really intense. Like that whole scene. Basically everything from the start of the Bahamut scene to like after like the next scene after this like is pretty crazy. But I thought at this point Dion was dead and I was sad. But then we cut to a scene with Barnabas, and Ultima is revealed to be directing his actions. So it's not just Olivier and Dion's dad and Kupka. It's also Odin and Barnabas.
Yeah.
And we learned that Barnabas has some really weird fetishes.
He really does. And I actually wrote about that now. Odin says he'll sever all the will that Mythos/Clive has, so Ultima can possess him as the ultimate vessel and remake the world. So this is when we really get like the goal for the villains. We knew that he wanted to kind of take possession of Clive, but we didn't really know why. Then Ultima turns into Barnabas's naked mom, and Barnabas rests his head on her lap. WTF, bro. That's in my notes. Because what? Who wrote this? We need to have a talk. You need to see a therapist. What's happening?
Oedipus is a great play. I agree, but maybe calm down.
Yeah. So then I said in all caps, you better not be about to kill Dion. But after fighting Akashic Beasts, it is revealed that Joshua is awake and Dion is alive back at the hideout. Hell yeah.
Yay.
So then the team goes to Kanver. So this is another place where things have been going really, really poorly. This whole place is completely overrun by Akashic people, and they're going to try to save the people that are trapped there. not the least of reasons because this is where Mid is making the ship.
And also Byron is there and Gav is there.
And Byron is there and Gav is there attending to Mid and kind of helping her do that sort of stuff. Byron loosing the purse strings yet again in classic fashion. But one thing that I thought was really cool, this dude is no slouch in battle.
Yeah.
No, he's actually pretty good.
And actually, I think that we find out either here or in the next scene that he had like a nickname. Like he had like a moniker. Like he was, what was he, like the Executioner or something like that?
Yeah.
What a brutal, like, bro, Uncle Byron,
Such a jolly dude.
You know, such a friendly dude. But he has this giant like war axe. It's crazy.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
He's got that old man strength.
He really does. He never, dude. This man never lost it. It's fucking wild. But yeah, so Barnabas comes in, and the people in Kanver are freaking out because of all of this, and he just fucking slaughters them all with Odin's sword. And man, Zantetsuken, I don't care how many times I see it in a game, that's like the coolest thing. You know,
they definitely put some sauce on it in this one.
Yes, they
did. They made you realize, like, how scary would it be to live in a world where someone could just, like, make a sword that cuts literally everything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Yeah. So he's there with Harbard. Clive, Joshua, Jill arrive to find Gav, Byron, Mid, and then they split into teams to find the Kanven survivors. Joshua and Jill team, as well as a Clive and Torgal team, which I had a huge problem with because you literally just swore to Yote that you would protect Joshua as his shield, and then you immediately split up. Like, bro, what are you doing? So then
Clive is a good boy, but he dumb.
It's very true. It's very true. Then we get the Sleipnir Harbard boss fight, which I thought was fucking sick. I loved this fight.
I thought it was cool because that dude could not hit me.
Yeah.
I was just like, yeah. I mean, he hit me with, like, his ultimate once, but, like, beyond that, like, his regular attacks is like, bro, you can't hit. Like, my third eye opened, like, the dodges were ready.
Yeah.
Landing the parries on that felt so good every single time.
Oh, I didn't parry. I just dodged turn.
Yeah, I Berserker Ring dodged and then Semi-Prime, like, flamed him up. It was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. I would just be like, all right, that's a nice little move you've got there. Let me show you this combo, though.
Yeah. Yeah. So I thought that was fun. I also thought it was interesting because he also kind of summons weapons like the protagonist of Final Fantasy XV, which I thought was interesting. Another thing I thought was really cool is, like, apparently there is no record of his house anywhere, which you find out, I think, on one of his items after you beat him. Which means I was like, oh, that means he's probably a fake person made by Ultima.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which is like very, like, the idea of, like, he's like, I'm from this house. And then it's like, you read the description, it's like, there's no house of this name, like, that is known. So, like, I thought that was really interesting. And after you beat Harbard, then it's time for the real big boss. It's time for
and you don't even get to fight Barnabas. Barnabas just whoops your ass.
Yeah.
And I respect having it be, like, not one of those bosses where you, like, take down to X amount of health and then, you're, like, panting, like, I can't beat, he's too strong. And instead it was just like, nah, man, he just waxes you. Like, it's not even a contest.
I love you beat Harbard and he literally chops the building in half to come out to see you.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there's a lot of badass stuff that happens in this game, in the latter half of this game. Most of it is just Barnabas doing Barnabas shit.
Yeah, like, I mean, I think it's pretty, like, well established, at least in the lore, that he's probably the greatest swordsman alive.
Yes.
And, like, it's funny because, like, Clive is really good, right? Like,
yeah.
Clive is historically good, and he just gets demolished.
It's very interesting because it's like it is kind of like like, I mean, I guess this isn't the greatest, like, analogy, but it's kind of like, Superman versus Batman. It's like you have somebody that has precision and technique honed to the finest degree. And it's like, it doesn't, like, you were great, Clive. Like, what you're doing is great. You can't fucking touch me. Like, that's just, there's just no two ways about it, which is great because they play with that. Because Barnabas is not trying to kill Clive, because if he was, he would be dead.
Yeah, it would be over immediately. He's not even trying to hurt him, really. Like,
Yeah.
he lets Clive, like, try to... And it's like, he's not even trying. One hand on his sword, like, just, like, very casually, like, parrying all his stuff, throwing him down. Like, it's not a contest. It is that moment when you think you're nice at fighting games and you go into ladder and you get smoked by stuff you didn't even know existed. And you were like, oh, I thought I was nice. And it was like, well, you are actually kind of nice, but this dude is just better than you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's great. So, he makes short work of Clive. Jill stays behind to fight and give Joshua time to get Clive out. And Barnabas just slices her. And we get a cut right before the slice is going towards Shiva's face, which is brutal. But, like, Jill, like, fully primes, like, to fight Barnabas, which is the right move, but also it makes no difference because this guy can cut through anything. So Jill does not return, which is my first sign of, like, oh shit, is Jill dead? But Joshua...
Did you see a body?
Yeah. But Joshua and Clive say that as long as her ether remains, Shiva's dominant is still alive, which I think is a really cool, like, little touch.
Yes.
We established kind of earlier that the dominants can all sense each other, kind of.
Yeah.
So that's why they know she's still alive. That's why Clive had that feeling that Joshua was still alive.
Yeah. So they resolve to go after the Black Galleon, with Clive saying Jill will be with the king. It's weird because... Oh, here we go. As a longtime Final Fantasy fan, I'm excited at the prospect of getting an airship, but since you can teleport from the beginning of the game, I'm not really sure what the benefit will be. And then they bait and switched me, and it's not actually even an airship. It's just a regular ass ship.
It is a very cool boat, in fairness.
It is a cool boat, but it's, I
liked the process of putting it together and, like, how much detail they went into the, like, fake engineering of it and everything when you're doing this quest. It's pretty neat.
Yeah. So you go to the boat and it's like, all right, we need time to get the boat ready. And then Sleipnir shows up again, but it's a bunch of him.
And you're like, bro, I fucking killed you. And then there's more and more and more and more. Yeah.
And Clive is like, Mid, start the engines and let us know when you're ready to go. So you and Gav and Byron and Torgal, the best boy, and I think that's it, right? Just the four of you. Basically go to town on all these Sleipnirs, who are thankfully, I was sitting here like, I was like, man, I don't know if I could beat 40 of these guys at a time. But it's like, oh no, they die in 3 hits. It's fine. It's good. It's good. So I
feel like their power might be, like, divided amongst the number of them that there are, but that's how I kind of squared it with me. But I don't know if that's actually supposed to be true.
I have no idea. I was just like, you're not actually going to do this to me, right?
Yeah. Like, and then they literally, like, they do the thing where it's like, this is a cutscene, and then they go behind you, and then it's like, this is gameplay. And I'm like, for fuck's sake. Like,
yeah, I thought we were just going to have, like, a nice little cutscene, and Clive was going to do cool guy shit, and that was not what happened. So then they go beat a bunch of them, and, everybody gets their cool battle moment, and the ship starts, and it's like, it's time to go. So you make a really cool running leap to the ship and escape all the Sleipnirs, and everybody else escapes, and life is good. And you're going to go chase Barnabas and his fancy ship with your even fancier, even faster ship.
Yeah, and it is very classic Pirates of the Caribbean. Like, the Dauntless is the fastest ship, but that's only if the wind is at her back. Against the wind, well, ships like the Flying Dutchman or whatever, they don't need wind, so they're just gonna catch up to you anyway. So that's kind of the situation. Is like, well, the what is it? The Black Galleon was the fastest ship on the seas until this one was finished, and now it is. Because with the Mithril engine, like, it doesn't matter if there's wind. So
I actually made the same Pirates of the Caribbean joke to Kira when I was playing that section.
Yeah,
I was like,
nice.
Yeah, I was like, there's no ship that can match the Black Galleon for speed. This is Black Pearl. There's no real ship.
Yeah. The Black Pearl is a real ship.
No, it's not.
I've seen it. You've seen a ship with black sails as crewed by the damned, and captained by a man is so evil that hell itself spat him back out. No, but I have seen a ship with black sails.
Oh my god, that movie's so good. Anyway,
It's so good. So good.
Movies based on theme park rides should not be that good, and yet here we are.
And yet,
so then you catch up with the ship.
yeah, you catch up with the boat. You go down. You save Jill. Odin is on that ship, and he's.
You're forgetting the best part of this whole thing.
Yeah, you're skipping a little bit. So you get there, and
All
Barnabas.
right.
Barnabas. Well, I just played this section like in the last couple days.
Okay.
Barnabas comes out and he's like, "It's a fast ship you've got there. It would be a shame if I were to use my magic sword and cut it in half." And Mid's like, "Oh shit!" So then he cuts the ocean in two, and it's like, "Oh, we're parting the Red Sea. Okay, all right, fine, that's cool, I guess." And
I was actually getting to that point. Yeah, that's one point after this.
So yes, all right, so.
Because Phoenix is fighting Odin during this time. So, like, they jump... Clive jumps over to the ship to try to save Jill. And Joshua stays and transforms into Phoenix to fight Odin, who's there. So they're fighting while Clive is, like, doing the rescuing and fighting a bunch of peons. He saves Jill. They're trying to make their way back to the ship. And Odin's like, all right, I'm done. Vertical slice. Boom. Mid dodges out of the way. Slices all the way down to the fucking seabed. Why does it stop there? Who knows?
And the craziest part is that Joshua's shield actually manages to deflect it. Which is the shield that like tanks like Bahamut's energy beams like no problem, and he like barely can hold off, the big energy sword. So it's like, yes, if you were wondering what the difference in power was between
Bahamut and Odin,
it's this, right? So you're like, oh, okay. Joshua jobbing to yet another icon. Does the Phoenix have any winning matchups? I'm begging for buff. Square, please. So yeah.
Joshua's bottom tier, guys. Low tier god out here.
Literally low tier god. And so then there's the Black Galleon, the Einhigar, I think is the name of the ship.
Yeah.
Falls through the thing. Does not, doesn't explode. This isn't that kind of game, but it does crash at the bottom of the ocean. And Clive and Torgal and Jill are like, well, now what? And then Barnabas shows up, and he has like an evil bad guy monologue.
Yep.
About like,
it's pretty good.
You are the special one who will bring about the destruction and recreation of the worlds because you can use all the icons, blah, blah, blah. And Clive is like, yo, I'm tired of you. Hey, Jill, get out of here. So Jill's like, but I'm tired. And he's like, you need to get out of here. Yeah. And so she starts running. And then you actually fight Barnabas.
And you're on the seabed and it's raining because the two halves of the ocean are just sort of like trickling down over everything. And
it's very cool. And it's also very obvious very quickly that you have no chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you cannot hurt this dude. You're like chipping away at his health bar and you're like, I don't have a better sword.
Yeah.
And then he does like they do it in a cool way where everyone, like, sometimes the bosses have like ultimate attacks that they charge up and you have to hit them a bunch before they charge it.
Yeah, and you're doing like nothing. Like,
and you start hitting him during his ultimate attack and it's like, there's nothing I can do.
Yeah.
So then you
spend literally all of your stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you lose, and then Barnabas explains their plan that Clive does not pay a price to use his power. He breaks the rules of the world. And so the Dominants are supposed to feed their power to him so that Ultima can possess it. Mm-hmm. And then he dips, and he releases the power of whatever his sword cut, and then the ocean starts piling back down. And so on the bottom of the ocean, Jill freezes a little tunnel and path for them forward as the stuff starts rushing back in. And then it cuts go ahead.
I was going to say, it's nice to have, the ice lady with you at the bottom of the ocean when the ocean is collapsing.
It's true. If you can't have Leviathan, Yeah,
and then they behave up completely appropriately on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
And by completely appropriately, I mean they're both butt-ass naked. And, good times were had by all.
By the fire.
I said, bro, what is this nude scene? Like, it's so crazy.
I was like, you know what? I respect it. Honestly, after all that, I get it. I get it.
I saved you. It's business time.
We are getting down to business, and business is good.
We spent 20 hours doing the will we won't we thing,
and now we will.
Yeah.
Oh, they definitely were doing it before that.
You think so?
There is no way they were together for 5 years in the Hideaway, with Clive being like one of the only people that has his own room, and Jill was not spending the night. There's absolutely no way. See, I do not believe it.
I mean, maybe. I feel like there's a lot of like bizarrely written intimacy in this scene because of what is happening, and I feel like if we look at the parallels between what's happening with Shiva's power and like stand-ins for like taking something that belongs to somebody else, I feel like it insinuates that this is the first time, but you know, whatever. What the hell do I know?
That's kind of the vibe I got, honestly, too. But.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe. Look, I'm just saying. My girlfriend
he's taking
and
her frozen flower. Let's just according
Clive
to
is
people
very
at Square.
stupid.
Why did you say it that way? Why would you do that?
Because it's gross, and because Square has not shown me that they can do anything other than that.
So anyway, Jill is like, "Hey, you know what? Like, you're not all those things. Like, you're great.
Yeah.
You need to worry about saving yourself. I love you. Like, I'm going to support you. Everybody else is going to support you. So, because you need to have all of our powers, clearly, like, the other thing is, like, being Shiva is slowly killing her, and the more she does it, the more, like, it's killing everybody, but, you know, Jill has been told multiple times, like, hey, you need to stop.
Yeah.
Like, this is, like, you are not going to be able to recover at some point very soon. So
she's primed 3 times in the story, at least, that we have seen.
You're right.
Yeah, and she was...
Once against Titan, and she lost. Once against the fire guy, and she won. And then once against Barnabas, and she lost. You know, that's a lot of times to do this.
Yes. And she's also been doing it since before then, because she was a prisoner of war, basically, and forced to do it. Otherwise, they would hurt like other people.
Yeah.
And we were led to believe that this happened a lot.
Yeah.
So she gives him, you know, she's like, here, take my power. And you get cool ice things. And then this is about where I left out of the game. So I saw slightly past this. So you guys will have to, I can't contribute anymore.
So yeah. So on the beginning of the next mission, Joshua and Clive are going out on something, and Joshua realizes he like picks up on the vibe and realizes that Clive took Shiva and punches him, saying Jill never would have refused Clive, so he shouldn't have asked her to give up this power. And they have they kind of come to understand each other a little bit more. And they grow closer after this, which is good. It's a good moment because Joshua is willing to call Clive on his bullshit, you know, and taking something like that away from her means that there really is only Ifrit and Phoenix and Bahamut left, and then Odin, who they're have to fight. So. Joshua leaves and splits off from them. Right here, they're on kind of a joint mission to go after. They're chasing after Odin to try to take out the crystal of the kingdom that Barnabas rules over.
Wallood.
Yep. So Joshua splits off to leave an old temple because they realize that the mural that they found. That seems to have some connection to either Ultima or something, was incomplete at all the places that they've seen it. And they theorize that is because when new religions have taken root, they've destroyed the old ones. Well, there was never a religious kind of development or revival in this country. So Joshua thinks, I might be able to actually find a full, complete like tapestry or mural and figure out what's going on. And figure out what Ultima's actual goal is. So he leaves and goes to an old temple to try to find more of that information, while Clive and Gav fight tons of Akashic. Then Odin appears and blocks off the way to the Mother Crystal. He runs off and says if Clive wants the way open, he just has to ask for it. And then Barnabas will make quote, the vessel suitable to my lord, end quote.
Yeah, they show up and basically it seems like just Lawlood's not a country anymore. It's just a ghost town.
Yeah.
Like everybody's dead.
Yeah. And they find a pregnant woman in this village, and they theorize that the only reason she is not Akashic is because she's pregnant with a bearer. That keeps her safe from it. So she tells them about the Arsh, which is supposed to be what happens when the sky darkens as the land takes its last breath. And it was a story they were told as children. After this whole scenario, the sky has been dark and people are not handling it well.
Look, man, seasonal depression is rough, okay?
It's true, yeah. And there's also like a bunch of uprisings. Akashic is like everywhere. Joshua finds the completed mural, which shows all of the summons, including Leviathan, but Phoenix is nowhere to be seen. Except in Ultima, as part of it, as an extension of himself, like with Ifrit Risen. So he's kind of started to piece together what's going on. Clive climbs a nearby fallen tower, believing that he'll find Barnabas at the top. There's several more bosses, including a beam chesty guy and a rotating grindy bomb, which was fun, and Arum Giant, an upgraded Iron Giant. And then I said, Walking Apocalypse Clive Rosfeld. At this point,
they really just throw everything at you.
Yeah.
Like, it gets exhausting.
Yeah. This was the point in the story where I switched to story focus mode because I was just like, I can't, like, this game is taking too long. I have Baldur's Gate 3 that I want to play. Like, I just want to see the rest of the story. Because I was just ready for it to be over mechanically. It's like, I'm up for more stuff story-wise, but I feel like the game has kind of shown me what it has for me combat-wise, so I don't need it to keep padding it with more and more and more and more fights. So then we fight Odin and Barnabas. And I thought this fight was super fun. I love Barnabas's monologues. I'm if you guys want to go into like the fight and like the whole conversation and stuff, I pretty much just cut to the end of this for that because I basically just was like, oh, I have to fight this guy. And then I fought him. And then I took like some brief notes after the fact. But if you guys had anything you wanted to note about this whole encounter, then go for it.
Well, we learned that Barnabas is called the last king, right? And that he's apparently super old.
Yeah.
And when we go up the tower, we learn that people in Welut have been sacrificing themselves to him so he can be immortal and be more powerful. And then there's later on a side quest that goes a little bit more into that, where one of the characters who's with Yota's gang basically summarizes that, hey, yeah, these people live in a death cult. They just want to sacrifice themselves. But isn't that kind of beautiful that they find peace because living is awful and they just want to die for a purpose? Isn't that kind of cute?
Yeah,
sure.
Very morbid.
I forget when it was, but basically, you realize that Barnabas is like ancient, and that he's been the king for multiple lifetimes worth of time, and that before he came up here, he was like a swordsman in another continent or something. And then he came up here, and we're going to find out why. But there was a moment of like stuff where the game like was not consistent. I was like, wait a second. I just beat this guy, knocked him off the tower, and then in the cutscene afterwards, he's fine and just laying in the middle of the walkway. That doesn't make any sense. Also, I'm pretty sure this walkway got sliced off by Odin earlier during the fight. But, yeah. Then at the very end, Barnabas, Clive tries to leave, and Barnabas grabs him by the ankle and forces him to take the power of Odin. And then Ultima said to meet him on the back of the first worm. And I said, yo, dragons though, baby? But I was like, bro, why would you fight taking Odin's power? This is literally the one that I've been wanting for this whole time. And, spoiler alert, it's the fucking best power that there is. It's so good. This is my favorite.
What I have heard is that it basically lets you combo anything into anything else.
Yep. It's dope.
Odin OP.
The regular...
single skill
single
skill has a Roman cancel, basically. Yeah.
Right.
It's good. So your ability is when you hit R1, instead of using your sword, you summon his, like, Odin's sword, and then you attack with that, which slowly builds up your Zentetsuken thing. And then when it's filled up to whatever degree you want, then you hold the button and then release it, and then he stops time, slices everybody, and then does just a ridiculous amount of damage to all of them. And you can also build that gauge by using all of his other, like, special abilities. So, like, there's one where he just does this huge sweeping slicing attack. I think it's called, like, dual swords or something. It's like his ultimate ability that you can get. It's awesome. It builds tons of meter, and it does tons of damage. And also, like, a few hits into the combo, it also stops time, which makes it way better than anything you get from Garuda that slices a bunch. And then there's another one that, like, teleports, like, between enemies. So he's just, like, he can just attack a bunch of different people a bunch of times. It's awesome. It's great. And it leans into the thing that this game does well, which is swordplay. So it's great.
Definitely.
It's fucking great. Once I had this was the main thing that I was doing for the rest of the game. I was just like, give me that Odin power, and then I'll do, like, you know, somebody's tornadoes or something. Like, I'll do, like, a cyclone, or I'll do, like, a giant firestorm or something. But, yeah. Let's see. Uncle Byron is pinned down fighting the Akashic, and then Dion walks in and fucking saves the day. Goddamn champion.
Oh, yeah.
He was saved by a young medicine girl, and so he sends Terrence away. Sad times for your lovers to send them away to take care of a young girl who saves your life. And then I said, but at least we haven't buried our gays yet.
I was worried that dude had an expiration date, but
yeah,
it got to be sad instead.
Yep. And then Joshua reveals that Ultima needs Ifrit risen to ascend, and that he may need the body to cast a spell. And the boys decide to destroy the last of the mother crystals, which Barnabas said belonged to Ultima. Yeah, and then this was another point when, like, one of the weird story things came up where I was like, having new information come to light and then have the characters resolve to do exactly the same thing they were planning on doing anyways is just a really weird thing about this game that just keeps happening. Where it's just like, hey, what we're going to do is we're going to go and we're going to destroy the mother crystal. And then, like, somebody comes in and is like, hey, Ultima really wants to cast a spell using, like, the mother crystals as fuel. And they're like, we got to destroy the mother crystal. And it's like, we were already going to do that. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but now we have to do it faster.
Yeah.
There you go.
But now we're going to do it now. We were literally walking out the door. What are you talking about? But yeah, that's
Isn't it convenient?
Yeah.
I just want you to learn how it works before you blow it up.
Yeah. Then you have to fight all the long, extremely fucking long way to the crystal's base. They finally, this was a long fucking fight. You finally get to fight a behemoth.
That dungeon is so bad, but the behemoth fight is fun.
Behemoth fight is fun. And it's particularly fun because it is a fight with Clive and Joshua both. And that's being able to, he's summoning the meteors, get underneath Phoenix's shield. Like, that's sick. Like, I really thought that was good. They open the door and Ultima teleports them away. And now it is time for exposition. Exposition dump. Huge lore dumps. Ultima
before the final act. Yes.
Yeah. Teleports them away. Torgal jumps through as well, because you gotta have your boy. You know, this is just one more instance of Torgal being that bitch. You know, look at that beautiful bean footage. Anyways, the idea is Ultima was here a long time ago, and they could basically do anything except stop the blight that came from the use of magic. So they went to Valisthea, where the blight didn't exist yet, and they started over. They planted the mother crystals to grant easy access to the magic that dwells in the land. Then they created humanity to wait for Mythos to be born. And then they went to sleep. With Ultima being gone, mankind gained sentience and wills of their own. But then they also started using magic, which meant the blight came to Valisthea too. Ultima is now here to claim Mythos and make a new world, but it will kill everybody else after he does it.
Ah, the old wipe out the world ploy.
Yeah. Which is not all there is to it, but that is most of it. There is some stuff that will come out in the last fight, but then you fight Ultima. And
attack and dethrone God.
Yeah, and Ultima assumes the form that is on the mural, so he looks fucking badass. And it's a really fun fight. Some of those attacks were nonsense though.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had a lot of fun with that one. That was a good one. Then Ultima jumps into Clive's mind, it seems. And everybody from the game is trying to convince Clive that Ultima is right. At which point I wrote a note and I said, if he is convinced by this, I quit. He's doubling down on some idiotic stuff.
Evangelion, baby.
Yeah, I was gonna say basically Ultima starts instrumentality.
Yeah.
I think there was literally a scene there where everyone was just clapping.
Yeah, he manages to resist it, and unlike someone else.
Yeah.
Get in the big monster, Clive.
Yep.
Yep.
So Joshua wakes him up, but not into reality, but to the place where he first became Ifrit, and he said, none of this is real. Wake up. It's time to go home, Clive. And then Joshua's phoenix feather brings Clive back to reality / back from the dead, maybe? I don't know. Then so we've beaten that. Everything's falling apart. And I was like, oh, apparently the real Ultima is in another castle. That's great. So apparently Ultima brought the power of the other mother crystals to the origin where Ultima's power quickens. So all of the energy, all of the magical energy is kind of like sucked up into the sky, into like this giant crystal floating in the sky. And then Ultima warps them back to their friends. Why did they do that? That doesn't make any sense.
Listen, we've established that Ultima is not a very smart god.
Yeah.
We've also established that Ultima definitely shops at Hot Topic.
It's very true.
And
He's
does
got
not
the
go
skinniest
outside.
of jeans. And he's got like LEDs running up his torso.
That man is pasty as hell. Anyway,
Never goes
continue.
outside. And then there was a scene where Dion and all these other characters are taking out a bunch of Akashic enemies still. And I was like, dude, are you going to kill Dion now? You better not. And then I was like, wait a second. Why can't Clive... Why can all these people kill... Clive can kill tough enemies in one hit in cutscenes. Why can't I do that in the game? Come on.
Right?
Get issue.
Let me embrace the power fantasy.
Because you got to do those sick-ass combos, bro.
It's very true.
True.
It's very true. So we go back to the hideout. There's a giant crystal that's formed around the old Crystal Kingdom and then floated up into the sky and then covered itself in something called Origin, which is basically just this giant floating crystal. Dion says he can fly them there. So you kind of say your goodbyes. Clive talking to Jill is being a little dramatic, like, this is where our journey is leading us, no turning back. Like, I was like, wait, what is this? Like, we I don't know.
It's time
He
for
says
the
something
final
like-
boss, girlfriend.
Yeah.
He basically says, yeah, we need to do what it takes, even if it means killing a god. And I was like, yes, this is a JRPG. Let's go.
Of course.
If a god doesn't die at the end, something is deeply wrong.
Exactly.
Or it's Parasite Eve.
Yeah. So then they do something that I thought was really interesting because they make it seem like something's going to go wrong and then it doesn't. And I'm like, why did you even tell me then? But Dion's like, yeah, okay, I'll turn into Bahamut because I can fly us up. Because they're like, we don't have a way, we don't have an airship. We can't get up there. And
Right.
Dion is like, I'm fucking Bahamut. Like, first Joshua is like, I'll fly us up there as Phoenix. And Dion's like, no, you need to save your strength for the fight. I'll fly you up there as Bahamut. And they basically say like, well, I mean, people can channel their icons after their power is taken away, but you can't like control it. The Eikon kind of has a mind of their own. And he's like, well, I guess my will is just going to have to be stronger. And then it just is. Like, it's just very weird. So Dion,
Power of friendship.
yeah, exactly. We're definitely in the punch harder / power of friendship section of the game.
The cool hat section of the game, if you will.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So Dion flies them in, and then Bahamut, Phoenix, and Ifrit fight Ultima Prime, and this motherfucker is super strong. And then that led me to the question, wait a second. Ultima Prime is like Ultima Ifrit with Phoenix stuff. So if he has this body, why the fuck does he need Clive? He can already become Dark Ifrit Risen.
He needs
Because he would
other
cease to
icons.
exist. No, he would cease to exist if he casts the spell, right? Clive is just another resource for him to use.
But doesn't
Something
he
like that.
say later on that like Clive would live, but he'd be the only one who did?
I mean, we find out clearly that was a lie, right?
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah. I guess that makes sense, but yeah, it's like, you know, first it's like, oh, we need to create a new world, but, you know, we need to inhabit you, a perfect vessel, so we can create a new world. And then it's like, oh, we're going to inhabit you as a perfect vessel to create a new world, but everybody except for you and me are going to die. And now it's like, okay, maybe I'm going to inhabit you as a vessel to create a new world, and I'm the only one that's not going to die, you know. But anyways. And then I was like, wait a second. Also, how the fuck is Ultima still imprisoned in Joshua's chest if I fought him twice already as a boss? Like, what is happening?
Don't think about it too hard.
And then after the fight, Bahamut goes all out, goes batshit. Everybody like busts through their limit breaks, and they did it after all. They didn't do it, and they didn't do it, and then they fucking buried their gays at the very end.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. So, then we've got this whole scene where Clive and Joshua are in there confronting Ultima as he's, you know, unlocking all of these different clones from the different mother crystals. And it turns out he actually wanted the mother crystals to be destroyed because inside of the heart of each of those was one copy of Ultima. And those copies all combined into Super Ultima. And then you got to fight him.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Ultima's brother was the one who slept inside the Phoenix, which explains how we've been able to fight so many fucking Ultimas, even despite the fact that one was imprisoned. So they all combine into one. Then I was like, wait a second. If all three of them, if Bahamut and Phoenix and Ifrit couldn't beat Ultima before he combined, how are we going to beat them now? And it doesn't make any sense, but we're going to do it anyways.
Punch harder.
Yeah. So Joshua gives Clive the power of Phoenix, like the full power. And then it is Ifrit Risen versus Ultima Risen. And it just exploded into space. And there's just an even more enormous, ridiculous, insane fight. And it's crazy. It's basically it's the fight with Typhon combined with the fight with Ultima, complete with the fight with what did I call it? Ultima Prime. Like it's like all of those fights kind of like merged into one.
Kind of turns into a shmup by the end of it.
Yeah, it's like there's a lot of area denial. There's a lot of like he's shooting like a bunch of beams outwards and then they like just spin around and you really have to like thread the needle to get in there and deal some damage. But yeah,
I don't remember much of this fight, just bright lights.
it's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. So then you win and Ultima or God bleeds onto the ground and then a bunch of little dudes come out and he's casting a spell again and it's Ultimalius. And I said, how in the fuck many goddamn of these fights do I got to do?
So many fights.
And then I said in all caps, no more goddamn teleporting bosses in games where you have a plurality of special moves that route you to the spot. Seriously, what the fuck is that? If the best damaging moves make it so you can't steer around or stay in one spot, teleporting bosses just make it so you can't do your cruel shit. And that happens all the time in this boss fight. Like, he's just teleporting all over the place, which means it's a great time to use Zantetsuken. So store that shit up and then use that to freeze time and do a bunch of damage. Then Clive and the boss go back and forth. He's trying to convince God that he was wrong. So yeah, there's this huge thing here where he's talking about how Ultima basically was just a coward for not being able to own up to the fact that he couldn't do anything about the Blight, and how he was just scared and trying to save himself and create a world where he could exist, and how basically it was his fault that all this shit happened anyways. So, and saying that, I'm not gonna go with you and make something new because I'd rather just make something for people because we deserve to exist and to have free will and all this sort of shit. And it doesn't fucking matter what you want because we did this. You abandoned us and we did something for ourselves, and it doesn't matter that it sucks. It matters that it's for us.
Yeah.
So
great fight though.
The message is good and actually kind of nuanced. Because as Ultima is dying, he's like, how do you know that you'll be able to do anything right? And he's like, I don't know. We're probably going to fuck it up. It's probably going to be a lot of suffering for ages and ages, and maybe we never get it right. But that's our decision to make, not yours. So, any thoughts about that fight and the monologue and all that sort of stuff afterwards?
I think it's cool that basically the motivation of the villain is like, we did what you guys are doing wrong but worse, and then we tried to make it better by doubling down, and it also broke, and we're going to basically triple down to probably do the same shit again. And it's sort of just like a bigger scale version of the main, the Blight problem.
Yeah.
So it's almost like the whole thing is like, this is how power discrepancies are very bad for everyone, including the people at the top eventually.
Yeah.
I think the ending...
Please continue. I was going to say something.
I think the final fight is, as a spectacle, it's amazing. Just having to fight Ultima throwing your abilities at you, and you beat him in every turn with the ability on your own. It's just peak anime bullshit. And then Clive says the greatest line in the entire franchise.
Okay.
Ultima, I really was the Final Fantasy.
Pretty much, yeah. This world you want to create is but a fantasy, and we will be the final witness. And then you get to punch God in the face in a quick time event.
Next thing you're going to tell me that someone writes a chronicle of this whole story and calls it Final Fantasy or some shit.
Well,
I think Will's been reading ahead.
No, that just seems like the cheesy thing to do, right? It's like the fucking thing with Lord of the Rings. Whatever his name is writes like Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, the Lord of the Rings by Bilbo Baggins.
Yeah, it's such a cliche, bro. If they do that, I'm gonna be so pissed.
Yeah, and then you punch God in the face and it does 999,999 damage. It's pretty...
I think through all the lows that 16 has, this still puts it at the top of video games this year, just for this singular moment, punching God in the face.
Yeah.
Someone else needs to do something like that.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, so then after that is all done, then Clive is in this room kind of looking around, and Clive is looking at Joshua's body because the Ultima thing was going to kill him, and so anyways, so he decided to give him the Phoenix power earlier because he needed it. And now Clive's looking at Joshua's body and remembering all the way back. He's flashing back increasingly further, all the way back to when Joshua was first born.
Yeah.
And then he remembers the ceremony where he got his phoenix powers. And then it like goes over and lingers on Annabelle. And I'm like, what are you doing in this flashback, bro? Like, I know that she was there, but like, why are you remembering her? She was terrible to you. Anyways, there's a scene of Clive reacting to Joshua dying, and I'm like, that's one of the better scenes in this whole game. Like, it was so good.
Yeah.
And then he tries to use the power of the Phoenix to bring Joshua back. I thought here that it didn't work, but it actually seems to have, because of something later. But then Clive decides to use the last, as Ultima dies, he absorbs Ultima's power as well. And he says, well, while I've got this god power, maybe I can burn it all down and get rid of magic and everything. And he does. He destroys the origin kind of machine and all of the stuff, the thing that they originally used to make all of this. He destroys it. And then I said, there's a lot of beautiful art in this game because it goes through a lot of like really beautiful stuff. And then we see Clive lying on a beach, and he holds his arm up into the air and tries to call fire. And then his hand turns to stone. And then he looks up at the moon and asks Jill if she can see it. And then the red star goes out. And Jill sees it, sees the red star go out, and cries, and Torgal howls. And then we have the credits. And the post-credits, there's a house in the middle of nowhere. And a kid is hanging out playing with some toys, says he wishes that he could summon an Eikon's flames. And then his mom, who's doing dishes, says, magic isn't real. You've been reading that book? And it pans over, and there's a book on a desk that says Final Fantasy by Joshua Rossfield.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm not kidding.
No.
It's literally the last scene in the entire game. I thought
0
you were
out of
trolling,
10.
dude. I thought you were trolling.
0 out of 10 video game.
It also showed like the mom was like starting a fire with like a flint.
Yeah.
And everything. So, yeah.
Yeah.
It was like,
So
Your boy
no
Yoshi
magic.
P is a fraud, Timo.
So no more magic in this world.
Peak fraudulent. Oh my god.
Heaven's Sword ended the same way. It's okay.
Did it actually? Oh my god.
Yeah, but it's more framed as like the one guy writing it down as like a history.
I hate video games, bro.
But yeah.
Cancel this whole medium.
True.
We don't need it anymore. It's over.
Yeah.
definitely kind of like...
You are not bullshitting me. That is a real
I'm not
thing that
bullshitting you. That is actually in this game.
100%.
I really thought
come
you
on,
were
the game's
fucking with me.
stuck.
I thought you read to the end because that's the last line of my notes here. Because it's so ridiculous.
No, I haven't
The
looked
game
at your
even
notes.
Yeah.
The game even starts with a narration like it. Like, this was the only way it was gonna end.
Yeah.
Incredible.
In this entire series.
See, Will had hope, and now it's just gone.
You should still finish it because I think the boss fights, if you love the fights in this game, like, there's a lot of good shit.
Yeah, I'm still gonna finish it, but I'm just gonna... My eyes are gonna roll out of my skull.
Yeah.
Dude. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. I think the Ultimalius fight is, like, pretty sick.
Bro, when I said, we really are the Final Fantasy, I was kidding. I didn't think they'd actually turn that into the end of the game.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fire everybody, but especially Yoshi.
Yeah.
Um,
Anyways, yeah. So, in finality, like, I think this game is really good. It still suffers from a lot of the problems that other games in the modern era suffer, which is the game is just too long. It's just too big. It doesn't really justify it. It should keep things a little bit tighter.
I like how you put the book is called Final Fantasy by Joshua Rossfield in all caps. I appreciate. I appreciate it.
It was ridiculous. Yeah, I knew it in that moment. I was like, "What?" But yeah, it's a good game, and I think that it is. One of the reasons I wanted to have this discussion initially was because, Will and I are of the same mind that the last truly great Final Fantasy, not counting 7 Remake, is Final Fantasy X, and the last good one is 12.
Well, it's certainly not this one.
With an ending like that.
Not with an ending like that.
But between 7R, which is not perfect, and this, which is, I think, a little bit less perfect than 7R is, depending on how you look at it. I think, and with the resurgence of 14 and the way that it does storytelling, for as gameplay backward as MMOs tend to be, I think it speaks well for the future of the franchise. All hope is not lost. Which is nice.
Bro, it's never been more over than it is right now. I can't believe they did that.
I think 13 were the darkest days.
Yeah.
And it's been better since then.
That's true. It was never more over than it was when FF13 came out. There are people out there who are trying to rehabilitate that game, and I will not have it. I will not have it.
That is revisionist history. We're not about
it's
it.
Like all those people are like, oh no, 13 was good actually. It did all this cool combat. No, it didn't. Don't lie to the people.
Paradigm system and all that sort of stuff. Get out of here.
And they're like, it invented staggers. Like, yes, bro. Nobody else ever had staggers before Final Fantasy 13.
Yeah.
Jesus
Nonsense. Anyway.
Literally nonsense. That's what those games were.
Yeah. But yeah, it's 16 was good. 16 was good. I had a lot of fun with it. I think Clive is definitely in the upper echelons of Final Fantasy protagonists. I feel like if you're looking at, some of the most impressive moments, some of the most fun moments in Final Fantasy history, I think that some of them in this game are definitely amongst them. And I think that it's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
I think visually and from the spectacle, this is probably the best game in the franchise. It's
probably
just lacks a lot of substance in other places that really makes the complete experience suffer.
Yeah. It is a lot of sizzle, and there's still some steak in there. It's not all sizzle, no steak, and it's definitely not all steak, But there's a lot of visual flair. Sometimes I'm playing this game and I'm like, this is one of the greatest looking games I've ever seen. And other times I'm like, it looks okay. It's
always got to have the ugly looking NPCs.
Yeah. And
Final Fantasy by Clive Rossfield.
By Joshua.
I'm sorry. You're that's somehow worse.
I think as we've kind of gone through all this and our closing thoughts here, I think that maybe the thing that makes this game, especially in terms of the storytelling and stuff, is how good the performances are. I think if this was another Final Fantasy like the ones before, where the performances are more anime-like, I wonder if some of the stuff that hits doesn't hit anymore. Final Fantasy has such a history of dubs and voiceovers, and localization that probably could be better. So I think they really nailed it in that respect, and I think that does a lot to sell the story, even with its big problems.
Listen, Final Fantasy voice acting peaked with 10, okay? It's never gotten better.
Did you know that the guy who did Tidus is the contemporary voice of Fred Flintstone?
Did you really?
Yeah.
No, but that's extremely funny. I don't know.
The guy's like...
Yeah, that's funny.
He's like a little nerdy man with like big glasses, and he's on a podcast with Rob Paulson, and he just goes into Fred Flintstone, and it's like, how is that voice coming from that guy's face? Yeah,
that's hilarious. Real talk though, nobody. What do I think?
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna do a real talk?
Oh yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm disappointed. I'm upset. I've had a very bad day. No. I think that's goofy as hell that they did that. I think that is silly, but I do think like I think this probably hasn't changed my opinion of it. My opinion of 16 is that it is a deeply flawed game that has lots of really cool elements that could be done a lot better in the future. But I also think they needed to make this very deeply flawed game make the future games. Because, hey, you know what? Like, 15 is deeply flawed. 13 is deeply flawed. 14 started out deeply flawed. Like, they haven't, I don't think, found, like, the new niche of, like, what everything is going to be in Final Fantasy yet. So, you know, keep making it. It's cool. I mean, it's fun play. It's got, I like the characters. I like Clive's corset, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I guess my thought would be deeply flawed, worth playing anyway. And I am kind of curious to see how, like, just as like a morbid curiosity, if you played this game with the sound off during the dialogue and just had to read it, like what the difference would be. But I think it's a neat game. I'm sad that they made it into a book at the end.
It's like they tried to do the 7 thing again, but like cornier.
It's just so cheesy. I don't. Every time someone does, Lord of the Rings is allowed to do it, right?
because was the major event of the world.
Yeah, because it's Lord of the Rings, and I guess
this is too, but yeah.
Yeah, but like that's Lord of the Rings, and I'm going to indulge J.R.R. Tolkien, who is not a good writer, in his like I had my character write a book at the end thing, because at least like I don't know, it was also a really long time ago. It probably wasn't as cliche then. Now, however,
and like showing like the kids playing with the toys and the mom like building a fire by like I think you could have just ended it there, and it would have been totally solid ending. You didn't need the book.
Insinuate that magic doesn't exist.
Yeah, magic doesn't exist. People are still around. Plants are back. Like, it worked. The end.
You know, I still think like the best after the credits Final Fantasy scene is the one from the original 7, where it's just Red and the other Red 13 people. I don't know what their like species is. Like,
I forget what they're called.
Looking out over, you know, Midgar being overrun by, and you can draw in a lot of different stuff from that, right?
Yeah.
So, like, it doesn't give you everything. You can kind of draw your own conclusions. I'm much more a fan of stuff like that.
Yeah, I think they were going for like the same kind of thing here. Honestly, like not as like, you know, not as vague, but still like, here's the world still going way after any of these characters like matter anymore, kind of thing.
Yeah, and I just think, you know, I don't know. Again, I haven't seen it, so I'm just going off what you guys said, but I think there's probably a way to do that, and I think the toys and like, you know, maybe the kid talking to the mom would be a better way to sell that. But you know, epilogues are hard. I'm not gonna harp on it too much, but I do think, you know, FF16 is a really neat game. I wish that it ran better. I wish that certain parts of it were executed better, but I will say that it's the first time I've been compelled to finish a Final Fantasy since 10. And not counting 7R, I know. But, you know, that's good. That's worth something.
Yeah.
Compelling is a good word for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the story is executed in such a way that, like, even if you're like, I don't know, when you're kind of scrutinizing it, it's still like, this is hitting the parts of my lizard brain that make me want to keep going.
And I like the characters. I think the characters are fun. I think the world is really interesting. Like, it has a lot going for it, and it also has, like, for lack of a better word, the one thing that like Final Fantasy always has, even if it's bad, it has the vibe, right? Like, it has the vibe in spades, and the vibe goes a long way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All I know is next Final Fantasy XIV expansion is going to be crazy, man.
Bro, if they end with that one with a book too, I'm coming to Yoshi P's house.
I don't think you're allowed to do it twice in the same story. I don't think you're allowed to do that.
Open the door, bro. I just want to talk.
You're gonna reverse misery him. You break his ankles so he doesn't write more books.
I want you to sit here and think about what you did.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Like,
You rub his nose in it.
no paper, no pens, nothing for you. Just
And
sit on this bed
someone
and be sad.
I want you to hire somebody so that whenever you think about doing that shit again, they just tap you on the shoulder and show you a picture of me.
And next time someone asks you any questions about anything video game related, just be quiet. Don't say anything.
Yeah,
Don't say anything, Yoshi.
The next time somebody asks you why there's no brown people, just smile and nod. Like, I don't need...
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yoshi P.
Anyways.
Yoshi P.
Timo,
6
did you have any
hours later.
Did you have any other thoughts on that real quick before we close out?
I think I would love to see the next Final Fantasy game just not feel kind of like Frankenstein in video game form.
Yeah.
You don't have to have so much stuff just sort of like smashed into each other.
Yeah. I appreciate what they did, but there's also nothing wrong with having a linear game.
Yeah.
Or have a smaller open world that feels more purposeful and focused with fewer systems,
Yeah, your crafting system privileges are revoked, Square.
Forever.
Yeah.
You need to, before you can
keep
do
that
it
shit
again,
in 14.
you need to prove that you understand the responsibility of a crafting system,
Yeah.
that you are going to feed it and walk it and pick up its poop.
Because we're not doing it.
We're not doing it.
No more.
I didn't want the dog, Square. You got the dog, and we told you could have the dog, but you got to take care of it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But yeah. Timo, did you have any final thoughts?
Ooh, yeah. If you make Final Fantasy 17, maybe make it shorter. 20 hours, 15 hours would be enough. Make it an action game, but make it short and concise. Would be nice, honestly.
I agree.
No more
No
MMO
more
side quests.
30, 40, 50-hour games.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right. That's what we got.
Final
Thank
Fantasy
you.
16, baby.
Thank you for joining us for our deep dive and spoiler cast of Final Fantasy XVI. It is clocking at around an hour and 15 minutes longer than our Diablo 4 one.
Oh.
Which makes sense because this game is longer than that game and is more focused on story, but still.
No, Brian, we really were the Final Fantasy 15 spoiler cast. 16, sorry.
It's true.
Spoiler cast.
It's true.
We truly were.
We truly were. We truly were. Anyways, thank you for joining us for that episode, which also happens to be episode 285 of the Platformers. You can join us live at twitch.tv/Ribnax or check out the archives at Ribnax on YouTube. If you have thoughts or topics or anything like that you want to share, you want to find us on social media, you can find me at Twitter, Instagram, and Threads, and backlogged at Ribnax, and at Brian Barnett on Blue Sky. Will, where can people find you?
You can find me at ByWillBurger on Twitter, at Edgar Allan Bro on Blue Sky, and at doing a bunch of different things for IGN. most recently, well, by the time this probably goes up, I'm reviewing the new Madden. Yay!
Yay.
Anyway, read the words about the footballs, because it's basically a turn-based RPG.
It really is.
It really is.
So yeah. Lucas, where can everybody find you?
You can find me on Blue Sky at Hokuto Lucas. I use Twitter, but probably not for much longer. Hop over to shacknews.com, where we published a review of Bomb Rush Cyberfunk today.
Nice.
I didn't get a chance to post that around because it got published during this. So, yeah.
He's suffered to be here with us instead of promoting himself. You'd love to
true.
see
Right.
it.
You love to see it. A common Lucas W.
Very common, extremely common.
Unavoidable.
Lucas
Oh,
W,
goodness.
some might say.
Mm-hmm. Timo, where can people find you?
You can find me as LLaughtail on both Blue Sky and Twitter. And I'm mostly write for ESDNN, so if you want to check out some nice Baldur's Gate guides, or I guess we're going to have some Armored Core stuff on there very soon. Would be nice if you could visit that.
Definitely do that. And if you wanna see some very specific Baldur's Gate 3 guides, I wrote guides for the fighter class, the sorcerer class, and the ranger class, as well as a tier list for different characters over at GameSpot. So you can go and check those out as well. And I've got some other stuff that's going up soon. I wrote something about Anima Flux for IGN Plus, and I'm going to be writing something up pretty soon about Wayfinder as well. So, which I've been playing today. And if you are out there and trying to play this game, my sympathies, because the login is totally fucked. It's real
Hate to
bad.
see it.
I spent like legit like 7 hours playing this game, and about an hour of that was actually playing it, and the rest of it was login stuff. So, anyways,
That's always fun.
we're not here to talk about that, but
We're not here to talk about anything else. I want to go to bed.
yeah, we're going to bed. If you like the show, leave us a review and all that sort of stuff. But anyways, from everybody here at the Platformers, we hope you have a wonderful week and stay safe out there, because until next time, we are out.
Peace.
Bye.